logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Beat them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these niggas while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies. We win, we in it all land on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, going and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league, 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League, season number 9. And while it may be Thirsty Thursday at your local watering hole, the only thing we're thirsty here for at the UEL is wins, baby. So I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Hey, log in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin',
Here we go. BNB shot! BNB scores the goal!
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, and they get stuck in their kind of view. But
another person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded, journeyman, disrespect.
Ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy, you can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. VA Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
What's up, everybody? I'm sitting here with Lockdown. Now a player on the Blaze, formerly retired. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I retired a while back to go on to other things. And, you know, I heard Jay Biscuit was playing today. So I was like, I'm going to come out of retirement so I can school this young man of how UEL works. So,
wow.
So, you know, I'm here today and I'm here to play. And it's going to be some fun. We're going to have some fun.
Okay, so what game within the library of games here on UEL do you see as sort of being that standout game that signifies I'm back?
Oh, man. I mean, probably Rainbow.
Rainbow?
Probably Rainbow.
Okay. All right, all right.
I'm not the best, but, you know, I play it a little bit.
I like that.
I dabble.
Okay, so that being said, I actually casted last Friday in your game against the Ravens. It was an awesome game. You guys at home, I hope, felt the level of intensity as it got later on into the night. It was tied up past midnight. Everybody in here, everybody in the arena was going wild. You guys caught some momentum throughout that entire day. How do you plan on keeping that momentum sort of moving into today?
Well, we kind of had the same plan from the jump, which was we knew that they were a team that we had to beat to be able to get our record up there to the playoffs. We knew how important the game was, and we're very confident in our team. Obviously, with some things happening, you know, we're a little bit smaller, but we still have the confidence in our team. We know that we just have to play our game, work together as a unit. And the biggest thing that I think I brought to the table with the team was to help with the setups and making everything going as smooth as possible so they can focus on just the games. That was kind of what I brought in, which I think helps and makes a difference. And I think when it comes down to it, we have some vets that are really good and some rookies that are really good. So I think we have what it takes to go far in the playoffs. So, yeah, we're just going to keep on pushing on.
I like that. I like that. So today we're actually going to be running that 5-man lineup. We talked about that a little bit earlier here in the studio. With that 5-man lineup pulling into today, who do you see as we've seen tier 1, through that tier 5 player today. Who do you see as sort of making, or I guess breaking their ceiling of skill today at this point in the season? Who do you see on the team, obviously other than yourself?
Team.
Yes, on the team. Who do you see sort of breaking through that threshold of skill, sort of starting to make a name for themselves in the team?
So I think Rejane is a very good player, but I think because he's a team player, he doesn't really get a chance to stand out as much as some of the other rookies did. Okay. So given that he is the only rookie playing today, I think it gives him a chance to really stand out in a couple of games that we actually haven't seen him play really 1v1 and stuff like that yet. So I think Rejane will have a chance to kind of shine a little bit today, and I'll do my best to try to help him shine.
Awesome. Well, brother, thank you for sitting down just a little bit before we get things started. Best of luck to you. And back to you guys.
Should be fun.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. Oh, and there. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Yes, this runaway.
And welcome back, everyone. And I am Magna, and here I'm joined by
Jay Biscuit.
Yeah. So Jay Biscuit, this is your first performance here at the UEL. How are you feeling?
I'm excited and nervous. I was really excited to come here, and then when I got here, I was a little nervous, but I have a feeling I'm gonna hopefully win.
Yeah. I'm excited to see how you perform myself today. So I have a question for you that's a little more personal. So you are the son of the G-licious, or also how we know him here as is Ryan.
Yes.
A very prolific player here in the early days of the UEL who's moved more to a managerial position. How's it feel trying to fit into that role?
It feels like it feels good. Well, like I've been watching other people play for a while. I've always wanted to play. So it's just like exciting for me to play.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'm really interested to see how you play here today. Speaking of, though, I'm curious to hear what kind of games do you want to see?
Like some Fortnite, maybe 2K.
2K.
Yeah. A little bit of maybe like Forza Motorsports. Maybe like just the shooters, basically, like Halo Infinite. Like all the shooters and fighters. Those are the games I really want to see play.
Fighters.
Yeah.
Now let's flip this on its head. What games do you not want to see today?
That's a little hard one. I like all the games, but I gotta pick some. I don't really want to play, like Skullgirls. I'm not good at that game. Like the football game. I forgot what that one's called.
NCAA.
Yeah. And I think that's it. That's all I really do. Oh, Dead by Daylight.
Ooh.
I'm not that good at that one.
You don't want to see Dead by Daylight, really?
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite games, so I kind of want to see it, honestly, but I'm interested. I mean, you're coming in today on a 5-man lineup. Do you have any strategies that you have heard from your team or want to work with your team on this lineup?
Not really. I just normally like listen to my team, like follow them, stay by them, and I normally do good as long as I stay with them. But otherwise than that, not really.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, thank you so much. I'm going to let you get back to the floor and get back to your work, especially with the first game going to be rolled here pretty soon and RPS coming up next. So.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
And welcome back once again here to the UEL, the first day of week 8, isn't it?
Man, it is. It is indeed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited today. Both teams coming in here today from a pretty long break overall for the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what happens. But
yeah, I think today's going to be really interesting because Blaze sitting at 2-2. They have a lot of momentum kind of moving in from last week. I personally, like I said, casted over their Friday game against the Ravens, and now the Wolves looking to sort of get their first win in the W column. I think they have a lot to prove. They've got some relatively new players, some young players, and there's just so much like potential for their team. I think they really want to showcase that today. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like you're talking about with the younger players on the Wolves, you got Jay Biscuit today, the X-Ray twins. People who Jay Biscuit is a newer player, as we just interviewed him.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned like the X-Ray twins. Met them in the kitchen before the game. Both seem really, really cool, but I've heard a lot of really interesting things about them. I think the quote from earlier today was, oh yeah, the twins are a bunch of dogs, right? So they seem like really high-level players. You guys can see at the bottom of your screen in terms of Tier 1, Tier 2, 3, 4, and 5 players. Both of the twins are sitting around that Tier 2, Tier 3 area. They're probably pretty competitive with themselves as brothers, twin brothers. So I want to see, how they start to perform throughout the evening.
Absolutely. So I don't know if you'd like to explain the league. For those of you who are new here today.
Yeah, if you're new here today, guys, like I said, at the bottom of the screen, you have 5 different players. It's going to be a 5-on-5 throughout this evening. And you've got Tier 1 on the very left side of your screen. As it moves down, each team, it's Tier 2, Tier 3, 4, and 5, each of them getting paid a different amount for the games that we're playing here and all sorts of fun stuff. But tell me a little bit more about how things work.
So here at the UEL, we run a 33-game wheel.
Oh, my goodness.
We have 5 different genres.
5.
We got racers, we got sports, we got strategy, we got shooters, and then finally we have fighting games. So we have all the different variability. And the ultimate end gamer is the one person who's able to really do all that stuff.
Absolutely. Let's go.
A big thing that we do have here at the UEL that decides a lot of the game is the RPS, or rock, paper, scissors. Would you like to get into that a little more?
Yeah, so the rock, paper, scissors right here. You saw Blaze take the win, rock over the scissors. That's going to give them the setup sort of advantage, if you will, prior to every game. They basically get like a priority pick. Right? So you can imagine games like Dead by Daylight, for instance, you have maps, but then you also get to choose whether you want to play killer or you want to play survivor. So the opportunity to choose whether or not you play the killer or survivor might deviate or might change the outcome of a game. Once they make that selection, the opposing team can then perhaps pick the map. So it gives them a little bit of, I would say, a setup advantage, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, as you said, the RPS option allows people to have that first choice of either can they do they want to choose the map or do they want to choose the game mode? And that switches between teams every round, right?
Yes, correct.
So the team has basically the first choice. The other thing that you just saw happen, if you win RPS, you can choose to respin the first game that comes up on the wheel. So you saw that Rainbow Six Siege was the game that rolled there, and the Blaze elected to respin the wheel.
How dare they?
Against the Wolves, a very strong shooter team, to be fair.
Yeah.
And then get Maelstrom, one of our sponsored games here at the UEL. A very fun game overall. It is basically Battle Royale with big ships.
Yes. So any of you that are familiar with the Battle Royale genre, as time goes on, a storm of sorts or an area will begin to close in, gradually eliminating players if they're caught within the storm, doing increased damage as the storm gets closer and closer, which sort of, I guess, limits the amount of players that are left. If you're the last person surviving, you and your team will win. The storm within Maelstrom is a little unique compared to other battle royales because this takes place in an ocean. If you get into the Blackwater, that is the storm, essentially, within this battle royale, you start to see kragans and sharks and monsters and all sorts of things that are diving out of the water, taking out these players. It's really, really cool.
Yeah. So basically, you have like a certain amount of time where you can sit in that black water before you get insta-kill.
Yes.
There is no ticking down like you would in Fortnite or Apex. It is an instant. Oh my God, that's a big whale.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, the whale's coming right at us, and you die. So
yeah, I really, really like that.
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's also visually like just a stunning game to watch. I think a lot of viewers, including myself, actually, just as a commentator, are not necessarily used to like naval combat video games, but I guess sort of the mobility of Maelstrom is fascinating to watch, right? When you're playing like a shooter, you're playing a sports game, you're used to sort of utilizing a lot of movement. You jump on certain, naval combat type of games like Sea of Thieves or Skull and Bones or something, you don't have necessarily the amount of mobility as you may want per se, but Maelstrom's completely different. You can pivot, you can turn, everything is very fast paced, and it's a little bit more enjoyable from a user experience perspective.
And yeah, that's the thing about this game though. Maelstrom has a big emphasis on not really mobility, but kind of the opposite.
Yeah.
A lot of these ships have their downsides, right?
Yeah.
You pick a smaller ship, you got speed and acceleration, but your HP is teeny. Yeah. We'll go into that farther when we get into the game. But if you get a bigger ship, you get more hits, you get a little better acceleration or a high speed, but your acceleration is abysmal.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. So there's some factions that each faction has like a different thing, right?
Right, and there's multiple factions. So tell me a little bit more about that. I'm just sort of getting into Maelstrom as well as I'm sure a lot of you guys are. I believe there's humans.
Yes.
Orcs.
Yes.
Dwarves.
Yes.
And is there another one?
There's the ghost ship team.
The ghost ship team. Okay.
So I think they're called the ghouls or something, but basically each team, so the human specialty is kind of like the well-rounded team, right?
Okay.
Their goal is just, they're pretty consistent. They deal a lot of damage.
Okay.
So they
like humans do.
Yeah, definitely. And then you got the orcs. So there's multiple different bars you'll see on the screen when we get into this game.
Okay.
Each is kind of a different HP bar that does a different thing.
Oh,
the blue
really?
bar is the sail HP. If you lose sail HP, you're going to lose speed, you're going to lose acceleration and stuff like that.
Okay.
There's the red bar that is the crew efficiency or the crew speed. So you can choose different shots that'll deal different damage. So the red bar will hit the crew and take out the crew. And if the crew gets under the certain level, the ships get super inefficient. They don't reload as quickly. Their aim is terrible. They can't fix themselves. So it gets that. And then there's the final one, which is just the cannonballs and the ship's HP. And you go in to hit the enemy and, take their HP out.
Okay.
So
I like that.
So each faction kind of has that specialty.
I personally didn't even know about some of those things last week. So as I'm learning, the viewers are learning. That was really, really good input. Thank you for that. One of the things that I do want to talk about, we're going to be getting into the gameplay here in a second. But one of the things I found fascinating in terms of like the strategy perspective of this game is going to be when you mentioned the crew, right? There's different perks that come along with the crew as well as the captain. Let's go ahead and get into it now.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
And there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you said.
So we still setting things up here a little bit, but I wanted to talk a little bit about crew management because you had mentioned that with the red bar, what have you. That's going to be on the user interface that are above these ships as they're sailing around these seas. I believe you can actually select what type of crew members you want, which changes the perks of how your ship performs.
Yes. So you have 4 crew member options. You have the captain, and then 3 special slots, right?
Okay.
That can be for like medics. They can be for like stern people who drive the ship. I forget the name of them. Helmsmen. There we go. Stuff like that. Each of them offering different kinds of boosts and special abilities.
Okay.
So, and StarCraft is coming up next, but we'll come back to that.
More strategy.
Yeah. So you'll see here that a lot of teams are running what has become rapidly the meta here at the UEL is the Fury's Hold, or the humans' big ship.
Okay.
Right? I believe it's called the Battleship.
All right.
And the Fury's Hold, if they'll open their side here, shoots loads of bullets and basically is the sniper of this game. And you saw how much damage that's dealing on the enemy team. Like, this is prepare for battle, so it's not a matter right now, but...
Right. And there's those bars that you talked about earlier. You can see the bars at the top, the light blue, and then the red bar below that. Now, also one of the things as a viewer, you guys might be curious, what are these smaller ships that are sort of going around? I believe those are sort of a PvE experience, right? Like those are actual in-game ads.
Imagine like a chest in a video game, right? Like you got like a chest normally, like in Fortnite or something, you're looking to get the loot from the chest. These ships are the chests in this game.
Right.
Each of these ships allows you to have a different level of things. So there's an Orcus ship that gives you damage boost. There's
so a buff, damage buff.
Human ship that gives you speed boost. There's one that gives you armor boost for the humans too.
Okay.
So each of them is manifold. Oh, you can hear some of the callouts here coming in from the wolves.
It's interesting. They're going to try to use these rocks a little bit potentially as cover. One of the things you viewers at home will notice, though, is the sort of grayish boxes or cubes that are surrounding the actual ship itself. Think of that as armor, if you will. If you're able to deplete those armor blocks, essentially, if you're able to deplete those, as someone that is steering the ship, that'll become your vulnerable side. You're going to take increased damage from that side. So a lot of the times what you'll notice is the players actually pivot their ship to the opposing direction in order to put those shield blocks in front of them to mitigate some of that incoming damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said earlier, they're getting into a fight. But the thing is, it's not just the Blaze getting into a fight with another team or like another group of people. The Blaze and Wolves are getting into a fight here between the two teams.
Oh.
So if one team knocks the other out, their chance to get points, which is how we win this game, who has the most points.
Right.
Which is damage and bounties held, which is kills, right?
Wow, solid shots coming out right there. Solid shots coming out right there.
This fight is becoming incredibly tense. It's starting to look like the Blaze do have a slight underhand, but maybe a ship sunk there. And I believe that is Gurren's, meaning, yeah, the Blaze actually have an overhand here, being able to take down one of the Wolves entirely and keeping their people, besides Garto, I believe, almost at full HP.
Some solid shots right there, but I believe that was Lemani?
I believe so. That was Lemani, yeah.
Yeah, Lemani, one of our newer players, relatively new players, and you're going to notice some of these buffs that we talked about earlier. As players start to get eliminated, those buffs are going to actually drop in the water, and so a lot of players are going to be scrambling to pick up those buffs, those power, that little bit of power, that extra damage, that extra armor as they take out some of the enemy players. It's going to be essential, but they have to be careful because the black water is closing in right now.
And this is the part where the pressure comes in handy because these fights have such a long time to kill because these are giant naval ships, right? That sometimes taking one fight isn't really the advantage because they're all being pressed out of where they had the fight, meaning the team with the lower hand here is getting super pressed out. You'll see right now that I believe we are currently watching Rajane. On the bottom left, you can see his bars. You can see that his blue health, which is his speed, is at 450. And his crew is at one remaining.
One remaining. That we just talked about this.
Oh my God! He's getting pulled into the maelstrom. The other aspect of this game that comes from its namesake is the maelstroms, the things that will suck you in, basically giant whirlpools in the ground that can fully kill you if you get sucked into them.
Oh my gosh! There's tons of in-game mechanics too that take advantage of these maelstroms. Did one of the players just get taken out?
I believe that. Lockdown just fell into the maelstrom.
Lockdown coming out of retirement right into the maelstrom.
Got put right back into retirement after that death there.
Gotta love that.
I'm interested to see how Lockdown does play here today on that topic.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Having a player that returns from his retirement.
Ooh, Rajane getting some solid shots in right here. Sort of has him pivoted and sort of stuck against these rocks to see if he can get out.
Yeah.
Now, I am noticing a lot of his armor around his ship has been depleted, so he is vulnerable in this state right now. He may be able to use some of those captain's perks. Now, just like the crew has perks, the captains that you select for your ship and your loadout also have a special ability. Could you tell us more about that?
So each captain has a different kind of a perk, and each race has multiple different captains inside of it that have those kinds of perks.
Interesting.
So the humans have a couple of ones. I believe they have one that shoots these like fire flaming phoenixes ahead of them.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot of alliteration. Apologies. And then you have the guy who basically sets his fireballs on fire. I mean, his cannonballs on fire.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And they deal extra critical damage from afar.
Wow.
And then if you're talking for like the orcs and stuff, there's captains who will be able to rush better or board stronger, stuff like that. And then there's the dwarves, which we unfortunately don't get to see here. They are usually the tankier group of people. They have the ability to fully put a shield that blocks all damage. They have these mines they can put out. There's torpedoes.
Okay.
There's loads of these really, really fun things in this game.
That's interesting. One of the things you'll notice on the bottom, like in the middle of your screen, you'll notice the rapids, if you will, this water that's sort of flowing against one of the X-ray twins here. Who is this that we are looking at?
I believe this is going to be Kevin that we're looking at currently.
Yes, so you guys will notice sort of
Kenny.
So this is Kenny we're looking at right here. You'll notice there's a slipstream, sort of those rapids on the left side of your screen. If you're able to actually get within that slipstream, it'll increase your speed, which may help with mobility. It may help sort of collapsing on your enemy or an opponent. You're going to see them constantly taking that or using that to their advantage throughout the game, especially when the Blackwater's edge is right here. They need to start getting towards the center of the map quicker.
Oh, so Kenny is the last one alive here, I believe, overall.
Wow. He's holding out for his team. Let's see how well he does.
Oh, yeah, I thought Kemeny and Lemony. Lemony is sticking here with Kenny. 2 wolves left. All the Blaze are dead, meaning their opportunity to get points through kills, damage, and placement are completely taken out of this game.
Oh, my goodness.
If the Wolves get first or second place, they get 15 for first or 10 points for second place.
Wow.
Meaning placing in this game is incredibly high. And I believe there are 6 enemies left, as you can see on the top left of your screen, meaning most likely 2 other squads, 2 other trios of players. So that means that the Wolves are probably in 3rd or 4th place here.
Wow. That's interesting. So this is a public lobby.
Yes, each of these are public lobbies. Sometimes they are slightly filled with bots, but there's usually quite a few other players inside of this that can become kind of arena hazards for the team.
I see. So these are some of the buffs, the sort of little bit of power-ups and things that they're sailing across right now. Now you can see Lemony just doing his best to get towards the center of the circle. You guys will see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Like we said, this is a battle royale. So as he tries to get away from the Blackwater, sail towards the center to their, like Magna just mentioned, if they get first place or second place, they're getting additional points. Placement is key here. But he's getting sort of lit up in the front. He needs to pivot his ship to the right, get those armored cubes, if you will, those gray cubes on the side of his ship. He needs to place those towards his opponent to mitigate some of that damage. He's lighting up right now. Armor's getting drained.
But this is something I forgot to mention earlier. Another aspect of this game is called boarding.
Oh.
And each crew has a boarding skill level, right? The orcs, of course, have the strongest one, and then the humans have a pretty consistent one and stuff like that. And you can basically hook the enemy ship and pull them to you.
Wow.
And then you can have crew-to-crew battle. And if the crew outwields yours, you're going to lose 8 crew members more.
Okay.
But basically, it's another way you can kill the crew members on the enemy team. And it looks like Lemony is going to go for a risky play here, going into the Blackwater.
Into the Blackwater.
No, but he is he's going to jump back out, going really quickly, being able to escape without getting any monsters aggressive. He's basically just trying to get a reposition because he seemed to have pinched. But Lemony just gets absolutely sent and beamed out of there. Meaning that I believe Kenny is going to be the last one alive from the UEL in this game currently.
That's true. He's maybe getting cornered here. No, he still has a little bit of area to his north that he can sail. He has some of those slipstreams that are still available. Unfortunate, though, for Lemony in that last little bit. He sort of sailed within the Blackwater around the Maelstrom, but he had so many opponents in front of him. I think he was just trying to put out as much damage as he could to make it maybe easier here for Kenny. But Kenny on the Blackwater's edge, taking shots, not much armor left around his ship, but he's getting some solid damage off himself.
And he gets another kill there.
Wow.
You saw the board as his ship's momentum was stopped, but it looks like the Wolves have just won the game for, just a matter of placement and points already.
I mean,
and that was...
They took out there was, not only was there multiple Wolf players left by, later on into the game, but it was so unfortunate for the Blaze that so many other players got knocked out so quick.
Yeah, I mean, it was a real big problem there. The Blaze did, in that first fight, lose a lot of HP. I believe Garto going fully out. Regina was losing all of his HP, and Lockdown also getting killed to the Maelstrom.
Oh, God, that was not a good
Lockdown.
first impression back on the floor here in the arena. But I think he has something to prove now.
I think he does, yeah.
What's interesting is I actually asked him in the interview leading up to this game what game he wanted to play most, what game that they think they would excel in. And he had mentioned Rainbow Six Siege.
Oof.
He had mentioned Rainbow Six Siege.
Interesting. Ooh. So we have a replay of Lockdown falling into the Maelstrom, into his swirly doom. As you'll see here, he's going to be in the background. This is, I believe, going to be Regine staying alive. You'll see as he turns in here, looks like he gets just barely hooked in the Maelstrom and gets pulled straight in, driving right into it. Looks like he may have been texting while driving here in the boat. Really, maybe even drunk at the helm. I can't quite tell, but we'll see exactly what happens here.
That's
I mean,
funny.
that was 1 point for the Wolves,
Yeah.
and now we're going into a game that's really either you love it or you hate it here
That's
at the
true,
UEL.
and you know, basically getting eliminated the way he did by that Maelstrom, it calls into question his environmental awareness, right? He should have been able to pick up on that, pivot his ship, turn away, do anything he could to avoid that unfortunate event.
Yeah.
Now, environmental awareness is the key to victory in a game like StarCraft. Tell me a little bit more about it, but also for the viewers at home that don't know a ton about StarCraft 2.
So StarCraft is, I mean, how do we explain this? It's a real-time strategy game called an RTS, right?
Mhm.
And your goal is basically in the league to take out the enemy team, kill their base, and fully eradicate them off the map. There's 3 different factions. There's the Protoss, there's the Zerg, and there's the Terrans.
Okay.
Each of them has a different advantage, right? So the early game or the mid game are like different strategies that work with them. Here at the UEL, we play StarCraft a little bit differently than most other people. Instead of playing a game mode where you have to gather materials and play a little bit slower so that we can get these games going chop chop, StarCraft is played with infinite materials and infinite space.
Oh my goodness. So you guys can imagine there's other RTSs that any of the old heads like myself out there might have heard of, from, you know, Age of Empires to some other games that exist sort of on the market, even the original Warcraft games and what have you. Imagine if you have unlimited resources, right? If you're familiar with those games, you can instantaneously start building barracks, towns, all sorts of things in order to increase your infantry count, any type of, you know, military units immediately as the game starts. And it calls into question sort of the strategy sort of evolving around that. Do you start building defensive structures immediately in order to sort of counteract someone that may be playing aggressive? Or is your best defense a good offense in this situation where you just build tons of military units, send them at your opponent, wipe them off the map, and get done with it? We saw a little bit of that last week with Billy from the bots against Strix from the Paladins. And that was going to be a really good game, but midway through, you already knew it was over. And that's where that strategy comes into play. Should be interesting to see how this unfolds.
And the one thing I want to be looking for here is how we play here at the UEL, meaning with the infinite resources. There is a very clear victor in the area of who's good, and it's the Protoss.
Right.
Basically, the advanced alien race, right?
Okay.
So
interesting.
Looks like he's building. Okay, I'll come back to that in a second. So these are basically housing areas for building more players, right?
Right.
And it looks like they are building more of their houses for some reason. I'm curious to see exactly why they are doing that. He's blocking up his area now. You can see, as you can see, there's infinite resources on the top and infinite like troops area.
Yeah.
So the thing with the Terrans, right, is they take a really long time to get a lot of their stuff set up. They have some pretty good ability to go in early game with rushes and stuff.
Right.
But they're not an incredible group of people when it comes to playing against groups like the Protoss, who are typically a group of people that are a late game group because you need the resources. However, in the UEL, since we have unlimited resources, the Protosses are instantly a very powerful group of people, meaning you're going to see a lot of, most likely, Protoss rushes.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting. Now, Hollywood is a player that we saw last week excelling in some of the other sort of genres of game. It's interesting to see how confident he looks right here, utilizing a strategy that is sort of unique to UEL, like you talked about. It's funny that we're seeing some of this on the screen because we had just mentioned, you know, defensive strats versus offensive strats. A little bit of both sort of going on here, but nonetheless, it's going to be fascinating to see how this unfolds. Now, is there anybody on the Wolves that you think, like, sort of is the best sort of teammates to sort of train with to help the rest of the team sort of understand some of these strategy games like StarCraft?
So I am not fully aware. However, I know that, if I remember correctly, Kevin and Kenny were on a team with a few very good StarCraft players last season with the Gorillas in the past.
Right.
So the other reason that the Protoss are just a better group of people, right, is that as you can see here, the Terrans are being forced to build their buildings individually, right? They're having to have a guy on the building building it over and over again. Alternatively, you'll see on the Terrans, right here, as Jay Biscuit goes to play someone, they just place the building and are done.
Right.
And the building takes a little bit of time to warp in, but then it's just done. And you can build anything around it.
Wow.
So having that ability to be able to cover more ground way faster means that the Protoss are just a way higher meta team here at the UEL. You can see Jay Biscuit is definitely a decent bit behind in his building order here, but hopefully he will be able to catch up, putting a little more of those pylons down, being able to build a few, hopefully he builds a barracks here, going for the most simple strategy here in the UEL is a Protoss. It's called a Zealot Rush.
Okay.
Basically, it's these dudes with little light swords, right? And you get swaths and swaths of them because it takes like 15 or 20 seconds to recruit them. So you can, if you get infinite resources, right, you'll see people who know this game a lot more are going to be putting pylons all around the map and building 20 or 30 of these barracks. And that means that every 15 seconds, there's another 30 of these characters. So it is just these masses of really angry dudes in energy swords going, run away, you know?
I like that. I like that. This is sort of the calm before the storm. You know, just for those of you at home that are watching this wondering when things are going to start unfolding, one of the things I noticed last week when it comes to StarCraft 2, it's exactly what I just said. This is definitely the calm before the storm. Once things start happening, it's a matter of, okay, who are winning these fights? Who is clearly going to be the victor? And then you start coming into sort of the question of, do we forfeit this now because we have an allocated amount of time left on the clock for the rest of this evening's games? Do you just, you know, forfeit right then and there and then start moving on to the next game? We don't have to start thinking about that right now per se, but that is something, as soon as the action starts unfolding, that both teams are going to have to consider, you know, moving forward tonight.
Absolutely. This is one of those games that, I'm going to say this right now, actually, that I've noticed about the Blaze.
Yeah.
They seem to be doing incredibly consistently, even for playing a lot of the Terrans here.
Yeah.
You can see that Garto has a lot of his buildings out. He has them in control groups, is what they're called.
Yeah.
Meaning that he's able to have a lot more efficient and speedy building time.
Right. Yeah, I've noticed that with both Hollywood and Garto. Both of them, I think, are pretty familiar with these strategy games, but I've also seen them learn within the last few weeks. They're sort of optimizing their strategies, and everything looks very, very organized right now, getting these military units together.
Yeah. That's going to be, one of the most important parts of this is just making sure that you're able to have that speed and that knowledge in these games. And that's something that Garto and Hollywood, being not only two-time champions, but players who've been here for a long time, are absolutely capable of doing. Now, I'm very curious to see exactly what happens and when the rushes start happening. You'll see a lot of better players.
Yeah.
You'll see a lot of better players go in and start to take these fights already at like 3 minutes. And we're at 5 minutes, which here at the UEL means that you're no longer allowed to build anything or queue any more players.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
It is the fighting phase basically now. And you're going to see a lot of the armies start to come together and clash. And I'm pretty confident here looking at it that the Blaze do seem to have an extreme advantage.
Yeah, I mean, everyone watching, you can see the number of military units that are now starting to traverse across the map. They seem to be incredibly organized, but just tons of firepower, getting ready to move in and start blitzing really their opponents almost immediately. We have about 4 minutes left coming up here. So within those 4 minutes, you guys are going to start seeing the action unfold. Units start to get taken down, and then a clear victor, start to be displayed.
Yeah, so I'm looking here. It looks like the armies are just waiting to get their last pieces of army stage.
Yes.
You can see Hollywood here getting his army together. And those are the zealots I was talking about earlier. You can see all their little swords sticking together here, all of them grouping up together.
Correct.
Getting ready for the next fight coming up.
Yep. I love how organized they seem, sort of getting them on the cusp of their march, if you will. As soon as he finishes getting all of these units together, like I said, it's just going to be a storm across the map. The name of the game is to take out your opponent, so it's going to happen quickly.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
That's the thing. The speed of this game can be really slow or really, really quick.
Now, you're obviously a very experienced StarCraft 2 player. Is the momentum of when the shift of momentum happens within the game, is it very obvious, relatively quickly, whether or not you're going to win or lose? Is there sort of strategy towards making a comeback? Is there a late game sort of potential to make a turn?
So it actually kind of depends.
Okay.
So if a team hasn't really done anything like they're doing here, right?
Right.
There's not really been any skirmishes or any fights or anything, or turret rushes is something that's common.
Early game pokes and stuff like that.
Yeah, that stuff is going to drastically drop your ability to play fights, right? Because if you have less players or less buildings, right? Then you're going to be set back. Well, the other team's already building stuff and summoning things and putting stuff together.
Okay.
And you see, this is already, if this happened earlier in the game, these teams would be set back by 5 or 6 buildings.
Right.
Compared to the Blaze, maybe, who have all their buildings still together.
Okay.
So watching this, I think that they're winning, except for the fact that Garto has a lot of good defense here. The Wolves are going for another push here, but Garto seems to have a lot of pressure, absolutely obliterating their army. A lot of the squishies getting taken out just by the fact of those tanks. The humans have a really good AoE attack tank that can basically set up into a mini artillery turret.
So does it come down to utility? Like that Garto just had better utility there because of his units are just simply better? Is that what that is? Or is it the numbers? Is it the numbers that he allocated towards the fight?
Both of the above, honestly. You can see Garto had a lot of that defense there. He had the tank sitting there. He had a lot of the characters, but like he had his main army sitting there waiting for the Wolves to kind of push up. He saw that and just kept letting them walk by.
That's interesting.
As he like lit them up more and more.
Now, is there multiple players on the screen, not just the Blaze and the Wolves? Is there more than just 2 teams on the map?
Absolutely not. Typically, this game's actually played 1v1 or 2v2.
Wow. Okay.
So having a 4v4 version of this game is a little bit different than how it is normally played. You can see Garto here going for a really good push, getting very far into the base.
Sort of steamrolling.
Yeah, Garto absolutely getting those battle cruisers. You can see loads of damage. You can see him just absolutely lighting up. I'm curious to see if he has gotten... Oh, he got a TP. And he TPs the battle cruisers away, basically meaning they hit warp drive, are going to go to another part of the map here.
Wow.
And that means that this game is most likely going to be over for the Wolves.
Garto looking pretty confident.
Absolutely. Garto was on a team with a couple of very confident players. Cat, Dictator, Chicken, players like that have really been able to show their skill in these games.
Right. Well, this calls into question some of the things that I talked about. You know, do you forfeit now and save a little bit of time, or could there potentially be a comeback? I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of units just sort of storm across the field. They're losing a lot of these fights.
Here's Lockdown also pushing in and taking Kenny's base out. You can see how large Lockdown's army is compared to Kenny. He just has a lot of the pressure, and that's where you come with the forfeit. And sometimes, if you don't have the game knowledge, you don't know you've lost.
Yeah,
and that's
a
the
really
thing.
Good point. Wow.
The Wolves have kind of already lost.
Right.
They lost too many people, and they have not taken enough.
And that may come, that may come a little bit with like the experience. And right there, the Blaze have now officially won. I think we saw that sort of happening relatively quickly. Kudos to you for picking up, very quickly that this is how the game is going to unfold.
Yeah, that was really good pressure there by the Blaze. They definitely were able to keep their build. Even though I saw Terrans, they actually knew what they were doing with the Terrans and were able to keep it a consistent push and a consistent rush.
Yeah. Well, we just watched StarCraft 2. There was a level of aggression that sort of came out of the Blaze. Moving into this next game, which is going to be Skullgirls, it should be interesting. A fighting game. Are they going to maintain that same level of aggression moving to this? You think so?
I don't know. Because looking at this list here, I'm not quite sure on either team who is going to go in for this game. I believe that Gurins is a pretty good Skullgirls player.
Okay.
I know that Hollywood and Garto probably have something in this game, but I'm not sure if they have any real fighters. I believe for Jane is going to be a sports player, or he may be a fighter. But one thing I will know, I'm going to predict the Wolves lineup right now. It is going to be Kevin and Lemony. Earlier, I was talking to Jay Biscuit, and he didn't want to play 2 games, NCAA and Skullgirls. So he does not want to be in for this game at all.
All right, so there's a dog in this fight. All right. That's interesting. That's interesting. A little bit of pride potentially even at play. Okay.
Perhaps. But, definitely, you could see for Jay Biscuit's first game in there, not an amazing showing for him.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of pressure in for that game. StarCraft being one of those games that's just really hard to figure out and learn. But now going into Skullgirls, one of our fighters here at the UEL, this season being a lot heavier in fighters, meaning that these games do matter a lot, and having knowledge in these games is really important. Skullgirls being an anime fighter, as it's called, it's a 2D animated kind of game. Actually, each of the frames and each of the characters in this game are hand animated.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It's an older game, but Skullgirls is very fun.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I noticed moving into this game is that sort of makes it feel a little bit different than other fighters is sort of the extension of like hitboxes, if you will, in terms of like just the amount of range that can just unfold in any given moment in order to sort of poke your opponent and maintain pressure is fascinating. You're seeing a little bit of what I just talked about right here on your screen. An absolutely massive character on the right side. Tell me about this character.
So this character is actually my main too, Big Band. He is a funny little guy, and whoever this is hitting... Oh my god, Hollywood is hitting these consistent combos.
I knew it was.
You saw the health bar, and out goes one of the characters. So in this game, you can pick between 1 to 3 characters. And that depends on how large their health bar is, right?
Right.
And that means that Hollywood was just able to take out basically an entire health bar on a 2-man team because he's a 1-man with loads of HP.
Wow. Good footsies right there, backing up a little bit so he can't maintain pressure.
Yep.
Wow.
And you're going to see here Peacock, one of the characters going against Big Band, actually is a terrible matchup for Peacock, being a zoner type character, meaning she really wants to be a full screen, while Big Band has a full screen move that is a basically giant rock'em sock'em robot that has armor to it, which is basically just being able to tank multiple hits.
Who's on Big Band? What player are we looking at on Big Band?
Is that
Hollywood?
I'm going to check, but it looks like whoever.
That's Hollywood.
Oh, Wolves are P1, so that is going to be Hollywood on the Big Band.
Yep. That's what we thought. And I was going to assume, proud of that, when we were thinking about what players to bring in here, Hollywood last week was very, very aggressive in his game against the Ravens. So I thought if he was selected to compete within this game, he was going to play with that level of aggression. You're maybe not going to see so many defensive mechanics out from him. I think he's, for lack of a better term, he's going to be mashing buttons, just trying to get a lot of damage output. But what I have noticed is his footsies. You'll see the way that he sort of steps back a little bit. That comes with game knowledge of knowing the distance of the character that you're playing against. You see the character he's playing against just whiffed I want to say is a high strike, but he's done it twice now. And Hollywood's able to sort of continue a little bit of this pressure. Okay.
And Hollywood gets another grab. One thing I'm not seeing from Hollywood is any combos off of his grab, but he hits the level 1, which is basically just a giant move. He is called the Big Band for a reason, because he hurts like a truck. This is the other fun part of this game. If it is a one-player team, you get 2 health bars.
Okay. Now, what's the character he's going against here?
This is going to be Double, which is basically the, I don't know if you've ever played, like, Street Fighter, which is like the 12 of this game, right?
Yep.
He is or they are the copy character.
There we go.
It's able to basically do a load of different moves.
Oh, wow. I like that. There was a particular move he'd used right there, sort of a dive-in mechanic. It seemed like a mid-strike. Wasn't necessarily a high. I'd like to see him utilize that just a little bit more. It closes the distance, but is also a relatively fast move. He was able to sort of definitely close the distance right there, take away that health bar.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. So, as you see there, Hollywood's first health bar goes straight down, right? Hollywood didn't even need Gartel. But that was at the point. Hollywood's Regine, but Hollywood wakes up there off of losing his first health bar, and since the other team had already lost almost all of her health, he wakes up and hits the super ability and is able to just completely wipe the double off the board, meaning that is game over for the Wolves, and another great point for the Blaze.
Yeah, Blaze up now 2-1. I think one of the things that is going to be interesting is as we sort of like move on throughout the night, the Wolves, like I said earlier, are 0-4. And they're really to sort of break out of their shell a little bit today. They have a couple of young players, right? But they also were looking to get that first win in the win column. At this moment, while we're still early in the night, when they take a loss like that, they've got to let it just roll off their back and move into the next game. But you also have to learn from it. Now, if we have, like you said, we have 5 different genres, right? We have 33 different games. At one point, there is going to be another fighting game that is selected. When that happens, what can they learn from that previous match against the Blaze that's going to help them fighters down the line?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's much you could figure out from that. Skullgirls being a kind of that, like, different game. It's got a lot of its own aspects to it.
Right.
You can kind of tell that Hollywood likes to play those heavy-hitting characters that like are consistent. It's one of the more consistent players.
Yeah.
He's not very good in the meta, but here at the UEL, he's beloved because he's so much fun. Big Band is so silly.
That's hilarious. I did notice, though, when we talk about that aggression, that level of pressure, when we move into games like, say, Mortal Kombat 1 is on the wheel, if you're able to sort of apply that pressure and make them play off of their back foot throughout the match, they actually may be able to sort of get one over on them, particularly with mix-ups. If you're leading your attack with a low strike and they're not blocking low, or you lead an attack with an overhead in order to sort of break their defense a little bit and then go into a combo string, they need to start playing characters that have solid mix-ups and hopefully get games like Mortal Kombat that really play into those.
Absolutely. And you can see now we are going into Ragnarok. I mean, I want to say one thing, though. Jay Biscuits went in for that game.
Yeah.
Jay Biscuit went in for that game. I'm curious to see if he wanted to or if this was a choice to save Kevin here. Maybe he did know how to play the game or they wanted to save him for another thing coming up.
That's interesting. Well, Blaze just took a timeout, so we have 3 minutes before we jump into this next game, which I think is interesting. I've noticed the last few matches that we've casted over, there has been a timeout, particularly before Ragnarok. Now, could you tell me a little bit about this game and why they would have wanted to take a timeout to sort of strategize for what we're about to see?
So Ragnarok is one of the strategy games here at the UEL. Basically, if for those of you who've played it before, I've been told it's kind of like Dynasty Warriors.
Basically, that is a very good comparison.
Basically, you pick from like one of, I believe, 8 different characters. And your goal is to do whatever the game says for you to do. And you go against hordes of minions. For those of you who are younger, it's like 3D field runners. And basically your goal is to kill all the little guys. And how we win here at the UEL is after 8 minutes, the game is over. And whoever has the most points at the end of the game wins. And it's basically the grand total.
Yeah. So I like this game because it's sort of it's very different in terms of who our players are playing against. They're actually not fighting against each other. They're taking out, it's essentially a PvE experience. They're going to be taking out a lot of bots and different waves of AI that you're going to see on your screen. That's why I wanted to explain this to the viewer, because there's going to be some of you that are wondering, why are they not attacking each other? Now, here's something interesting that we noticed last week. Just because you're basically eliminating bots, racking up a score, potentially having more score than your opponent by the end and getting that win, that doesn't mean that there isn't strategy involved with basically screwing over your opponent. What does that mean? Well, imagine one team is taking out a huge group or a huge mob of ads, right? And then someone from the opposing team comes in and steals those ads. That person doesn't necessarily have to rack up a lot of points themselves, but if they're taking out ads that you aren't taking out, it's reducing your overall score. So there is a little bit of strategy. It's not just taking out ads. I like that.
I think that's a big part of this game. So, I mean, that's something I'm interested in. As you saw there, the Blaze did call a timeout. This game is one of the harder ones to set up. I mean, can you tell me a little more on how the timeouts and forfeits here work?
Right, so for those of you watching, you can see right below the actual team names, both the Wolves and the Blaze, they have a number of timeouts and they have a number of forfeits. So that's what the FF stands for. If there's a game that you know that you and your team aren't necessarily equipped for, you don't have the best in-game knowledge, you don't necessarily know the characters of a fighting game, maybe there's a shooter that nobody on your team necessarily excels in, if that game gets spun on the wheel and you're forced to play that game, if you don't want to waste time knowing that you probably are going to lose that matchup, you can decide then to forfeit the game, give the opponents a point, but then it allows you to sort of move on throughout the night and potentially pick up more wins in games that you excel in. So it basically comes down to just not wanting to waste your time on a game that you know you're going to take a loss, right? Could you explain more about the timeouts?
So each team is given 5 timeouts at the start of a game. These timeouts are 2 minutes or 3 minutes in duration. Apologies.
Okay.
And basically, you're allowed to call them in between games on setups. You're allowed to call them for adding time to your setup or to strategize.
Correct.
You're also, if your setup timer runs out for that certain game and you still haven't set up the game,
right,
then you are forced to run a timeout.
Ooh.
And that is the hard part, is if you run out of timeouts, you're forced to forfeit the game.
And
so
you're forced to.
And that's where the knowledge of the UEL and setup here at these games comes in incredibly handy.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
the other thing that's interesting about the timeouts, though, is after halftime, right? Every team's timeouts go down to 2. You don't gain 2. It doesn't reset to 2. If you went to below 2, you still have that many. So if you have 1 timeout left, it's still 1 after halftime. But every team has to at least go down to 2 at halftime.
Well, and that's interesting. You mentioned that if you're not particularly ready by the time your timeout has finished or the setup phase is done and you haven't called a timeout, we've seen situations unfold here on the floor of the arena where a particular player didn't have their controllers ready, the controllers or their equipment wasn't working, and their team was forced to forfeit a game that they excel in, but they just weren't ready in time. So timeouts are crucial, not just for strategy, but just making sure you've got everything together.
Yeah, I mean, it's for the strategy part of it, but that's why they're so valuable, right?
Yes,
because there's so many different uses for the one thing.
Yep.
It becomes incredibly important to make sure that you're using them correctly.
Now, the character that we're seeing here on the screen, obviously a ranged character, sort of shooting these fireballs, if you will, which puts a dot on the opponent, doing a little bit of tick damage over time, also sort of lighting up other enemies that they come in contact with, sort of like just kind of lighting them on fire. So it's great for clearing out, waves or just groups that are sort of attacking. But what you're also going to notice as we transition between different players is there going to be close-range characters like this that are able to just slash and gash and basically take out mobs in an up-close fashion as opposed to being, necessarily ranged.
Yep. And each character has a different kind of ability or setup ability.
Yeah.
The archer or fireball you were talking about earlier was Ayla. Ayla is the archer who shoots fireballs. She's big at AoE. She has an AoE ability that stuns every single non-named or like squishy character in the game.
Yeah.
And then what you're watching right now is Carthro, who is a healing character. Who is built to like assist his team and work with them.
Okay, so do you have tank characters as well?
Sorta. There's a character called Bjorn Sir.
Yeah, you get more
I
points for
believe
resting,
that
apparently.
he is kind of built to tank.
So
He's
if
a
one of
melee
them is down,
character
I
who
think
hurts
she
like a
would just
truck.
rest.
He's got ice abilities. But
Potentially pulling aggro? Is there aggro in this game?
sort of. So, you know, it's whoever last hit the enemy,
that's interesting.
it'll lock onto them.
Right. There's definitely strategy that can be sort of managed around that. I like that.
For sure. As you can see, they're clearing out the named enemies in these rooms. All these warlocks. Going to probably give them a load of points. I believe the warlocks give you a very large amount of points.
Yeah.
You'll see them all collecting these little things on the floor that are actually like their assists, or like not assists, but like boosts to their HP, or the orange ones are damage, or there's the blue ones that are shields. It's really important that you pick those up, or you're going to be really lacking later on in the level. As you can see in the top right of the screen, we are 3 minutes and 11 seconds into this game. So we still have 5 minutes to go before it is called time over.
Right, and within those 5 minutes, what you're going to notice is the enemies are gradually going to get more and more difficult. They're not going to be necessarily taken out with 1 or 2 sword slashes or just a couple of bows and a dot effect being put on them. Eventually, they're going to be pretty tough, and that's where a lot of the teamwork is going to come into play. But that's also where you're going to see members of the opposing teams trying to sneak over and steal those last-minute, those last-second kills, I should say, with some type of an ability or AoE effect or what have you. If you're able to pick up or steal a lot of basically these ads from your opponent, it could make the difference in getting a win or a loss. Because at the end of the game, we're basically going to be tallying up how many points both teams have, and whoever has more points takes the dub.
Oh, so the Blaze are picking up a strategy that the Paladins actually came up with recently.
Oh.
So basically, they are reviving each other and stacking, because reviving gives you a certain amount of points. And sometimes it's safer to be more consistent with the revival points.
Wow.
Than to do that. So they're basically going to revive each other, and then the other one's going to stand on the trap.
Wow. Now, are there going to be ads that come out while they're reviving each other?
Due to this being a dungeon and this being an empty part of the dungeon, no.
Oh, wow.
So this map specifically is incredibly advantageous for this.
Oh, wow.
The Blaze are just free. They're safe.
Wow. That's really, really smart. Is there any other tactics like that we've seen sort of unfold within the UEL?
I mean, we've seen people go with kill steals and stuff like that, but realistically, the only thing that's really been like the biggest strategy here at the UEL and the most consistent one is following around these big hordes.
Yeah,
like the bigger matches. Yeah, because they are going to allot a load of points.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Especially because getting kill streaks is really important in these games.
Yes. So I did actually learn that last week. So if there's a huge group of enemies, maintaining sort of a combo, if you will, a kill streak within each one of them, sort of making sure that there's not too much time in between each and every kill, sort of racking up that combo, if you will, leads to basically a multiplying of your score, which is going to be advantageous to just getting the dub for your team. The other thing that I've definitely have noticed is specific players that understand the maps really well, sort of not just environmental awareness, but just map knowledge in general, understand where the enemies are going to be spawning in, and then within that, they're actually like getting ready for that with their teammates, and they're picking up the kills a little bit quicker than maybe a player that doesn't know where the spawn points are.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big thing. A lot of these maps have specific points, as you said, where they come, like the enemies will come from.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the teams are actually all meeting up here in this main starting area, and they're starting to fight back in. You can see all those name bars, the treasure wraiths are big enemies as they're waiting to get through to the encounter door.
Yeah, and we did just hear a little bit on the comms. They're calling out enemies on me, enemies on me. So a little bit of communication can go a long way with just picking up huge groups of enemies. And you can see here there is 20, 30 different spiders there on the floor. Picking up all those is going to be big. More of the revives.
That room is like Arachnophobe's worst night. Oh my god. Oh.
Almost like a Leroy Jenkins moment here where they just ran in here and tons of these spider ads.
25% of survival. Leroy! You know.
Jenkins. I like it. I like it.
And basically, they just have to clear the entire thing by killing the eggs.
Right.
And I'm curious to see if they're actually going to kill the eggs.
Wow.
Because the eggs are the goal.
Looks like the spider sort of mutated into a bigger form.
Some of the boss spiders are larger characters. Brood mothers and stuff like that exist in this area.
Oh, I gotta love it. I love the combination of, there's two different like sort of fire damage. There was somebody sort of within the front that was sort of almost like shooting out fire with a shield, it looked like. So two different dots?
Yes, so that would be Jal Belsul, who is basically a melee character with a shield that shoots fire.
Ah, gotcha.
He runs around and does that.
Yeah,
That's
so
really all he does.
I can say that sort of. I can see that sort of lending itself within these tight corridors of these dots. It's almost like flame, damage over time that's being applied to these spiders, and then they're constantly just sort of tumbling over each other, which leads to just, I think, faster TTK, which is time to kill, when they're able to apply multiple dots like this, and then gradually take out those bigger enemies like you're seeing here.
Yeah, you could see that. The other thing that's important is the fire and frost combo in this game. You can see the Yuki, or the Ice Lady in this game. You see her with that aura earlier. She's able, if you inflict fire or frost on the enemy, you can inflict the opposite, and it'll really drastically increase that damage that you were doing.
Interesting. They only have about 15-20 seconds left right here before the end of the match. So they're trying to get out as much damage and points as they can, getting these last few eliminations.
If you can see how much damage that did to the eggs really quickly.
Hands up. So at this point, all of the players cannot touch their controller anymore. And we're going to eventually be led to the end of the game, and then we're going to tally up all of their points. But that's what you're seeing on your screen. We only have an allocated amount of time. Once that time runs out, the players have to stop playing.
Yeah. As people are doing math, we're going to swap back to us.
Yep.
I mean, that was a pretty fun game.
It was. It's so interesting. It's such a different game. What I'm surprised by, though, is we've already had multiple strategy games on that wheel of 33 games. So we're almost out of strats at this point.
We have a lot of strategies games that have rolled. You said, as you said, we've got Maelstrom.
Yeah.
We've had
Ragnarok.
What was the other one that just rolled? Oh my
StarCraft.
God. Okay, thank you. I feel like a hamster. I got no memory here.
That's funny.
Nah, but I mean, those are 3 games in a row that were.
Yeah.
And then you got Skullgirls too. So we have yet to see a shooter, and that is gonna be the next game though.
Yeah, you know what's interesting though too is there's strategy games that when you see teams excelling within strategy, they can also be applied to shooter. Rainbow Six Siege being one of them. Now we obviously have already skipped over Rainbow Six Siege, but if you start to see some shooters roll out, we've noticed strategy even on games like Apex Legends, with taking verticality, taking sort of the leverage of rooftop control, sort of applying a head glitch, if you will, sort of shooting down at your opponents.
And a lot of these sly techniques are really helpful for that stuff.
Yeah.
And speaking of sly, we do have a really nice sponsor here today on the Sly. And welcome back. So we have just got some information that the Wolves have won that game. I'm curious to see by how many points exactly. But that was a win by the Wolves.
It's tied up. It's 2-2. By 8,000 points, we just got it on the comms. 8,000 points. Now, is 8,000 points big, or is that small within that game?
So to see on average goes between 10,000 and 20,000 points.
Oh, okay.
So 8,000 points is a kind of exceptionally large amount of difference for a team.
Okay.
So
is there anything that you can see that that the Blaze should have probably improved upon?
I don't know. I think a big thing the Blaze were doing was when they were down, they weren't rezzing each other. Meaning that, Hollywood was doing the strategy, of course.
Yeah.
But the Blaze, when they were down, were getting rezzed by the Wolves.
Yeah.
Meaning the Wolves were getting the points for the revive. So that was big points for the Wolves, I'm assuming.
Now, what is the next game that we're jumping into?
The next game is going to be Valorant, which is a shooter that we have yet to see any shooters yet today.
I love that.
So I am really interested to see how that is. Yeah. And that is a 5v5 game. So that means that everyone on both of these teams is going in, period.
Yeah, basically resetting the baseball lineup bracket that you see at the bottom of your screen. You see certain players that are grayed out, some players that aren't, because it's basically like a baseball lineup. That's where the Tier 1 through those Tier 5 players comes into play. If there's specific team members that you know excel within a shooter, you want to put those players into a shooter. Or if there's a game coming up, like we know the next game coming up on the wheel, if you know the next game plays towards a specific player on your team, you don't want to put them in now because they won't be able to play into the next game. When we run a game that's 5v5, it basically resets that baseball lineup at the bottom of your screen so everybody gets to jump in. That's really interesting.
It's great. I mean, that's where some of the strategy here comes in the UEL, besides outside of the strategy games, right? The strategy of, man, do we full send this game and risk this game rolling, right? Do we do we risk sending our best 3 players in here and risk their best game coming next, even though we could probably win this game?
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of strategy within Valorant. If you guys aren't familiar with Valorant, just think of a hero-based shooter, all of which has different abilities. Some of them can heal, some of them can take a little bit more damage with shield abilities. You can shoot around walls, all sorts of interesting things. But what I will say is the level of precision required to excel in Valorant is going to be the key to victory. Basically, as soon as you see somebody, you're just one click away from getting dropped. Probably just as bad as Rainbow Six Siege.
I think it's honestly worse.
I think it's worse.
The TTK in Valorant is so quick. Time to kill, as it's called in video games, is so short because it takes, on average, 3 or 4 bullets to kill a player. So it can be these incredibly tense moments where you're like, oh god, an enemy. And you have to turn, react, aim on them, and hit them before they start shooting at you. It is realistically a game of reaction time, skill and aim, and speed and react, and speed of like knowledge. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Is there? Do we play multiple games within the UEL? If multiple game modes, I should say.
So Valorant only has one game mode, which is Swift Play. So the biggest choices here are going to be the map, and it's going to be the team. So like side, if defense or offense first. So you can tell who gets those choices though. On top of that little setup time, you see how it says setup and you see the arrow.
There we go.
Wolves get the first choice and the Blaze get the second choice. So the Wolves can either choose map or side first. Usually a team will choose map and then let the other team choose side, or they'll let the other team choose first.
And did that come down to the rock, paper, scissors we saw at the start of tonight?
Yes, because it's going to be switching back and forth, right?
There we go.
It's going to be the team that's forced to pick.
Interesting.
And it looks like they are going to go for Ascent. I'm curious to see who is on defense and who's on attack.
Yeah.
A pretty even map as far as this stuff goes, as long as they know how to run the map. This game being, so for those of you who don't know how Valorant is played, it is a 1-to-5 game. There's 5 people on each team, and you can win by either planting the spike or the bomb on one of 2 sites, or by killing all of the enemy team.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So your end strategy is going to be, can you kill the enemy team, or do you want to outthink them?
Right, and there's going to be multiple bomb sites, if you will, or spike sites. Is that the right terminology?
Technically, just sites.
Okay, so there's going to be multiple sites that you'll see both teams either going for and or defending. Obviously, if you're on offense, most of your team, if not all of your team, is going to be pushing one particular site, but there is potential for flanks, especially depending on how mobile a specific hero is within the game. But on defense, it's going to be interesting to see who goes and how many players they sort of split within the 2 sites. Typically, you'll have 2 on one site, 2 on another, and then another person floating. And we're going to see a little bit of that here.
That's actually one of the important things on this map specifically. There is a very, very, very large mid. Basically, where it's a dead zone, right? There's not many things, there's not many points. But if you take up that space, you've kind of lost, because there's so many question marks of where the enemy can come from, how many angles they can hold.
Right.
And it becomes incredibly integral that you do want to hold the mid area on Ascent.
Okay. So it looks like Lockdown's pushing over here to A.
Looks like Lockdown is going to be playing, into A. Looks like they got a interesting Sage strategy going out, pushing her fully out.
Right.
Oh man, an X-Ray, I believe that's going to be... I can't tell which X-Ray twin that's going to be, but one of the X-Ray twins did take out one of the Blaze. Oof. Meaning that, you can hear that ISO, that little shattering noise. As Garto goes down, Kenny takes the next one. So Kevin and Kenny have each taken 1.
Oh!
Regine has taken 2, even out the game.
Down 2.
But Kenny takes Zolo and Ryan takes Regine. I believe Ryan is going to be Jay Biscuit.
Okay.
And Gurritz gets taken out too, lurking down mid. Last one alive is going to be the Lockdown here, going into sight on defense, trying to clear out sight. He doesn't see anyone immediately, but he knows that they're most likely going to be on low ground with the spike that was just planted, as you can see in the top middle, that red triangle.
So Lockdown showing up a little bit late here, but they pushed exactly how you had mentioned. Lockdown picks up the kill, hiding in the corner, right over top of the spike, goes for the double kill. He's peeking around the corner. Is he going to rotate to Lockdown's right? We're going to see a potential fake defuse here on the spike. He re-peeks it, taking his time. He may be getting poked from his right side. Is he going to stick it? He does!
Oh, man. So Lockdown, what I'm assuming Lockdown was trying to do there was get the spike to halfway. Because when you get the spike or the diffuser to halfway, it will stay there.
It'll keep its progress.
It'll keep its progress at 0.5%, at 50. So it's really important that you can do a lot of stuff. You saw him tap the spike and then go off. Basically, that makes a really loud noise notification that makes the enemy go, man, are they stopping this spike?
Exactly. That's why I sort of mentioned the fake diffusal, if you will. You'll notice that in a lot of games that have a bomb mode, whether it be the finals, whether it be Rainbow Six Siege, or obviously here on Valorant, they actually did push and sort of control the area, that mid area that you had mentioned prior to that. So kudos for knowing the strat there, just knowing the map knowledge on the casting call. But that was really good. Yeah, it was really good.
You could see the team playing up. 3 people have initiated. The KO, who is basically the area denial character, he shuts down the enemy's abilities with his knife. He has a blind and a Molotov cocktail.
Wow.
And he's sitting there, and he just whiffs all the shots. Jay Biscuit not able to get any kills through, but Gurins gets a kill on Hollywood. Rajay gets a kill on Gurins. Let's see who could go next. Lemony gets a kill on Zolo. Garza gets a kill on Lemony. And X-Ray gets a kill on Garza.
X-Ray picking up the double.
Oh, my God. And Kevin gets a kill on the rest of the team, getting the game out with a 3K at the end.
I like that.
And that is how quick this game can shift. You saw the Blaze had the disadvantage there. But the Wolves just put the Blaze just pushed in a kind of a dirty way that made them not able to win that round. And I believe that's going to be 2-0 in favor of the Wolves.
Now, who is that on the bottom right? Is that Kevin or is that Kenny?
I believe that is going to be Kevin.
Well, at the end of that round, one of the twins had a grin on their face because they knew they had picked up that double.
Absolutely.
That was exceptional. What I'd like to see a little bit from Jay Biscuit during that round was better positioning. He was sort of vulnerable by a very big broadside. One of the X-Ray twins just picked that up. Is that going to be Kenny? Kevin.
This is Kenny we are watching currently.
Okay, so Kevin is going to be X-Ray. Okay.
Kevin gets the kill on. Kevin gets killed by Rajane. Kenny gets the kill on Rajane.
Got it.
And now the game is 4-3, which is very disadvantageous. Having one less gun doesn't seem like it's that bad until you realize how bad it can be. Garto gets the kill on Gurins, evens out the game here. You can see that the Blaze all have full HP on the top of the side on their screen. A spike is planted. It's 2-3 now. The Blaze have lost. Oh man, the Wolves actually have lost. Lockdown and Hollywood are able to just initiate off of that pick that Garto was able to get.
Great.
And they're able to get the defuse off free of charge because there's no enemies left.
That was exceptional, and you guys might not be able to hear this at home, but I'm hearing some trash talk on the arena floor, particularly from Lockdown, who's coming out of retirement, come blazing. I love that.
Absolutely. Coming out blazing, you say.
Yeah.
Lockdown's coming out blazing.
Coming out blazing.
Hey. Nah, but, I mean, I'm seeing a really good showcasing here by the Wolves.
Yeah.
Losing one round in Valorant is not a huge thing. This game can be highly explosive, and one pick can mean the difference between life and death.
Yeah.
And Garto, you saw there, was able to get that one pick that basically shifted the entire round in his favor. Going forwards, you can see that the Wolves seem to be running a little bit different of a push here. Looks like the X-Ray twins are pushing down mid together. Maybe their hive mind is going to help them work well here together. You see actually a third coming down here too. Jay Biscuit working with them. All the Wolves actually playing down mid here.
Yeah, solid positioning by everybody. I was going to say, actually, one of the things I didn't like out of Jay Biscuit during one of his rounds is just his positioning. And then they sort of changed that because the X-Ray twins during the last match had really, really good positioning. It just so happened, X-Ray. That's going to be Kevin that takes down Lockdown. And then Milk Zolo takes out Kenny.
Yeah. I mean, there we go. 4-3. Rajane gets the kill on the other twin.
Yes.
Lemony gets the kill on Rajane, though. Rajane just keeps getting traded out, and he can just not catch a break here.
We got
3-3. Looks like I'm curious to see why he's holding this angle when the entire fight is on the other side of the map. I believe this means that the Wolves are going to be able to get the plant down here. 2-3. The Wolves are probably going to be able to hold site, though.
Yeah, not enough communication.
Hollywood doesn't get the pick on Gurins again. 2-2.
So Hollywood gets the pick in mid. I'm curious, maybe somebody could have dropped the spike.
And you can see that Hollywood, no, they did go to B here.
Okay.
That means that I believe this is going to have to be Zolo. Zolo rotating all the way from A.
Yeah, it's
all
tough.
the way from B, actually. No, all the way from A. Just taking all of his sweet time. Really not identifying that this was a problem until way too late. You can see the Viper ult has come out here.
Hollywood in great positioning, sort of defending this. He's shooting just random shots into this into this wall, if you will. No one's obviously defusing. This looks like it might be an easy win. Hollywood with a great pick. Oh, that wasn't even Hollywood. Zolo ended up picking up a double there at the end.
Zolo is really able to get a lot of that pressure in there, and this is going to tie the game up 2-2.
Woo!
You could see that Viper pit there, which is the name of her ultimate, a massive ult. Losing that and basically wasting it means that they're probably not going to have a guaranteed attack round or defense round.
Yeah, and you guys are going to see a lot of that. For those of you watching at home, there's a lot of sort of like visual blockage abilities that happen within Valorant that basically cut off your line of sight to either an objective, a hallway, and what have you. And you can use that to your advantage, particularly on the objective itself when someone is either planting the spike and or trying to defuse it. You can almost bait your opponents into, you'll basically throw that out so they can't see the spike. And then if they decide to push in, you can just wait and then pick them up as they're going through that wall. Tons of strategy involved with those types of abilities.
And the other advantage that Viper has is her trade-off for not having as many smokes are that her smokes deal damage.
Oh, wow.
They decay people over time.
Okay.
Meaning that if they're out of her smokes, they're back to full HP over a certain amount of time. However, that means that during the game, she is not good. That means that, like, if you're inside of the smoke, you're going to lose a lot of the HP, meaning that her Viper pit is a very big advantage.
Yep, we see a little bit of that here. Hollywood gets a couple of shots on an opponent there that looks like they're going to be pushing over to the side objective here.
With a flash grenade from, and that is going to be J-Biscuit getting down. Regine gets 2 kills here.
Hollywood!
Not getting traded out. Milk Zolo gets a kill here. And this is going to be a great execute by the Blaze. Blaze are pushing out in the site. They got Market 2 and Market and almost dead. I believe this is one of the X-Ray twins dealing a lot of damage here.
That was great. A lot of just great shots coming out of Hollywood. Great positioning. Oh, lockdown with a solid headshot there on Lemony.
And that means Lemony is also dead.
Yep, that's going to be everybody. Easy round there for the Blaze. One of the things I thought was exceptional during that round, Hollywood got a lot of damage output. Even though the kills weren't being triggered in the kill feed, he got a lot of damage output and great sort of awareness to sort of stop, sort of get his accuracy together, right? Because in Valorant, when you stand still, it helps your accuracy. Basically, the blossom that you see on that reticle in the center of your screen when you're shooting, multiple times there throughout that round, that the moment that he saw an enemy, he was able to just lock in, if you will, and land a couple of shots. And that, I think, was a huge difference maker. Just the health pools that both teams had by the time that round was, midway through.
Yeah, you see Lockdown passing the spike to the ISO this round. You'd see that's another one of Viper's abilities, her smoke, that is going to deal DK if you go into it. But that means that smoke is probably going to get deteriorated over time because Viper has a certain amount of fuel that she can use. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Garka pushes out, immediately gets hit by a Bucky, which is a shotgun. And that means Lockdown gets a kill on Kenny, but Ryan is, J-Biscuit is able to trade for Lockdown.
Yeah.
Milk Zolo gets a kill on Lemony. Hollywood gets a kill on Gurins. Lemony dies to Milk Zolo's, Milk Zolo dies to Lemony's Molotov. And it looks like Regine here is going to be at 60 HP with no shields, meaning he is in a very unfavorable position here.
And they're both just playing angles right now, playing as tight of angles as possible. Don't really know if they have a game plan to push in here, but
I don't think anything for that right now. You can see a few of the shots are trying to get traded through here. The Omen trying to spray. You could see he gets Regine gets sight on someone through tree, or the area to the left is what it's called.
And it is a 2v2, so basically just pixel peeking at this moment wouldn't be necessarily a bad idea.
And there's a flank coming in. Oh my god! And Regine is able to immediately identify the flank on J-Biscuits and immediately just take him out of the match. Oh my god! And he almost misses all of the tracking. One of the X-ray turrets, and Hollywood is just able to secure the last bit of the match with that Odin on X-ray.
Wow. And that was Kevin, yeah? I believe that was Kevin.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. Great sort of awareness, though, from Regine to be able to turn around and get that flanker that was coming in. That was really, really interesting. I love seeing plays like that. That was just big brain IQ out of Regine to know that an allocated amount of time had passed in the round. You're pushing into the room. You're only seeing one opponent, right? You're trying to pixel peek that one opponent, but where's the other one? Regine turns around, takes him out. That was awesome.
Oh, it was a very smart decision by Regine. That's incredible game sense.
Game sense.
Game sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he just barely is not able to get that kill off of the guy in mid with the Odin. He's going to back off and let mid be taken, which is an interesting decision. I'm curious to see if he's going to try to retake from a new angle here.
Maybe swapping over to B. Maybe he potentially is getting a call out that they're pushing B, so he's trying to come over here. Yep. Oh, but he gets picked on his way over to B. They made a hard, fast push over to B, and they're probably going to get this plant off. Let's see if they do. Hold your angles.
Oh my gosh.
Regine
and now
goes down.
It's one left for the Wolves. This is their last round. It's 4-2.
And a 1v3.
If Lockdown is not able to clutch this, then he might as well go back to retirement.
Oh, you guys at home can't hear. Oh,
my
lockdown!
gosh! And Lockdown is
Okay.
taken out of the game here. Kenny gets traded, but Lockdown is just absolutely sprayed out, and that means that the
Lockdown
Blaze
hurt
are
him.
able to get killed here.
Wow.
And
that is too funny. You called him out, and then Lockdown secures the last kill. He says, no, I'm here to stay. Now the 5th player on the Blaze putting in work. That's awesome to see, especially after he had his moment over on Maelstrom to come out and excel in Valorant the way he just did. That was great. That was
Absolutely.
Yeah.
3-2 going into the second hour of this game. 4 minutes left until we go to hour 2.
Yep.
Something we didn't explain too much earlier is how we play at the UEL is a 4-hour clock in the 33 games. We spin the wheel, we play the game. After the game's winning circumstances are met, that team gets the point.
Yep.
And now we're getting close to hour 2, meaning that we're about an hour out from halftime.
Yeah, we're moving into Need for Speed, which is our first racing game of the night. This game, unlike any racing game you have ever seen, if you haven't seen this, this is Hot Pursuit Remastered, correct?
Yes, this is Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered.
It's an absolute blast. I love this game. You are not necessarily racing just everybody on a track, just racing in one direction. Let's see who crosses the finish line first. There's cops, there's criminals, there's abilities like spike strips being laid out, there's EMPs going off, helicopters flying overhead. It's going to be fascinating. But is there a player on either one of these two teams that you would say excels within racers themselves?
I know that Hollywood is a very good racer. I
Yeah.
believe he earned a racer award a couple of seasons back. I must say the tier 1, Hollywood, obviously. And then the other tier 1 that I'm curious to see about is X-Ray Gurins. Not really a tier 1 that I expected to see here today. Oh, and now we're going to get the tier 1 matchup here. You can see that Hollywood.
Oh, Hollywood's feeling himself. Hollywood's feeling himself.
Oh, he's clean. Ooh. Okay. And then you got Gurins hitting the whip and Nene on the other side, going 2-2 currently.
Yeah.
2-1 in strategy, 0-1 in shooters.
Yeah, the shooter's not too big of a deal, I don't think.
Yeah.
I thought they played really well. They had their moments, I would say, but I wouldn't take anything away from that. I think they're still a very good shooter team. But that's not too bad. Kind of what we're going to do here, though, is we're going to check out the Tier 2 players. You see the records at the top of the screen. Now let's jump into Tier 2. Both of these players, 2-2.
Oh, man. Garto, really goofy. I'm sorry, what are the X-Ray Twins one? Can you lean so I can see this?
This is going to be...
Wait,
Ooh.
What is their video? It's both of the X-Ray Twins. One coming out from the other one.
Right there. Gotta love it. So that's
that's
actually going to be
great.
Kenny. So there's Kenny and obviously there's Kevin. Both of them are twins. And looking at the record right here, 2-1 in strategy, 0-1 in shooters.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that we've gotten as many strategy games as we have, but they've done pretty well.
Yeah, and I'm going to say one thing, though. Kenny has been in for every win so far.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point.
Kenny
that's a really
has,
good point.
I believe Garto has too, but Kenny has been able, and Kenny, I believe, has taken some of the losses that Garto has, and vice versa.
Yeah.
And that's one of the fun things about these 5-mans is you're going to get kind of inside of the game rivalries,
Right.
not even league-wide rivalries, but in this game, these two people are going to go back and forth.
Right, and it's going to be players. All right, let's just think about this. There's going to be players on the Wolves that saw the aggression from Hollywood when we were playing Skullgirls, and they're going to get ticked off about how aggressive he's actually playing. We're jumping into Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. Aggression in this game is on a whole nother level, right? You can stay right behind somebody, EMPing them, ramming them off the road, dropping spike strips, gradually depleting their health. There might be a player that is running from the cops that they just can't get to. As we move throughout the rest of the night, you're going to notice those specific players that you can't quite figure out. And Need for Speed is a great game for that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, Need for Speed is also one of those games, because how we play Need for Speed in the league is we play what's called Most Wanted. Most Wanted is a game mode where, of course, Need for Speed, for those who don't know, is cops and robbers, right?
Yes.
It's race car cops and robbers. And in Hot Pursuit, your goal for the cops is to get someone who's called the Most Wanted, right?
Yeah.
The Most Wanted is one person who is randomly allocated on the robbers team. And basically their goal is to get out of the cop's aura. You'll see it on the mini-map. It's his flashing red and blue aura. And the cop's goal, as I said, is to crash out that Most Wanted, and the rest of the robbers don't really matter.
Yeah.
And that's why the robbers basically have to run body blocker this entire time.
Yeah, and when I said that this racing game is unlike any other racing game that we play here on the UEL wheel, both teams are going to have abilities that you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And when I say abilities, you're like, well, what are you talking about? Well, if you're a cop, you have things like speed strips that you can pull down. You can call in helicopters that put blockades up, a mile up the road. And as the criminals, you basically have to either ram your way through these barricades, sort of wiggle your way through them. Maybe you're going to hit a cop car, maybe you don't. But if your momentum is stopped, there are going to be cops behind you that catch up, ram you into the wall, gradually depleting your health. If you're a criminal in this, there is a most wanted. And if they take out that most wanted, they win. So, okay, there's multiple criminals on the road. What do? Well, you're trying to protect the most wanted as much as possible. So you can lay down speed strips and take out the cops so that they don't get to your teammate that is the most wanted player. So there's tons of strategy involved, and that's what I think sets it apart from the other racing games.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's like EMPs also,
Yep.
something you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
There's also another really fun ability that I like to see. It's called Turbo.
Oh,
it's turbo. It's obvious what it is. You go fast that way.
Yeah, Vin
But-
Diesel that way.
Yeah, but it's so entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
Because you'll see them, and then the screen will zoom out. It'll go kind of black and white,
Yeah.
and then they just
Fly.
go.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll do it at the wrong moments. We got about a minute left here, left in the timeout. But like I said, some of the players will do it at the wrong moment, not knowing that there's a turn coming up ahead, and they'll hit that turbo. They'll just start blasting down the road, and then a turn's coming up. Not so good. You'll see them ram into the wall, potentially even losing some health, making it easier for the cops. We're gonna spin the wheel here and see what the next game may be. Oh, it's Roller Champions. I was
nice.
actually hoping we were going to get Halo, but Roller Champions, nonetheless, a sports game that Magna and myself both love, so that's interesting.
Okay, Rajane is going to be the one who is most wanted here today. So
I guess he don't got to say.
I like that. I like that.
that means that the Blaze are going to be the racers. You can see on the top side of your screen any information you need on who's in for this game and what they're doing.
Okay.
So,
I like that. So basically, like we said earlier, they're going to be protecting their most wanted player while the cops are trying to take out that most wanted player. Now, if the cops happen to take out a racer, deplete their health, and basically kill them, once that happens, they can no longer spawn back in. They can't protect the most wanted. But that also means just because they take out a racer, that doesn't mean they win the game. They have to take out the most wanted in order to win. So it's a game of cat and mouse. We're going to jump right into it right now. You're watching Rajane on your screen. He's going to be a little bit further out in front, but you can see the rear view mirror in the top already has some cop lights. He's trying to get as far out ahead as he can. Like I said earlier, in the bottom left, you see the 4 abilities that are essentially going to be the D-pad of your controller, if you will. You have the turbo on the top, spike on the bottom, jam, which is your EMP. Or no, I'm sorry. Jam is the ability to not be EMP'd by the cops. You can press that in order to make sure that you can't get EMP'd. Your EMP then is going to be on the left.
yeah, you can see in the rearview mirror on the top of the screen, though, that the cops are starting to
they're
pressure up
already
the
on
most
him.
wanted. Yeah, they're almost only fully on him. There's barely any racers between the cop and the most wanted here. The racers
Holy
are trying
moly.
desperately to stop these cops, but it's just a bloodbath as everyone is hitting each other.
Wow, Rajane makes a smart move by going off-road. That can make all the difference by the end of the game, but they're right on his tail. You see the lights at the top of your screen. His teammates need to do a better job of protecting him, or he's going to be taken out relatively early. Now, he does have 2 abilities that he can use. He has the spike and he has the jam. Right now, he's not necessarily looking to use the jam. He's going to probably drop a spike relatively soon, but they're going to try to EMP him. And he jammed the EMP, is that correct?
A teammate actually jammed it for him.
Oh,
meaning that
there we
the
go.
Blaze are having really good communication here.
Wow.
Being able to, like, communicate like that and call for that, needing that is incredibly important.
Woo! EMP denied. So he uses his first ability, that jam on the right side of his D-pad, if you will, or his directionals. He's getting bumped in the tail right now. Eventually, though, there's going to be portions of this map that he can go off-road. Oh, he just hit him with a spike.
And he hits him with a perfectly timed spike with just enough space for it to initiate and fan out, but not enough time for the cop to react.
Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all. And that was really, really good timing by Rajane. He seems to be, like, pretty experienced. The way that he's sort of drifting around these corners, he's definitely played this game a good bit.
Yeah.
You can tell. Now, he almost has his second spike back. You do have a limited number of resources, so his teammates need to do a better job of getting up there so that he doesn't have to burn all of his resources so that he can stay on the road longer and outplay that team. I'm not seeing anybody in his rearview mirror, so they're doing a relatively good job right now. We got Gurrens getting ready to get EMP'd. He might just... Oh, he's EMP'd, taking a lot of damage.
Gurrens' HP on the bottom right, that red bar.
Yep.
Oh my god, I believe that's Kenny's too.
Wow. Oh my goodness. So both of them are relatively low health of the cops. The Blaze are doing a great job protecting Regine right now. You don't see anybody in this cop's rear view mirror. This is going to be Kenny, correct?
I believe this is going to be Kenny, yes.
Yeah. So Kenny doesn't have anyone in his rear view mirror, which is a bad sign. He's not near anybody, it looks like. He also has another cop right next to him, and I can't necessarily even see anybody in front of him either. This is looking great for the Blaze. They seem to have a little bit of distance between them and the cops.
Kenny is able to thread the needle here, keeping up with the most wanted, but there is one Razor, as you can see, that orange dot on the mini-map between Kenny and the enemy, and that's why you should have a Razor between the cop and the enemy, because he's able to tank the EMPs. So the most wanted isn't needed to take those.
Now they are starting to catch up, so kudos for them for gradually catching up here. But the thing that Regine has working for him is he has a teammate that is protecting him right now. They're doing a great job. They're going to utilize the rearview mirror, like I said, at the top of the screen, kind of see where this cop is pulling up, and they're gradually going to block them off. It's a little bit of cat and mouse. He's going to try to skip right past this racer in order to get to the most wanted. Sometimes they'll deploy a block, a road spike, something to get that second racer off their tail, but now he has Regine in his sights. Blockade coming up! All three get through the blockade!
And Kenny's HP is so low that if he even gets tapped once, he is most likely going to get out here. Kenny is able to keep up, but again, he has two racers on either side of him. Kenny can get kicked out here at a moment's notice. Tapped just barely not enough.
He may go off-road here. Gets a decent hit, but he's so low.
Oh my goodness.
How is he alive?
This is incredible here. Kenny is somehow living on a prayer. Car being held together by duct tape and the power of friendship here. Just not enough.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. But they're doing a great job of sort of blocking him out, just sort of stonewalling him here. They're gonna try to go for a little bit of a tail.
Oh my gosh.
Gone.
And Kenny is out, and you'll see also that the most wanted has exited the police's aura. You can see no aura on the minimap on the left side of your screen here.
Think of it like Grand Theft Auto, guys. If you're within the wanted range of the police in Grand Theft Auto, obviously you can't escape them. Regine has now basically gotten out of that radius circle, if you will, and the most wanted have now officially won. Blaze taking home that win.
And that is a Blaze victory by an astonishingly large amount. See, I knew Hollywood was good at that game because he used to be on the Reapers, who were and are one of the best Need for Speed teams in the league.
That was incredible. I mean, I was a little concerned at the start of that match because Regine had so many cops on him, but then by the time his teammates caught up, I mean, they started really aiding him. He didn't have to necessarily use a lot of his resources. They were taking the cops off the road. To be honest, I don't know if it was necessarily the Blaze and their coherent sort of the way that they gelled together on the track right there. I don't know if it was that or if it was just the inexperience of the Wolves, because it seems like there was moments where Regine was going off-road and the Wolves didn't know about those shortcut paths. So it might have just been a lack of experience and or just game knowledge of the track.
Absolutely. Knowing the Blaze, and like I said, Hollywood and Garto being ex-Reapers, I'm assuming the Blaze have also most definitely worked on that game. And seeing that, I think that backs up my point of view.
Yeah. What's the next game that we're jumping into?
Next game is going to be Roller Champs. Speaking of games that I think the Blaze have been working on, though, the Blaze at the start of the season being a team that was built off of being a sports team. Roller Champions being one of those niche sports games. So, Oh, also, we will be right back. We're having...
he loses this now, I don't even know.
You
All right,
lost
calm
to
down,
him.
TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Fury right now hunting down that kill from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a little bit of a technical difficulties right here, so we had to cut away for a little bit, but we're back. We're getting ready to roll into Roller Champions, if you will, which is a game within our sports category that I personally love from the developer of Ubisoft. Could you tell me a little bit about Roller Champions?
I mean, Roller Champs is basically, how do you explain it?
Oh man, this is interesting.
It's basketball. Or
Yeah.
actually, let's say that.
That's
I don't-
accurate.
I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Aztec ball game.
It's true.
It's roller derby plus the ball game, or basketball.
You could just say it's roller derby and basketball,
Yeah.
right? So roller derby in the sense that they are going to be racing around a ring, and then there is a basketball hoop sort of, instead of being the basketball rim sort of being faced vertically like it is in basketball, it's going to be sideways. So the hoop, the score through the hoop is going to be from left and right as they're racing around the ring. Now, these roller derby players, there's going to be a ball that's just dropped randomly onto the rink itself. They have to pick up the ball, and then they have to race around the ring at least one time in order to get a eligible point that they can score. You don't get a point just from racing. You get an eligible point. You then have to shoot through the hoop, and you have to get it through the hoop in order to get that point. It's really cool. I like it.
It's really entertaining. And
Yeah.
the other thing you can do that makes it a roller derby aspect is you can just throw yourself into someone else.
Yeah, you can knock the living daylights out of somebody, and you're going to see that really
Yeah.
often. There's players within our league that just simply don't pick up the ball. They are the hitmen, if you will, all
Yup.
puns intended. They absolutely just deck everybody that is on the rink itself, and you'll notice those players as the gameplay starts to evolve. But then there's going to be other players that are really, really good at shooting, and those are basically our shooters. So to put the ball through the hoop isn't necessarily as easy as it might seem. When a point becomes eligible, you can throw it into the hoop completely on the opposite side of the ring, or you can sort of slam dunk it. You can jump up right in front of it and just sort of lay it up through the actual basket itself. There are some players, though, that are just simply better shooters within the league. So prior to the actual basket being attempted, you'll notice a pass between separate players in order to give the ball to somebody that's like a Kobe Bryant, if you will, that they know is going to get it into the hoop.
Your shooter.
Yeah.
And that's the important thing. And that's where also the important part of this game comes in. There is goaltending in this game.
Yes.
That's something that a lot of people who don't have a lot of experience in these games don't realize. Is you can hit a special move called an uppercut into a jump.
Uppercut.
And you can basically jump onto the wall and hold the wall, and you can catch the ball before it hits
I did not know
the goal. And if you see people who are more experienced in this game, you will see them do that, and it adds either pressure or it catches the ball, because that forces the thrower to either wait or not get the goal, right? And that means if you wait, you're like, oh, I'm going to throw it. You're going really slow.
Yeah.
And then you have two people from your team come in and hit him in the back of the head, boonk, and then the ball drops.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's a lot of different mechanics within Roller Champions that I think the viewer is going to be picking up relatively quickly, because it is simplistic, but there's a level of complexity that makes it very, very competitive.
Yes.
For instance, one of my favorite aspects of this game is the actual roller skating that is happening on the screen. There's tons of momentum associated with the speed at which you're going. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, this isn't just a roller rink that's just a simple circle, right? It has sort of concave, sort of curved or curvature edges on the rink itself for you to skate up the wall and come back down with a lot of momentum. So Magda just mentioned the fact that you can uppercut, correct?
Yeah.
So if you uppercut at the edge of where that wall sort of curves upward and you fly upward, that's going to give you tons of speed momentum to then come back down it, which is going to fling you across the ring itself.
Yes.
You'll notice a lot of that at sort of the turns, because there's two main turns on the rink. You're going to notice a lot of that. Players specifically tried to get in front of their teammate that has the ball in order to pass it up the ring to them. So I love mechanics like that.
It's really fun.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also a lot of strategies that comes with this game too. I mean, the strategies I've seen in the league, people will literally not even run the ball. They'll have two people sitting on the other side and a guy floating, and they'll just grab the ball and just chuck it.
Yeah.
And then the other guy will grab it and just chuck it.
That is interesting. I haven't seen that, but I've played that online. I didn't really realize that was sort of missing from the UEL until you just mentioned it. there are going to be teams that actually do that,
Oh, yeah.
especially the more they play it.
And that's the thing. You should honestly switch up these ideas. Like, oh
Yeah.
man, you should be like, I have a load of momentum. Give me the ball. I'm going to move it.
Yeah.
And then we're like, oh, hey, there's people there. Throw it.
Yeah.
You know? And then the other people are just kind of caught off.
Yeah, absolutely. And if one strategy isn't working, they need to be able to pivot and then start focusing on a separate strategy, because there's going to be teams that are picking up points and you think, oh man, we've lost this. Maybe we should potentially even like forfeit this game. But there's also going to be moments where you can get a huge comeback just by changing your strategy mid-game. We're getting ready to jump in right now. Both of the teams rolling onto the track. Here we go. The ball is going to be dropped just basically in a random location, but they're really just trying to spread out as far as they can, get first hand on the ball, and start racing around for that eligible point. Here we go.
One thing I did notice right there is that there is a way to predict where the ball comes out from the team. Those glowing pegs, you can see there's 4 on each part of the map. If you predict them in time, you're able to jump up the wall and grab the ball as it's basically served out.
Okay, interesting.
Meaning if you play it smart,
Yeah.
you could already had a lap by now. And oh my god. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow,
I was about to say, that was a first lap done by the Blaze, I believe.
So Biscuit's getting kind of getting bullied right here, if you will. So he's been knocked down 2 or 3 times, maybe a little bit of the inexperience, relatively young player. Oh my goodness! And that's the Blaze that pick up the point, correct?
I believe that's actually the Wolves.
Yeah,
the Wolves are the orange.
Yep,
Wolves
there
are
we
going to
go.
be in orange here, and the Blaze are going to be in blue.
There we go. It's easy to remember here at home because Blaze blue. Just think of the bees.
And that's going to be Gurins getting the goal there.
Wow, I love that. I love that.
I believe Gurins is going to. I'm curious to see who is on Gurins' account.
Yep. Gotcha.
It is Gurins, actually.
Gotcha,
I'm
gotcha.
curious. I want to see how Jay Biscuit plays in this game. He said he was excited to see this game earlier today, if I remember correctly. So,
Solid pass coming out of the Wolves right there.
yeah, you can see there's another strategy you can use in this game where you can basically jump off of someone else's shoulders.
Yeah.
And if these guys are being smart, you can grab them and throw yourself at it.
Yep,
And it
almost
looks
like a slingshot mechanic.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's basically a slingshot mechanic. And it looks like the Wolves had another lap fully done, but they were able to get the pressure.
Ooh.
But someone on the Blaze are able to get almost the tech. It's called the tech in this game.
Yeah.
Which is
Yep.
basically you throw the ball up the wall and then do the uppercut you were talking about earlier.
Yep.
And it lets you hold the ball and have a load of speed.
Interesting. Interesting. I'd like to see Biscuit start to dodge a little bit more of these attacks right now because he's been taking a lot of hits. He may be sort of floating, though, for his team. Don't necessarily know if he's going for the ball. I don't know if he has that level of experience. But now we're looking at Garto. He's sort of just drifting down the lane. And he's doing what I would probably describe. He goes for the shot. Oh, but he whiffs the shot. He's going to pick this ball up.
And Garto's just not able to get it through, shooting from that far away, banking it off the wall.
Yep.
But Garto's going to go for another lap. And that's the fun part of this game. If you get another lap, the goal becomes a 3-point goal. If Garto's able to get this goal, it's a 3-pointer. And they whiff it. Oh my gosh. And he gets it back, though. If he gets another lap, he gets 5. If you get 5 points, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And the Blaze lose possession.
Wow. A solid double tackle right there, too, coming out of somebody on the Wolves. I don't know who necessarily that was, but that was awesome. Gotta love it.
And this is going to be Gurins. We're watching currently trying to just avoid the enemy team, but he ends up passing it to one of the Blaze here. But what I was trying to say earlier is if you get 3 laps into this, it's 5-point goals instead of 1 or 3 on the second lap.
And it ends the game, correct?
And it instantly ends the game because this game is a first 2-5.
Yep.
And it looks like the Blaze are able to get that pressure again. Go for another magnetic pass.
Here we go.
Are they
Blaze
going
have
to
a
play it
point on the
safe?
field. They're going for the shot.
And they
Shoots it,
just
but it
barely
gets
whiff it.
denied almost instantaneously.
Wow. But the Blaze get it back after the Wolves get possession again. Blaze are going to get a lot more speed here.
Yeah.
Probably trying to wait for someone to pass it up. He passes it up.
Solid pass, though. He has tons of momentum, sort of skating down the rink. Picking up. Once he goes through this gate, he will have a point eligible. Now, we talked about the ability to shoot. 1 lap completed. He's going to shoot it right here. Takes his time and nails
gets it. And that means that it's 1-1 now.
Now, that was Milk Zolo, correct?
Yes, that is Zolo. So I'm willing to bet that this game is most likely going to be Zolo versus Gurins.
Nice. And one of the things you guys are going to pick up on really frequently in order to maintain their momentum and speed as they're racing down the rink is sort of a serpentine strategy, if you will, sort of a figure-8 strategy, where they're sort of using the momentum of the skates to go up on a wall on the left, surf down onto the right, and go up to the wall on the right and surf down constantly. A little serpentine S-figuration, if you will, kind of going from left to right, maintaining that speed. That's what we've been seeing throughout this entire game, and I think that's the difference maker between some of the higher-level roller champion players and the less experienced one. Now, he misses a shot right there, or misses a pass, I should say, right there. Now, this is Milk Zola that you see here on your screen getting in front of his teammate, potentially getting a pass right on this strip. He may have been tackled, though.
The one thing I'm noticing there, Milk Zola goes for the interception.
Wow.
But one thing I'm noticing there, Milk Zola was just trying to play for the pass and not really to help his teammate.
Yeah.
You know?
That's the strategy that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
You know, getting in front of your teammate, utilizing those slingshots, the speed momentum of the uppercuts on the wall. Zolo just bullying everybody on the ring right now.
Wow, and Zolo is just keeping a lot of that pressure, but the Wolves are just able to get that ball back again.
Yep.
Being able to keep going down. Wolves still have the ball, getting into the second goal, passing it over the wall. Zolo's not able to get the ball again. Gurins is going to keep running. This is Gurins here. All three of the Blaze with it, but not Zolo on the second try. Blaze get it back again. Zolo's going to try to get some speed here. Most likely going to pass this guy to see if he can catch anything. And he's just barely.
Here we go. Here's Garto.
You're going to see a pass onto Zolo.
Solid pass.
Absolutely. You see Zolo just legging it down, and he hits it. And that is going to be 2 points for the Blaze here. Meaning that if the Wolves do not get another point, they won't be able to tie up the game, and it most likely will end in a Blaze victory 5-2.
That was so smooth. The utilization of the passing throughout that entire point was exceptional. It seemed to have a lot of synergy, and sort of a lot of momentum on their team right now. I think the more they've been playing the game, I think the more comfortable they've become, and I think Blaze right now are looking pretty dangerous.
The Blaze are absolutely looking dangerous here. If he's going to pass up, he's going for the magnetic pass.
Okay.
And he gets it to the next one. The Wolves are also looking dangerous here, though. They got a point! But he gets tackled!
Oh, no!
So there is no shot here available for the Wolves, meaning that the Blaze get more pressure, but the Wolves are still owning the ball, running back around the wrong way, seeing if he can just make it to the end. One thing I have noticed again is that the Wolves aren't playing together here.
Oh, wow.
Neither team is really playing together.
Yeah, that's interesting. Biscuit's sort of floating on one side of the ring. I think he's sort of playing as the floater on their team, it seems like right now. Goes for the tackle, lands it, but they don't. There we go. All right, now they have some potential. I want to see him slingshot in front of his teammate. He's going for it, but he whiffs the slingshot ability. I think he's trying to protect him right now, just trying to float in front.
One thing I am curious about is the ball holder can also slingshot. I haven't seen any team do that yet, even though they've been in a perfect position to do that.
That's true. We got 30 seconds remaining, so time is ticking on the clock for the Wolves to get one more point and to tie this up.
But 20 seconds left, and the Blaze currently have the ball. They're able to tack it out, and the Wolves have possession. Pass it out of the tackling area.
Okay, this is interesting. They have the ball. We got 10 seconds left. They need to start racing through these gates. I don't know if they have enough time because they need the point eligible on the board. They need to get around this corner and go for the shot. Oh, but they don't have it.
That is a Blaze victory by 1 point.
Wow.
That game could have gone either way at any point of that. The Blaze were just able to keep that little bit of control continuing going.
Yeah, I think the control was really just what made the difference throughout that entire match. You know, kudos to, them just having a 1 point difference. But if you look at total ball time on the ring, I'd be willing to guess that, the Blaze were really taking that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and next up is one of my favorite games, or one of the UEL's favorite games here on the wheel. One of the most high fighting games we have at the UEL. It is Tekken 8.
Yes. God, I love Tekken. Tekken's a little bit different from other fighting games just because of basically wall management, right? Being able to not just maintain pressure. Obviously, like other games, you have certain mix-ups, like we talked about 50-50s. 50-50 in the sense, for those of you just putting in layman's terms, if an opponent is getting up in front of you and you want to initiate a new combo, you can lead with a low strike to break his guard if he's not blocking low, or you can initiate with an overhead if he is blocking low to, again, break his guard and go into a new combo. Tekken is different in the sense of basically just maintaining pressure against a wall. The mechanics of being able to continue combos by smashing your opponent up against a wall is unlike any other fighting game, and it's why we love it here at the UEL so much.
Yeah, a 3D fighter like Tekken 8 being such a specific and kind of niche category.
Yeah.
Not a lot of very famous fighting games come from that area. You got Tekken, Dead or Alive,
Soul Calibur.
Yeah. But a lot of these games, they're their own separate category, and that's the nice thing about fighters.
Yeah.
And Tekken being the only 3D fighter we have here at the UEL,
Yeah, that's, another thing that sort of plays into a 3D fighter is the ability to laterally shift your character to the side. You can't see that in 2D stage fighters because you can't step into that third dimension, if you will. So you're going to see players sort of utilizing that in order to dodge specific attacks and what have you. That's another thing, another reason why I love watching Tekken so much. On top of the fact that it's just incredibly fast-paced.
Yes, Tekken is super quick. And we're going straight into the first game.
Boy.
This is going to be a Fang versus a King. A Heihachi versus a King. Heihachi being the newest character in Tekken. If he is able to get his heat off and get basically stacks of his ability, he hits like
gracious.
a truck.
Yeah. A lot more like close quarters combat within Tekken 2. We mentioned Skullgirls earlier having massive hitboxes. They aren't carrying weapons per se, and they're just using these fists, so they're going to be getting pretty close.
And there goes Heihachi with his level. Because he has 3 stacks, you can see the 3 next to his health bar on the top left there.
Here we go. He's got
heat
heat
active. Loads of damage.
Now
but it doesn't matter, as I believe
gracious.
that's going to be Hollywood just gets knocked out by Gurins.
Yeah, and this is a 5v5 for those of you watching at home. Each team has 5 players that are coming up to bat, right, in this baseball lineup. And after each one of them is down, you only have so many players left. Now, in Tekken, is their health maxed out at the beginning, or they only receive a little bit of health after each round, after each fight, I should say?
Health does not carry over in Tekken like some other games here at the UEL. However, you only have 1 life to make any amount of difference.
Wow.
So every player on a team, and you're going to see a very high-level strategy here at the UEL. Eddie being another DLC character, very broken, right? And Eddie has a very simple combo. For those of you at home who play on Xbox controllers, A button. For those of you on PS controllers, X button. He presses that button. That's the end of the strategy. So basically what he does is press that button over and over and over again because it's basically an auto combo that is like a switch up and it just doesn't stop.
Wow.
So anyone who doesn't know what they're doing in this game is just going to get cooked by it.
Oh, man. Okay, so here we have Eddie on the left side of the screen. Eats a knee right off the rip. Gets grabbed, and now he's sort of being pressured into the wall like we talked about earlier.
Oh, the King gets another grab. Oh, and this is going to deal about 1/3 of his health bar here. Eddie losing a load of HP. Oh, my goodness.
But he does have heat active?
Now, can Gurins get a perfect here? Those 7 golden letters, no fighting game player wants to see, and he can't. And here comes the Eddie combo. And this is what I mean by mashing 3, but it's just not enough.
Not enough.
And Gurins takes another one out.
Yeah.
3 people left on the Blaze. All 5 still left on the Wolves.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen, like, right there, particularly with Eddie, you're talking about, like, sort of the cheesiness, if you will, of his combo. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more pokes, little just low strikes or something of that sort in order to sort of steal his turn back, which is basically just frame advantage, right? So if you get hit within a fighter, the animation of your character getting hit has recovery frames, and so if you steal a turn, you actually could start or initiate a combo in order to maintain pressure on your opponent. Eddie is exceptional at that because of what Magna just mentioned, right? The ease of his combos. So I want to see a little bit more of that. If you're struggling to sort of steal a turn, go for some of those low chips, grabs, things of that sort to throw off your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Gurins is just going crazy here. You can see on the right side of the screen, Gurins just has simple combos, and he's just able to do exactly what he needs. This Victor here being a kind of long-range character.
Yeah, a lot of zoning, yeah.
But Gurins is going to get him the combo here, and Gurins takes another one out.
He's done.
And the question is, Gurins is taking 3 people out.
Gurins is absolutely popping off right now.
Especially for Gurins being on just auto combos, taking out most of the Blaze is incredible. Now the question is, can Gurins sweep?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I saw Lockdown actually practicing Tekken right before we actually started today. Gurins is just feeling himself. He looks relaxed. He's sort of leaning back a little bit. He's got a grin on his face earlier when we cut to this camera. He's feeling it. Okay, that's interesting. So Lockdown is going back to Eddie. Lockdown has a lot of experience, like we mentioned earlier, is a bit of a vet here at the UEL. Let's see if he does what I had just mentioned with sort of stealing turns back. Just getting a quick button check here, and then we're going to jump right into it. Let's see who gets off this first hit.
And here we go. Playing a little bit of neutral here, playing just separate from each other. Gurins is able to just not... Gurins' defense is being incredible here. But Gurins is just... Oh, and the Eddie gets the hit here.
We like that.
Lockdown cancels the combo, but it is punishable. And here goes the HP. Ground break. He's going to go for a hit into a grab here, most likely.
Oh!
Yeah, I called
There
it.
we go. There we go. Get some of that low chip, and then but he didn't initiate a combo.
Man. And if he gets hit low here,
yeah.
No, Gurrens is and down. Lockdown goes. That's a fourth one for Gurrens.
Gurrens knocks out 4, and then we got Garto basically. Now I know Garto is a dog. I don't know if he could take out Gurrens though. One of the things I'm noticing with Gurrens on this game is King as a character has a lot of forward lunges that basically shorten the distance between him and his opponent very, very quickly. And here's the other thing that is really difficult about it. The lunging moves coming from King aren't considered highs. They're actually mid-strike, so you can't even duck them. You basically have to eat that block. And if a player knows what he's doing, he's now just closed the distance on you. He can sort of mix things up by going for a grab or initiating into a new combo. Now, is it true that in Tekken, each character has 10 hit combos?
So multiple characters will have 10 hit combos, yes.
Okay. Is King one of them, do you know?
I believe not, actually.
Okay, that's interesting.
King has multiple combos that, like, damage, but King's biggest strong suit is going to be his grabs. He is a grappler character built on a lot of those hits. Big hits, big confirms, and you can just see right here, like, breaking June's back.
Yeah.
June being one of those characters that's built off of switch-ups and quick attacks.
Yeah, and he's setting up these grabs by closing the distance. He just walked in and grabbed them in broad daylight.
And this is going to be a kill.
Oh!
And that is GG's.
Oh!
Wipes everyone.
A full sweep, an ace, if you will, coming out of Gurrens.
Wow. And Gurrens is able to just take that game. That is incredible. I mean, I'm kind of sad to see the Blaze really just not being able to take anything.
That's true. I'm not sad, though, because they are up with 5 wins right now. Gurrens just completely lit the switch of just reviving his team with a full ace like that. And that's something that for everybody at home, you guys are going to remember that moment. I love seeing moments where particular players just stand out. We've had multiple times, like throughout Valorant and what have you, where we're talking about the X-Ray twins, right? Gurrens just showed up and just swept the whole field, and now everybody's got him on his radar. I absolutely love that. Kudos to him for stepping it up.
And I think that is a big reason for why Gurrens is that tier 1 currently.
Yeah.
I mean, he showed that he is able to carry in his games and games that he can do. He showed a lot of skill, and even the games he wasn't able to win completely, I think that is showing that he is able to be that tier 1 and earn that $2,500.
Yeah, and you guys can see the tier of the players right here below me on that team, on the Wolves. It's Gurrens, then it's Kenny, then it's Kevin, then it's Lemony?
Yes, Lemony, and then Jay Biscuit.
And then my boy Jay Biscuit. Yeah, you got to love that. So you can imagine being a tier 1 player, the amount of pressure that you sort of have on your shoulders to perform in the games that you excel at. When you jump onto those games, if you don't necessarily excel, are you still going to remain in the tier 1 position, taking home that money every time you play?
Yeah.
My man just showed up and showed out. That was amazing.
Exactly. And that is why that tier 1 position is so important. Here at the UEL, we have a term called the end gamer, right? An end gamer is someone who is able to play a load of different games really consistently. Usually like 33 different games, right?
Yeah.
Hence the name Ultimate End Gamers League.
Yep.
And that is the biggest part of being an end gamer, is being able to play all 33 of those games and being able to be consistent in not only your category, but everything else.
It's true, and it is difficult. Like, it's difficult to just maintain that stress or that pressure to perform in the game that you're playing on. When we see, or that you excel at, when you start seeing players like Gurrens start to perform well in, like, say, a racer game or a strategy game or something, you sort of expect him to. Within games like fighter games, you just saw him just have a clean sweep there. Now, if we jump into something like Halo, and he also pulls off an overkill or something like that in Halo, you're going to be thinking to yourself, this guy is a true gamer. He is an end gamer because he's excelling in multiple different genres, and that's what we showcase here at the UEL. It's really, really cool to see somebody like perform the way that they're sort of supposed to, but just being able to sort of take on that pressure and perform, I think is just really, really impressive.
It's incredible, and that's one of the big things about the being an end gamer.
Yeah.
Next game up, speaking of endgamer, we're going to go and shift entirely to a different kind of game. Even if we have played sports games today, we have not played one like this. Next up is NHL, and I'm going to let you take the lead on this.
Oh my gosh, so NHL, we're basically playing a game of 3v3 NHL. This is interesting because there's not as many players as just a regular game, and because it is 3v3, I would say that the most advantageous thing that you can do without this game, for any of you that are watching, is positioning. So you're on the ice rink, right? You've got somebody playing goalie, or you actually don't have anybody playing the goalie. Goalie's going to be controlled just by an AI. It's different from FIFA. FIFA, you can actually control the goalie. And this one, you're not going to. But what you'll find really, really often is players getting caught out of position because they're trying to get ahead of their opponent on the ice, hoping that their teammate can steal the puck with like a poke check or something like that, and then pass it up to them for a one-on-one with the goalie. When players or teams do that too often, it always results in a loss. So they have to be able to lock down a defense before they actually push up the ice. That's a huge mistake that I'm going to be on the lookout for, specifically from the Blaze, because they had that problem last Friday.
So the Blaze had a lot of problems with teamwork, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they had a lot of problem with teamwork. I think they were struggling to sort of understand the mechanics of the game. So for those of you watching at home, most of us probably haven't even played hockey before. One of the things that's different about hockey, as opposed to if you're playing football or basketball, is just you're actually playing on skates. So the actual movement momentum of sliding is sort of slowing down to a stop, as opposed to just pivoting on your feet, is really difficult for people to understand, particularly when trying to steal the puck, when trying to check an opponent to maintain a level of defense, something of that sort, or really just trying to get off the ice as quickly as you can, skating up the rink, trying to get that one-on-one with a goalie. So understanding the mechanics of the movement, the actual physics of the movement, as well as maintaining positioning is going to be the biggest thing that results in a win for either the Wolves or the Blaze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be really, really fun, though. I mean, NHL is one of those games that can be really hype. We played to 5 points again.
Yep. Oh, yeah, they can be super exciting. The thing that I personally get most excited for is the actual money pucks and ice pucks. So 3v3 is different from just regular NHL, not just because of the players, but there is an in-game feature that you'll notice under the scoreboard, sort of like within the top left-hand corner of your screen. Well, there'll be something that activates called a money puck. And if you score this puck, you actually score 2 points. Not just 1 point, you get 2 points. Now, as the game continues, you'll notice that puck shift to the side, and the activated puck will then become an ice puck. Well, what does the ice puck do? Well, it actually takes a point away from your opponent as well. So seeing the shift in the actual point total is something that's going to be really interesting as we get, down the ice, if you will.
Yeah, and that's why this game is so explosive. I think it's going to be really, really entertaining.
Yeah, it's going to be entertaining, not just because of the money pucks, ice pucks, being able to, I guess, observe which teams are in the best positioning. The other thing that's really crucial about NHL is the fact that team synergy is blatantly on display. The fact that there is a sort of a physics to the way that the players skate, a momentum to it, they're slowing and speeding up. There's going to be things visually that you're going to say as a viewer, like, oh, this person should get into a position at a specific time. Well, it's not that easy because you have to build up momentum with those skates. When a player is in the right positioning, they're in the right positioning because they're already thinking about the momentum they have to pick up, the speed at which the players are skating on the ice. So that game knowledge is going to be super, super obvious. There's going to be players within this, like Gurins in that last game, that stand out as a result of just their knowledge. And I love that.
Yeah. I also,
wow.
Okay, so this actually makes sense, to be honest. So as I mentioned earlier, you can only take 2 timeouts into the halftime with you. And this is going to most likely be the last game of the half.
Yeah.
We got 4 or 5 minutes left, I believe. So we really don't have much time to run much more than one game.
Yeah.
And, I mean, even at that, it's going to be really hard to, get into that game in a timely manner. So the Wolves are calling timeouts. Just think of a strategy together. Make sure everything is good to go. Really just plan all that stuff. It's a common strategy here at the league. We don't really need to burn, we don't really need to not burn them because they go away in 5 minutes. So we might as well use them and get the best advantage we possibly can.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of strategy with regards to just setting it up for NHL, mostly because there's things that you sort of need to be reminded of. Last Friday, when I was watching the Blaze play NHL, one of the things that frustrated me the most, getting what was the word we just got from the desk?
So
Okay.
I mean, I think that's something that's really comfy. I mean, you got to be really comfy in these games, right?
Yeah,
You got to help with your posture. Let me sit up straight, actually, because I think I need something to help with my posture.
Yep. And for those of you at home, you probably, if you're watching this at home or you're an in-gamer yourself, you're playing tons of video games, you're going to need to improve your posture. So let's take a look at one of the products helping us out here at the UAL that is going to help with that posture.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
And welcome back after the short ad break. About 45 seconds left in this timeout from the Wolves going into NHL for the last game in the half here today. So how do you think about these players going in? What do you think about each team?
Well, to be honest with you, is Kenny and who's going to be in this game? Is it going to be Gurins,
Lemony, and Jay Biscuit?
Okay.
As you can see in the in-game next to their names.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think Jay Biscuit, I noticed him out of position in a lot of other games like Valorant that we were talking about earlier. You know, not just positioning is going to be key here, but also like maintaining that synergy comes down to how often you're actually passing on the ice. If you're not passing to your teammates, you're basically just gonna get stonewalled. People are gonna start reading you really easily. The best way to set up a score in this game, to set up that point, is gonna be passing you. Just saw it right there. Oh,
wow.
But he misses the shot on the goal. Would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what can really happen here if you're able to play explosively in this game. That goal almost getting shot in, but they elected for a slap shot instead of a wrist shot, meaning that the goal just didn't go in. But they're getting pressure again. Whoever is pushing down here, and it's just not able to get in. The goalie grabs it, pushes it back out, though. Pushes it all the way down to the enemy team's side.
Yeah, that was really good. So for those of you watching at home, Blaze is going to be in the dark black jerseys, and the Wolves are going to be in the dark blue. The Blaze maintaining pressure on the goalie right here. That's going to be super important throughout this game, because the more pressure you put on the goalie, the more stamina he loses, and it makes it easier to actually score a goal. They're doing a great job, Blaze, basically sitting around this goalie right now. Okay, this is time for the Wolves to start passing amongst themselves, spread out a little bit. A lot of them were sort of stuck together there on the left side. Now the Blaze have a one-on-one with the goalie.
But they're just getting that momentum. I mean, even though the Blaze haven't got a goal, right? Look how much stamina that goalie has lost.
Yeah,
unfortunately, unfortunately, by the goalie calling that and closing the puck, that he gains more HP back. So the Blaze are going to struggle now with getting that pressure.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hopefully they're able to get this pressure. Watch his pass, and he's going to go for a kick. No, one goes in alone.
My goodness, the Wolves better be saying their hopes and prayers for this goalie, because he's basically playing the whole game for them right now.
I know, and this red player, Kucherov, whoever's on Kucherov currently, seems to be struggling. Red is going to be Milk Zolo, absolutely showing his pressure and his knowledge here. He's going to get pressed up. Wow, it looks like the Wolves, you were saying that earlier with the positioning, they're crowding the puck, not really playing on a man like you should do in sports games.
Yeah, the Wolves goalie right now is almost at half stamina. Really soon here, you're going to notice that goalie having a harder time getting back up. After he basically blocks a goal, he's going to start moving a lot slower. I guarantee you that is going to be the difference maker right here. Now, the Wolves kind of moving up the ice. They're spreading out like I'd like to see them do, but the defense from the Blaze is exceptional. Oh, my goodness!
And who was that? Was that Blue? I believe that may have been Blue. If it is Blue, then it's going to be Eric Garto. Or if it was Green, it's going to be Regime.
You know, I want to give them credit for that goal, not just for, like, you know, depleting the goalie's stamina, but that's really what it came down to right there. That was the difference maker. That goalie did not react quickly, left his right side completely open. And here we go. Blaze moving down the ice again, has a teammate up. Oh, goalie's going to take this clear to the left, but the Blaze basically just grabbing it right back.
The goalie passes it back out. The Blaze get it back again. A pretty clear goal.
Positioning.
If he gets a switch up here.
Oh my gosh.
And the goalie has the puck. It'd be safe for him to close it in here, but he does not. He passes it back out. Moving back down the line. It's a 3v2 currently. Everyone is on the goal. It's not a clear shot. The Blaze do get it back.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be man on goalie again.
One-on-one.
But it's just not enough. Getting that stamina down, though, is what the Blaze need to do.
Yeah. The Wolves moving up the ice right there, when I talk about positioning, what you'll notice is the Wolves passed to a teammate on the left, and then the player that passed actually went towards the player he passed to, as opposed to sort of spreading out a little bit. The Wolves have to start spreading out in order to set up assisted goals. Okay, here we go. Player on the left, player on the right.
And that is going to be the period.
Now, you saw right there at the end of that period, there was 3 Wolves players that was on the right side of the ice. If they don't start spreading out, what's happening as a result of that is the Blaze are being a little bit more aggressive. They're sending one of their players down the ice to set up for that one-on-one with the goalie because they feel the confidence in doing so because the Wolves' positioning is so poor at the moment.
And that's another good gauge of knowledge in this game is if you know how to do the face-off. And it looks like the Wolves just did it. They were pressing buttons while the Blaze were sitting there patiently waiting for their chance. Oh, someone pressed the pause button.
Accidentally hit a pause button there. That's interesting.
You see people pointing at each other, as per usual.
As per usual. Now, at the end of that period, the Wolves goalie got a little bit more of his stamina back. Okay, they cleared it out to the ice.
Wow. But as you can see here, the Wolves are just crowding this puck.
Oh, boy! Smoking them!
Wow! And another amazing shot by the Blaze. 3-0, because that was one of the money pucks you were talking about.
Yep.
2 points.
Oh, my God, a money puck. It's 3-0. The Wolves aren't feeling good right now. Wolves obviously on the Tampa Lightning, these blue jerseys, they need a point right now bad. Now, an ice puck is active that takes a point away from the Blaze. They desperately need it. They have 3 players in front of the goalie. There's no way.
Just barely doesn't get it in.
Oh, my God.
But he's going to play around, jukes him around. He's going to hug the net. Jukes him again.
Look at the
ankles.
Wolves. All 3 of the players are chasing after the player with the puck. They have to start trusting their team.
And it slid in because he interfered with the goalie. Watch this. That would have been a call in normal hockey, but we're not going to talk about it. Wow.
Okay, here we go. We have another money puck up, correct?
I would like to say, though, that the Wolves are getting dominated so badly here that the ice puck wasn't even useful for the Blaze, and they only got a point out of it.
Yeah, they only got a point out of it, but now there is another money puck followed by another money puck, so this is a potential comeback situation for the Wolves. They have 2 money pucks in a row. If they can score a goal right here, that's going to set them up to potentially tie this game. They could steal the momentum from the Blaze right now if they can do it.
Wow.
Wow!
And oh my goodness, Milk Zolo in the red here.
Wow.
Breaking ankles like a basketball player and not a hockey player. I'm hearing them snap all the way up and down the rink.
Here we go. Milk Zolo with the puck. Incredible footwork out of Milk Zolo to get a one-on-one with the goalie. They're going to clear it out, and now the Blaze are going to go right down the ice. Why is there 2 players on the player with a puck in their home ice?
Exactly.
I do not understand why so many of them are going after the player.
This is what I was talking about earlier. I mean, both of these teams, in the games they don't seem to know, seem to have a lot of struggles working with the team.
Yeah, they're skating on top of each other. There we go. Spread out a little bit. There we go. I like the pressure they're sort of putting on the goalie. Oh, boy. Set him up. Oh, don't do it to him.
Oh, my gosh. Milk Zolo, 6-0.
6-0.
Wow. And that is going to be an incredible game for the Blaze, getting 6-3 and doubling the Wolves score.
That was wild. If you thought Gurins was taking the momentum back with his team on Tekken, the Blaze just showed up and just, like, broad day robbery in front of Grandma's house, just stole it. And everyone's letting them do it.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto with the puck.
That was wild.
And that was an incredible showing.
We mentioned it right before the game, though. Yeah. We were talking about positioning. We were talking about synergy of assisted goals and passing between you and your teammates. And that is something, though, that the Wolves have to learn from. Because for us as an audience, we're watching it, and it's so blatantly obvious. But when you are on the arena floor, you're not hearing any of this. You're not hearing the commentary. You might not know what's going on. When they watch back over this VOD, they are going to be kicking themselves with how bad that was. Now, let's take a look at the Tier 1 players.
I want to say one thing, though. You know, we're talking about the Tier 1s. Gurin's going in for that game and not winning it. Sports being one of the games he seems to be doing pretty good at.
Yeah.
Hollywood beating Gurin's. Hollywood and Gurins have been in for the same amount of games here.
Yeah.
Hollywood has got... Oh, right finger. There you go. Hollywood has won 4 and lost only 2. On the other hand, Gurins has won 3 and lost 3, meaning he is a perfect 1-1, while Hollywood is 2-1.
Right, and when you're looking at 4-2, you know, not a bad showing from Hollywood. I mean, you're talking about the Tier 1 players. We need these guys to be performing in order to sort of maintain that momentum of their team. The fact that both of these guys aren't negative, though, in terms of the games that they're playing, That's pretty impressive. That's why they're tier 1 players.
And the other thing I want to point out about is that Hollywood has won where is it?
Almost, yeah.
Hollywood is very consistent, right? He's got one in almost
That's it.
every category. On the other hand, Gurins has won 2 in strategy and then 1 in fighters, right?
You know, what's interesting about that is we know he's not bad in sports.
Yeah.
So the fact that, like, when a sports games come up, he can play them, so he may potentially get a win in that. I mean, you're talking about a win in every category. That is a tier 1 player.
Exactly. That is an end gamer like we were talking about earlier. And next game up is going to be Fortnite.
Oh, my goodness
I'm excited for this game. And I know Jay Biscuits was excited for this game, too.
Yeah.
So I want to see if he can pull his weight here and if he can take this win.
Yep. Jay Biscuit's a very young player. We sort of have an inside joke, an ongoing joke here at the arena about the youngest players excelling at Fortnite, right? Sort of as that stereotype, if you will. But Biscuits is one of them. I am so excited. A lot of the younger players within Fortnite seem to play with a level of aggression that's, I don't know if it's cockiness or if it's confidence, right? But nonetheless, they play really aggressive, and sometimes it makes for super, super memorable moments. For those of you at home that are looking for specific players that you want to become fans of, that you want to get some jerseys for, and what have you, as, this is not only the season, but the UEL in general starts to unfold. I cannot wait to see sort of the fan bases that start to grow for each and every one of these players. Biscuit's just now starting out his professional gaming journey.
But it looks like Jay Biscuit's controls seem to be broken. I don't know if you see him being like, I need ammo, I need ammo, I need ammo. Looks like in his game, his controls are broken, and this is a canon event here at the UEL. Everyone has to go through this. You absolutely adore a game, right?
Yes.
You will guarantee this game. You're like, man, I'm amazing at this game. You sit down at the UEL, and your controls are broken.
Oh,
and you're struggling, and you're like, what is wrong? I don't know how to fix this. And so you have to sit through.
Oh, wow. We're hearing...
Hollywood has the same problem?
Yeah, we're hearing that Hollywood has the exact same problem. So we have a vet having the problem as well as a relatively new player here at the UEL having the same problem. Garto, though, trying to maintain a little bit of verticality here as he begins to push it out, edits the wall, drops down right on top of his opponent, drops him quickly, has a lot of cover around him right now, too.
And I believe that may have actually been Jay Biscuits. It looked like he was wearing the same backpack and everything.
Potentially editing
his
settings.
I don't think he had his settings right.
Yeah.
And that is the unfortunate part of being here at the UEL. You have to learn to adapt.
Yeah.
You're going to have these struggles with these teams and have these problems with these games, and you just have to roll with the punches.
Yeah, absolutely. The level of accuracy, though, Garto just kind of chilling on this ramp here, was able to get out a little bit of damage on an opponent that's trying to close the distance. Now, all of these players run a risk when they try to close the distance like that. They have to be willing to, get a few yards and then start to put a structure in front of them. It's a little bit of a game of cat and mouse as players go back and forth between closing that distance on their opponent. But little damage is a big difference maker. If you're able to just gradually pump out a shot here and there, it can make all of the difference when a big shootout occurs.
Exactly, especially because that loses a load of your healing ability.
Yeah, absolutely.
You start this game with a certain amount of randomized healing ability in these spawn rooms.
Yep.
But it's usually just not enough for you to play hyper passive. You're going to have to play aggressive, and you're going to have to play up and take those kills and damage.
Yeah.
Looks like someone's on the back line of the Lockdown. He gets another kill here.
Solid kill, though, from Lockdown.
The other problem with this game, though, is that it's a 3v, so it's a 5v5, right? But the max people in each spawn room is 3.
Yeah.
So 2 people are going to be on the wrong team. Meaning that friendly fire is incredibly dangerous in this game.
Yep, Lockdown closing the distance here on this middle structure, looking to get into a 1v1. Let's see if he still has that dog in him. 3 opponents in front of Lockdown right now. Takes out the shotgun, whips his first 2 hits. He's sort of rotating the left side of the structure.
Oh
my God,
and
drops
Lockdown gets
one
the
of them.
knockdown.
Potentially dropping 2. Let's see if he can do it.
Lockdown gets another knockdown.
Oh
Knockdown for the win.
Woo!
Knockdown with 2 knocks there. A perfect amount. He got his trade, and then he got even more there.
Oh, now he's in the storm, gradually closing. He can try to get out of it. I don't know if he's going to be... Well, he has a clear path to potentially get revived.
But I believe that's going to be the Blaze winning the first round.
Is that Blaze?
That is Blaze.
Wow.
Man, you got... And this is, I believe, 2 rounds.
Wow.
And you can hear Lockdown saying, and I had 3 kills.
Wow.
Lockdown is coming back, really showing that even though he is a retiree and way older than a lot of people here, he is still able to play the game for kids.
That's true.
Next up is going to... I'm still curious to see how Jay Biscuit does here.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gotten his settings corrected because, what the irony of that last round is the level of aggression and confidence that we thought was going to come out of Jay Biscuits was actually came out of the veteran in Lockdown as as he sort of just jumped to the ground, closed the distance on that structure that we saw, and ended up dropping 2 of them at the bottom of the structure.
And at some point also a 3rd kill.
Yeah, exactly. Now, a huge risk that you also run, so when you build these structures specifically across the map, if you don't stay in the top of the structure, when you do decide to jump down onto the map, one of the risks you run is if you take a lot of shots at the bottom of a structure, the bottom of the structure may just get completely dropped and the whole thing can come crumbling down, like we've seen so often in just public matchmaking lobbies when people decide to build the Taj Mahal of structures in front of you. You can kind of shoot out the bottom of it and destroy the whole thing. But I don't think that's going to be as big of a problem here as they decide to sort of close the distance running across this field as that storm gradually sort of closes in and forces the interaction between these two teams.
Yeah, you see them slowly moving in here. It looks like a few people are playing aggressive. But Jay Biscuits is really just not able to get that speed and damage that he needs.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like you could see him nodding his head and like throwing his reticle back and forth.
Solid
it seems
movement.
like his controls are broken.
Well, he's got some solid movement right here at the moment. The fact that he's jumping down, he's sliding, he's jumping. He definitely is, experienced at the game. You see that sometimes. Oh, wow. Goes for the... Oh, my gosh. Like a little catapult shot there as he flies up. That would have been an absolutely incredible kill. Things like that showcase how experienced he is at the game. He might have actually gotten his control style then, but he gets dropped from behind as he's focusing on one kill. And that's one of the problems that you see here within this game type is you could be shooting at one player and then somebody just flanks you completely from behind. So it does look like, though, Biscuits is going back into his controls, trying to fix some things.
Absolutely. Even if it does look like the game's lost, he's trying to keep that pressure, keep that, knowledge up and keep that hope that he can win.
Yeah, Garto just feeling super confident.
Oh,
Blaze
man.
taking the win
And that's
here.
gotta suck. That's gotta suck for Jay Biscuits. I mean, but that, like I said, is kind of a canon event here at the UEL. You come in saying you play this game, you are the best, you'll win it for your team, and then something goes wrong.
Yeah, it just comes with experience, though. He's a young player. I think anybody on his team, I don't think really even thinks that negatively about that situation because they've all sort of been through it, right? And he is relatively new, but once he got a few of the settings sort of tweaked, you saw him start to get more comfortable with the movement. And so if all of his settings were dialed in there, he might have been an actual monster on that game of Fortnite.
I could see it. I mean, you saw him pick up the Shockwave grenade launcher, a really good mobility item, able to jump through certain amounts of builds and stuff.
Yeah.
But he wasn't able to use it because he just got sniped out of the air.
Yeah.
He didn't properly use it too well there, but I think if he was able to have his controls right and everything right, he would have been able to do wonders.
Yeah, that is true. I love the confidence, though, that we're seeing out of Lockdown, by the way, today. Not just in Valorant. We saw Lockdown on Valorant, picking up, quite a few kills. And right there, I don't know if you guys at home could hear it, but Lockdown, after one of those rounds, was yelling across the arena the fact that he got 3 kills. So he's kind of feeling himself right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Lockdown is one of those people that he runs off of momentum.
Yeah.
There's people in the league that run off of different ways. People run off of wins, momentum. Some people are pretty chill, pretty consistent, not like super hype and super like I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
And there's different kinds of people, and it seems like Lockdown may be one of those people, or it is. Lockdown is one of those people that is built off of that energy, that talking trash.
Almost kind of wearing their emotions on their sleeves, if you will. I really, really like that. It's always sad, like, there's certain situations that unfold sometimes that they're too harsh or they're too critical on themselves, but he seems to be pretty level-headed, I also love seeing, though, players, not gonna lie, I sort of thought Biscuit would seem a little bit more emotional today, but he seems to be he's older than he seems, very, very mature.
He seems very level-headed, especially for someone of his age coming into the league for not only his first game, but I think one of his first games in general. I don't know how much of the league he's watched overall. It's being a rookie this season and stuff. So, I mean, I believe he is the record now for the youngest player at the UEL.
That's true. And, speaking of emotional players, I noticed last Friday, in the Ravens Blaze game, Hollywood was getting super animated as the night went on because it was tied up basically past midnight. It came down to an overtime game. Hollywood was just feeling himself too, So there's a lot of that sort of synergy, that energy, that sort of match and gel well with each other on the Blaze. I want to see that start to get developed on the Wolves, right? Because they're 0-4. They're not too far behind right now, 4 games down, but that could change in a blink of an eye. I want to see them start to find that synergy within themselves, and the fact that they have 2 brothers that are twins on the same team is a good way to sort of kick things off with that, right? They know each other really well.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was joking about earlier in Valorant with the hive mind of the X-Ray twins, right?
Yeah, that's funny.
Both, they're twins. They're identical twins.
Yeah. They know what each other are going to be doing before they even do it, and that can really benefit in a multitude of different games. Clearly not NHL at this point, but I would love to see them sort of tackle a few more shooters, maybe even like sort of strategy shooters like Rainbow Six to see if they have strategies or sort of compositions that complement each other. Ooh, specifically Overwatch would be a great one too.
You know what? They are very good at Overwatch, but you know what I want to see? I want to see both of the X-Ray twins go in for Halo together.
Oh, God,
a 2v2 game.
Yeah, that would be really, really good. It's interesting to see, too, like what map they would pick, because I think they play so often with each other, even just outside of practice and what have you. They probably have a map that they synergize really well on. They know rotation routes and what have you. That would be fascinating to watch. Yeah.
I think it'll be really fun. Going forwards, though, Wreckfest, one of
my
our
goodness
staple games here
gracious.
at the UEL. Basically been here the entire existence of the UEL.
Yeah.
A great game.
Yeah.
Built off of demo derbying and racing, right?
Yeah, demo derbying and racing. One of the things I think that is super fun to watch within Wreckfest is a shift of like, we have a timeout coming out of here by Blaze, so they're getting 3 more minutes to sort of set up. This should be the last match, potentially, you think, before halftime?
Perhaps. These games can go pretty quickly, and if the Blaze do want to play another game in this half, if the next game that rolls is advantage for them, an advantage game for them, I'm assuming they may want to play it, to be honest.
Okay.
Because they want to get as many points in as possible, and I think that is the smartest decision.
Okay. So if you're familiar with Wreckfest, what would you say is the biggest difference maker with regards to just, I guess, like health management, right? Like the way that you go about sort of that derby aspect that you talked about. What's the best strategy to sort of take out your opponent, would you say?
See, originally in the league, we had a strategy called the bus strat. There was a big bus.
I
there were loads of buses that would come around, and they had loads of HP and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But now the buses are banned.
Yep, no bus.
So people have been running mainly cars with a few variations.
Okay.
There was a few of these really heavy-duty trucks that were introduced a while ago, but they have some major problems to them, and we'll see if that happens here today.
Okay, here
but
we go.
Mostly, it looks like people are just going to go for regular cars.
Yeah.
I believe this is actually one of the base cars. I wonder if... No, it isn't. This is one of the DLC cars that we have just unlocked this season. You can see the Star Beast or the car with that...
Oh, wow.
X-Ray Kenny going for a little bit of a barrel roll there.
Yeah, big barrel roll.
Oh, and the next game is Dead by Daylight. This is my favorite
How many
game
strategy
on the wheel.
games are we getting here tonight? This is insanity.
You've got almost the entire
Yeah,
wheel
almost
of
the entire
strategy.
genre, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So one of the things I do know within Wreckfest that you'll see a lot of damage output, like a situation where that damage output occurs, is right here on this turn. Players tend to slow down in order to take the tighter corner of the turn to get around it quicker. And then the opponents that are behind them will ram right into them, sort of using the momentum shift of ramming into the backside of your opponent to get you around the corner. Typically the first player that is turning tight around a corner.
Oh no! I hear out in the area is Lockdown yelling, "Rejay and you selling," as he, I'm assuming, absolutely lays into Lockdown.
Yep, there he is.
You can see, I believe you can see Lockdown's HP is down to 38 on the bottom left of your screen.
Yeah.
Looks like Rejay may have cooked Lockdown a little too hard.
Yeah, and here we go. We're getting ready to go into that turn. So if an opponent in front of Lockdown slows down here a little bit, it's going to give him the moment. He's not going to be in position for it. So he's really just needing to catch up. As the players kind of go around these figure 8 patterns, basically at the end of those turns, they're going to be eligible to or vulnerable of getting hit for players that are going into the turn because they're at the end of it. So those figure 8s are super dangerous. And then if you're behind an opponent on a turn, it gives you the ability to sort of ram into the backside of them if they slow down. So look for those particular situations as we continue throughout this match.
Oh my God, Rejane. Look at Rejane's HP.
Oh no.
Rejane's at 13 HP with no protection in his front or right side.
Oh,
his
here we go.
His transmission is broken. His gearbox is broken.
He's got to be careful, though.
His
He can't
car
slow
is
down too much.
overheating, and he has engine problems currently.
Oof.
Rejane is really just not having a good time. Oh my God.
That was deadly. One of the things I want to see Rejane do more is take these wide turns like you kind of just saw here. That he needs to stick to the outside and take a very quick turn on the inside to just get around them as fast as possible because he's at risk of being eliminated right now. He has to race very smart.
You saw that lockdown hit. I believe that was Gurin's.
Okay.
And
Garto
taking
with
a load
like
of
36.
HP. But Garto's keeping a lot of that pressure and speed up. You can see this game is built off of points. Wrecking kills, wrecking damage, and laps done. And the red are going to be the Blaze, I believe, here. Yes, the Blaze are going to be in the red. By the way, the Blaze are in position 1 through 5 currently.
Oh my goodness.
5 just being taken over by Gurns.
Oh, Gurns might have been. Did he get knocked out?
I don't think so.
I think he's very
Gurns
low,
is
though.
fine.
Yeah, he's very low. Garto's got to be careful on the backside of Regine here.
Not anymore. Gurns locked himself out of the map by taking that corner too hard and just hitting the wall. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Lemony comes off the roof! And this is why Deathloop, this map, is one of the funniest in the game. Oh, my God!
From the top rope! Oh, my God. 5-star frog splash right on top of him.
And, oh, my God.
Oh, no!
And Garto gets taken out. It is chaos on the Deathloop.
Oh! The cage.
Wow.
The cage taking it to pretty much everybody right now. Now, this is interesting because Biscuit has a decent amount of health, and he was the one that got stuck at the start of the actual race. So that might have played to his advantage as he sort of takes his turn. Coming up on Hollywood, he's about to take Hollywood out. Let's see if Biscuit has that moment in him.
Oh, does he?
Let's go.
Hollywood is missing actually one of his front tires, and I think he gets wrecked out. Hollywood's out of the game.
Hollywood's out of the game, and make no mistake about it, that was because of the pressure that Biscuit applied right there. So kudos to Biscuit for sort of making that play.
Yeah, this is incredibly hilarious. You can see X-Ray Kevin, I believe, at 1 HP, missing both of his front tires.
Yeah.
Meaning he is basically not able to drive at all. He is dead in the water.
Oh, Zolo coming up on Kitty, and it's gonna be it. Kitty's gone. Props to Zolo for that.
And Zolo is just keeping first and second place. If they keep getting first and second place and finish the race here, it is going to be impossible. I believe it actually is right now mathematically impossible for the Wolves to win this game.
Wow.
Meaning that it is basically over for the Wolves. Coming out of this game, Blaze is going to be 8-3.
Now, is this a situation where they might want to tank the rest of the game in order to save time?
If I was the Blaze, and if I was the Wolves, and I had that knowledge of like, hey, I've lost already mathematically, I would absolutely call it. Unless my strategy was specifically, I want to run time.
Oh, there it is.
But Milk Zolo shunts him, and that means that basically all besides Jay Biscuit, who messed himself up too heavy at the start of the match, is just done.
Yep. Now, that was actually Zolo just took out Kenny. I thought he had taken him out earlier, but I guess that was the kill right there.
When you saw earlier was him taking Kenny down to like 1 HP, I believe.
Got you. Got you.
And the last one is going to be Jay Biscuit. But they called the win on the Blaze because it's just not able for Jay Biscuit to win that game with a point standing. And the last game, I'm curious to see if this is going to be played in this part of the half. I adore this game. This game is one of my favorite games. DBD is an amazing game. Setup is going to be heavily important because setup lets you choose whether it's 1 or 4 people. But before we get right into that, we have our amazing director, AV2, the pimp, coming in to tell us some information.
Guys, that was probably the funniest Wreckfest I've ever seen in my life. And let me tell you how this went down. X-Ray hit Regine. Regine hit Lockdown. Lockdown hit Garto. Garto hit Hollywood and took Hollywood out.
Oh my gosh.
And all I heard from Lockdown is, Regine, you selling MF. Bro.
That is hilarious.
We can hear that from in the commentary area.
Yep.
They were Lockdown was absolutely not happy with that, but they were still able to win by over 100 points.
Right. The fact that they were still able to win is really, really a testament to how well, adaptive they are. The fact that they lost so much health at the start of that, they've got some solid racer players on their team. I don't know if Wreckfest is particularly a racer, but car management wise, I mean,
according to the league, it's a racer.
Exactly.
So they're a good racer.
Yeah, exactly. Wow.
Now,
they got to be pretty experienced.
Now, next is going to be DBD. This game is heavily important for setup, right? Because as we were talking earlier, it's usually like map or side, right?
Yeah.
This is an asymmetrical game. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, DBD stands for Dead by Daylight. It is an asymmetrical killer game where one killer is pitted against 4 survivors. The 4 survivors' goals are to repair 5 generators and open the exit gates to escape. How you win at the UEL is have 2 survivors escape or 1 survivor escape, and then it goes to a points average.
Oh, okay. That's different.
But the killer's goal is to kill the enemy team.
Yeah, and it's what's important to note here is that Blaze, I believe, have setup, so they get to choose whether they're killer or survivor, correct?
Yes, and I believe if they are smart here, they are going to choose killer.
Yeah.
Being a survivor in this game at lower level is going to be incredibly difficult. And I don't think a lot of people in the league know exactly how to play survivor consistently.
Yeah.
And it is dependent on your entire team knowing how to play DVD.
I will say this, though. If you're not very experienced at playing Dead by Daylight, I would say that there are aspects of the Survivor that are easier to understand, basically like going after a generator, hiding, going back to that generator, hiding, and what have you. If you're not experienced and you're forced into a killer situation against a team that is really, really experienced at Survivor, we noticed it last week. I want to say it was the Blaze. Versus the Ravens that we saw Dead by Daylight sort of unfold, and it did not go well specifically because the killer was very inexperienced. Basically, all the survivors got out. He didn't get a single kill by the end of the game, and it was so obvious that they weren't very experienced at the game. I think we're going to see a shift of that right now. Now, the Blaze have been playing super aggressive in a lot of their games, right? If they are playing the killer, aggression could play against you if you're chasing after a specific survivor for too long, because that's going to give the survivors the ability to just manage the generator economy, if you will, in a really effective way. So you can't be too aggressive, and if you are, you got to make sure you get that kill and you know what you're doing.
And that's the thing about DBD is it is spending time, right?
Yes.
Time is your currency. You have a certain amount of time to run after a survivor. After an amount of time, you really got to be like, this isn't worth it anymore. I'm going to go turn and handle that.
Yeah.
And basically, you have to keep track of exactly what's going on. So I was correct. Excuse me. The Hollywood is going to be going in for the killer here.
Oh, boy.
And then the Wolves are putting in the 3 X-Rays.
Really?
Gurins, Kenny, and Kevin, and then Lemony.
Wow. Okay, so you got your tier 1 through 4 players. That's interesting. This is a great opportunity for Biscuit to sort of just sit back and just learn a little bit,
Yeah.
you know?
Biscuit, this isn't the, I think this is the other game that Biscuit, I don't think, wanted to play at the start of this game.
Okay.
So hopefully oh, no. So again, I'm going to remind everyone of this. You take 2 timeouts into halftime with you. If you've passed the 2 timeouts thing, you don't get timeouts back. So the Wolves have 1 timeout for the rest of the game.
For the rest of
And
the night.
if you run out of timeouts at the UEL and you are forced to use a timeout, it is an instant FF.
Wow. That's really unfortunate, and there might be some games moving forward. They haven't been as organized as I would like to see them be, given the fact that they're 0-4. You know, a lot of times we've all seen games where moving on later into the night, you notice the disparity between the wins and the losses gradually just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, what happens? What can you do at that moment? I said this last week. There's no other better time to learn as a player when you're playing games or when you're competing in a sport professionally. There's no other better time to learn than when you're actually on the court. And that's what I want to see the Wolves actually do right here. The fact that they are playing today, that this is live, that it's really happening, they have got to start taking advantage of that and really learning from their mistakes.
And here's the hope. And I mean, this is a different lineup than the Wolves usually run. Jay Biscuits, again, as I said, being a first-time player, learning everything. I believe Lemony being a relatively uncommon player for the Wolves to be playing too.
Yeah, no, he's pretty new from what I heard today when I walked in the arena. That's why I was so excited to see him. You want to hear something funny? I actually heard that Biscuit was the youngest player that the UEL has ever had.
Yes.
And when that happened, the photo of Lemony was up on the screen. And I was like, there's no way that guy has a beard and he's the youngest player.
He's not 11. He's not an 11-year-old.
But I really like what I'm seeing out of Biscuit. I'm waiting for his moment where he's actually going to sort of shine, if you will. We saw that out of Gurins. I'm going to remember that for the rest of UEL history when he wiped all of the Blaze in order to maintain and keep their momentum, put them back in the game. So awesome moment for him. I want that from Biscuit. Let's see if it happens later on in the night. He's not going to get the chance to, though, in Dead by Daylight, obviously. But like I said, great opportunity for him to learn because I think he needs that. He's young and he has so much potential.
Absolutely. He has a load of time before he is even reaching close to his peak.
Oh, God,
He is an 11-year-old, I believe, 10 or 11-year-old here at the UEL. He's got so much time to learn and grow.
Shout out to his mom, by the way, who's in the arena right now supporting her son. I absolutely love to see that. I saw her earlier today. Such a cool family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we were talking about G-Licious, or Jay Biscuit's dad, Ryan.
Yeah.
Being an old player at the UEL and now becoming more of a managerial GM. Stuff like that.
Oh, my God, that's so cool. I really, really like that. Now, you had mentioned Hollywood is actually going to be the killer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. we're talking about the tier 1 player for Blaze jumping on Killer. It's going to be really interesting to see if he has a moment similar to Gurin's earlier where he wiped the whole team. If he's able to clutch, this is going to solidify his position as a tier 1 player. I personally want to see that just because I love being able to see that spirit about those tier 1 players when they walk into the arena, sort of having that prestige, if you will, of that T1 next to their name.
So a good thing you can tell if a Killer is experienced here at the UEL. Oh, and yep. So Putrid Oak is going to separate the hooks.
Yes.
Hooks are how the Killer gets hook states. To kill a survivor fully out, you have to knock them down once, put them on the hook, then their team will save them, put them on the hook again, and then their team will save them again, and then you can put them on the hook a third time, and then they will die. And that, of course, they have a timer, so the survivors can't sit on a hook forever.
Right.
But that means that they have a load of pressure and time. You can see a hook literally right there, meat hook, giant thing,
Right
and
next to
you're going to
Hollywood.
see a Nurse as Hollywood's character. Nurse being one of those characters that is able to teleport around the map. Literally the meta character in this game.
Oh my goodness. That's perfect for the, what is it, Petrified Oak?
Petrified Oak, meaning that he's able to bounce around, but also that Hollywood brought in something called Putrid Oak, meaning he countered a multitude of those oaks, those other petrified oaks with his Putrid Oak.
But nonetheless, still pretty far apart, no?
Yes, they are decently far apart, but they're not as inconvenient. You see, he gets a chase on Lemony. He was repairing a generator on top of the Dead Dog
already
Saloon.
on top of
and he gets a full-on kill. He gets the first hit, and the problem is there's false stun in this game. So since the survivor fell, Lemony was just not able to survive that. You could see that he's able to tell where multiple people are working on a gen, and the most progressed gen is there because it is lit up in yellow.
Oh, wow.
So he's going to see the next guy.
Links up, gaining that verticality the way he just did.
Yeah, on top
Very impressive.
On top of the gallows here, he's trying to break the gen, see if he can get a little bit of pressure moving around. You see, he gets the sight on the enemy. There's nothing really back in this corner, so this guy is going to struggle. One thing that's really important in Dead by Daylight is something called looping, right?
Yes.
You'll see this pallet here. Basically, the goal is to run around these loops and avoid the enemy with that pallet.
A ring around the rosy, if you will.
Basically, it's a ring around the rosy with a pallet that, like, if the killer gets hit by it, then they're stunned.
Yep.
And also, the survivors are able to jump over it.
Right.
Hollywood getting a really good read here, but just not able to see where the people are at. Hollywood's going to get the stun here. This is the downside of the Nurse. Nurse is going to be able to teleport around a lot, but she's going to get really tired after she does that. You can see he has 3 stacks in the bottom, so he can teleport 3 times, and then she gets a little tired, has to like sleep for a second. But she can hit 1 attack before she does that.
That's interesting. And for those of you watching at home, if you're relatively new to Dead by Daylight, he's going to know the path, I would say like the path of the survivors on the field, gauging from the scratch marks that you see on your screen. There's going to be these orangish red sort of like fiery almost scratch marks that occur that trail behind the survivors. That's going to help sort of give him a better understanding of what direction that they're going in. And the fact that the Nurse has such good mobility, he is just gaining verticality relatively quickly, jumping right back to the floor, getting to these generators. It seems like the Petrified Oak is not really doing much to, I guess play against Hollywood. He's clearly very experienced.
And Lemony gets down again.
Wow.
So Hollywood, I don't know if it's purposeful or not, is using a strategy called tunneling.
Oh, okay.
Basically, tunnel visioning on one survivor, right? Trying to get them fully out of the game. Hollywood gets, you can see that he's on that second bit of the red bar, meaning that's going to start progressing. The problem is on second hook state is what it's called. He's going to start getting these difficult skill checks. And if Lemony fails them, he is going to start taking that time. It's going to take less time to kill him, basically.
Okay, now Lemony is off of the hook, correct?
Yes,
and he's
Lemony
going
just got
back.
saved by Kevin here.
Wow.
But Kevin is just barely eking away from Hollywood. Kevin most likely going to try and loop Hollywood around this. If he is smart, Kevin is going to loop him here.
Wow, they're doing a great job. And one thing I do want to mention is the Blaze were able to select Killer, obviously, with Hollywood on Killer. The Wolves, I'm assuming, chose this map specifically. And what I will say is very advantageous about this map is it's relatively well lit. I don't know if I would have gone for that choice. There's a lot of darker maps that I think would have been playing against Hollywood a little bit better because this is relatively well lit.
Also, on top of it being well lit, there's not a lot of those loops, as I mentioned earlier. You can see those yellow things are like windowsills, basically, which is an area the survivors can jump over really quickly.
Okay.
But the killer cannot do it as rapidly at all.
Oh, wow.
So
that was a very, he got that strike,
and
no?
This is the problem with the Nurse, though, and why she is so meta. because she just breaks loops. She just teleports through the loops.
Yep.
So she just goes, nah, I'm good.
But when she does have to take a gasp for air, that sort of debuff that occurs to her, they are like sort of creating distance. But but
my
Hollywood gets them.
Kenny does a double vault on accident, trying to avoid Hollywood, panicking, thinking he's going the other way with Hollywood getting a good bloodstain manipulation. Basically, your bloodstain is where you're looking down on the ground. It's a big red area that the survivors can see in front of you.
Right.
And you can fake out where you're going by looking one way and walking backwards, like Michael Jackson.
Yes.
So...
Oh my gosh, you can clearly, for everyone watching at home, you can clearly see why the nurse is so mad at the fact that he just got all the way across the map so quickly, gets another gash in one of these survivors, and now he's in that tunnel vision that Magna just mentioned, potentially going to be getting another survivor here on the hook.
Just barely not. He whiffs the hit, but this is going to be Killer Shack here, which is an incredibly good area to loop around. If you know how to loop it, but also going against the nurse, meaning loops are kind of bad.
Yes.
This is why she is one of the highest pick rates at higher levels.
Yeah.
And he's going to teleport through and get the down on Kevin.
My gosh.
Welcome to the nurse.
Yeah, probably didn't even see that coming. The fact that he went right through the wall in order to get that slash off, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't even know he was in there. And if they did know he was in there, they didn't see that coming. I can promise you that. Wow.
This tells me, though, as you said, with the, them not seeming to understand, this tells me, though, that they don't fully understand how this works. And it's causing them to have a lot of struggles.
Yeah.
The nurse being a very obvious to play killer, but to play against her is such a weird thing.
Right.
Because there's so many weird ways you have to avoid her and stuff like that is just not consistent with other killers in the game.
Yeah, I'd like to see the survivors spread out. I mean, I know that the hooks are relatively spread out, but if there's generators that are relatively far apart from one another, she can already move across the map super quickly. It sort of seems like they're playing in tandem with one another, sort of playing in a group of two. I don't know if that's going to be pretty advantageous given the mobility of this nurse.
And you see there that he got hit by that pallet there down. I believe that is going to be Gurren's. Then Gurren's teabags Hollywood.
Oh, my God.
Hollywood said, I'm not taking that.
No.
Gets one injured state on Gurren's.
Yep.
Needs to hit him one more time for him to be down and be able to get killed. Gurren's jukes him. You see how he kind of avoided him there?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then Gurren's just barely going to be able to get out. Hollywood just avoids it.
Overzealous. With the teleport.
Hollywood cooks his teleport just too much, meaning he gets it just to go a little too far.
But they do have 2 generators, correct?
2 generators remaining. That means they have to finish 2 generators before they are able to escape.
Okay, so they've had 3.
Yes, and,
Wow.
and Hollywood's only be able to get 3 or 4 hooks currently.
Yeah.
My only concern, oh my goodness, X-Ray Kevin has an ability called Dead Hard, meaning he's able to tank 1 attack, but Kevin just gets hit a second time.
Oh my goodness.
Meaning that he's going to go down here.
Yeah.
I believe this is going to be Kevin's second hook state.
I will say this, though. The fact that they've already gotten 3 generators, they're actually doing a little bit better than I would assumed they would have. Hollywood has great mobility. He's kind of going up and down, right? These teleports are working working to his favor, but there's been a few times where he's been a little overzealous, not necessarily timing them correctly. And so he might have the speed, but he's also struggling a little bit to land these. Now, he does get this player. How many hooks is this going to be?
This is going to be the 6th hook currently, and this is going to be on Kenny, who I believe hasn't been hooked yet.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
I believe Kenny has been hooked. Sorry. Gurren's has not been hooked once. And Gurren's has been doing a lot this game. Gurren's showing me that I believe he is that strategy player that they need, the Wolves need to win this game.
Yep.
And he's showing that he can definitely win this game for them. If Gurren's can get another one of these gens done, Hollywood not patrolling these gens in a way where they are safely separated, meaning they're super far apart on the map. He sees that there's no work on that gen. It's another gen being popped.
Yep.
1 gen left before the exit gates are powered and the Wolves are able to escape.
Yep.
That gen repaired to 50% that Hollywood just broke and is trying to regress.
Now, that player is Kenny is off the hook now, correct?
Kenny did just get off the hook, yes.
Yeah. They're actually playing really well with each other. Now, they were playing very close, like I had mentioned. I wanted to see them spread out. It seems, though, that the generators that they're going after are actually pretty far apart from where the groupings of 2 are located. So every time Hollywood is going after 2 people, they seem to be on the opposite end of when a generator is getting attacked. So there is some pretty solid strategy that's coming out of the Wolves right now that I'm very impressed with.
And you can see here Hollywood making his way over to the generator. He knows exactly where they are because of that perk he has that lights that generator up in white-yellow when it has the most progression. He gets that stun. He's going to go for the regression of the gen.
Okay.
Getting it back down. All of the Wolves have run off from this area, meaning they probably did get away safely.
Yeah.
And you could see on the left side of the screen, there's no red marks through the Wolves. meaning that they're all at full HP and can take 2 hits before they get down.
The fact that they're all 4 of them are up right now, and they only need 1 more generator is gotta have Hollywood panicking at this moment. Now, even though he is using these teleports to fly across the map and get to these players relatively quickly, like you just saw right here, he's just not doing it effectively enough.
Oh my goodness.
And he's whiffing these strikes. He's using all of his teleports, which is causing that sort of debuff animation that occurs where he takes a second to gain his composure, to gain his stamina back up. On top of that, it sort of blacks out his screen, which makes it incredibly difficult to see the direction at which the survivors are moving, and that's allowing them to get away, get safe, go after that generator, and they're getting closer and closer and closer, and there you go.
And that means that the gates are both powered. You can see that white little aura over there. You can see on either side of the map, there was 1 gate. Hollywood is going to have to do this. What this is showing me, this gameplay, though, is that Hollywood did kind of just go, let's look at a tier list, and then pick the highest level character without understanding that the execution level of a nurse is one of the most difficult, because not only do you have to accurately charge all of her abilities, but you have to be able to hit those attacks after. And he's going to get stunned here. They're going to try, and they got out the exit gate here, and that's going to be 2 people escaping.
That's 2 people.
And that means that the Wolves have won the game.
Goodness
And Hollywood
gracious.
is not able to get anyone down, and that is going to be maybe the momentum the Wolves need to get into halftime with.
Oh, 100%. The other thing I really, really love about that is the fact that Gurren's had his moment earlier. I had mentioned before the game, I want this to be Hollywood's tier 1 moment. It seems like the Blaze were really, like you said, let's put our tier 1 player in there to sort of showcase, his abilities. Hollywood didn't perform, I think, a way that he would be satisfied or proud of right there. Everybody basically got out of the gate. I think that is the momentum shift going into halftime that the Wolves need. There's a lot of really interesting games left on the wheel to play, and they might just get this comeback.
I'm hoping.
Yeah,
It'll make a really fun game if the Wolves do make a comeback to 8-8. I really want to see what happens.
Yeah.
But for the time being, we are going to go into halftime, and we'll catch y'all in about 15 minutes.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing, and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, so I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints, and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him,
and he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not paused. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it was all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there, and they already closed it all out. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so that's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced. Like,
Like game master
information about it.
And we was told nothing about it.
It's not in the
Hey, bro.
rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says if a player does not finish DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
But we never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing.
People have been resetting all season. That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the club.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. That's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision for it. Well, it's integrated.
Mine's core-based, so.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules. That needs to be
That's
that needs to
Wait,
be
if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know? It's
not
in the rules. People have been doing it all season. Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be. Hey, that's
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What?
Sorry.
Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we're definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show up today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question with a question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some of the other teams' eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board? We're having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting gaming and specialty.
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times.
4 times.
Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seam, we already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seam all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm going to ask y'all, is what y'all got to say the third with his coaching tomorrow?
Look, you want to get one of the ghosts.
one of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the goats. He's got no feet. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post-game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Corkert. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro.
I can't get hype.
Bro, get hype.
Yeah,
Come
come
on,
on,
get hype,
bro.
Let's
go.
Cordy.
Yeah.
Come on, Cordy.
Let's go. I can't get hype.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Aiden.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky. Let's get hype, Ricky.
Hey!
Put your hands in the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie Bully-Proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress.
Critical.
They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition into the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
Home. So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do a 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
And welcome back from the halftime here at the UEL Blaze versus Wolves game here.
Yeah, you know, Blaze are leading by 4 games, but I think that game that we just finished being DBD was really interesting because Hollywood, which is Blaze's tier 1 player, struggled quite a bit. And sort of moving into that halfway point, I think the Wolves have some solid momentum coming out.
Yeah, I mean, the Wolves, like you said, have won the game going into the halftime here. So they may be able to keep this momentum up and just keep going down that path, hopefully able to keep that pressure up and win.
Yep. Yeah, I was a little, I don't want to say disappointed in Hollywood, but I think he was a little overzealous, overconfident, if you will, with picking the nurse on DBD. Magna had mentioned the fact that maybe he didn't understand the character as well as he thought he did, and that was sort of on display. Nonetheless, they are up 4 points, and now the Wolves, you know, really have to start catching up.
The Wolves have to play the rest of the game in catch-up mode, realistically, for like the next hour or so if they want to win. And they have to make sure that they can keep up with the Blaze, because the Blaze almost definitely are going to get wins in that time.
Yeah, and we're also getting ready to jump into a fighter, correct?
Next game up is going to be Lethal League Blaze, which is kind of a fighter. It's technically a sports game as we consider it here at the UEL. However, it is a great fighter. It is a lot of fun.
Any solid players that like really stand out that you think are going to excel within this next game?
I'm not seeing anything right now. I will say overall, though, this game is very explosive. For those of you who don't know how this game is played, Lethal League Blaze is basically a dodgeball fighting game. You have multiple options, and the ball will bounce in different patterns depending on how you hit it. And your goal is to hit the enemy team with the ball. The faster the ball goes, the more damage it deals, but also the more dangerous it is to hit.
Yeah, very fast pace. Is like he was saying, the more you hit the ball, the faster it goes. And when it hits an opponent, it's dropping their health pool, potentially eliminating them from the match. So we see these games go by very, very quickly, especially if they're able to maintain that momentum of the ball flying around.
And here we go into it while we get a wheel spin here. What game are we going to get up next? Up next is going to be Midnight Ghost Hunt.
Oh, Midnight Ghost Hunt is interesting.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that until later on into the night, but nonetheless, we get it. Here we go.
And already 2 people are out.
Oh my
the
gosh.
Dice and the Raptor, who are on the same team. Yellow team is going to be the Blaze, meaning both the yellow team of the Raptor and Dice took a life.
Oh my goodness.
Blue team are still alive and kicking, but low HP.
You can see their stocks, if you will, I believe, beneath their health pool, right? Yeah, so each of them have 3 stocks. Oh!
And that's another one of the Wolves out, meaning both teams are equal at life and HP here.
Solid, solid. It's going to be interesting. So a lot of these sort of down spikes you see have a specific hitbox on them. It's just, as much as you want to sort of get yourself in a position, it's so difficult to do so because the ball is moving so quickly. Oh my goodness. Your sort of eye coordination, if you will, has to be pretty on point in order to maintain the hits on the ball. Oh! The Wolves getting dropped. Oh, but there we go.
And another Blaze gets... Blaze get fully taken out there. Meaning that is a Wolves victory.
Wow.
And this may be the start of it.
That's what I'm talking about. Wolves win DBD prior to the halftime. They come in. I told you that game was going to go very quickly. Pretty simple mechanics to the game. Once that ball starts going flying, you're noticing health pools dropping left and right and left and right. So difficult to maintain eye coordination with regards to where the ball is on the screen. And if you're not really well adept to or experienced to playing that game, you're going to get caught lacking. And we just saw that a little bit. The Wolves taking a game, and now they're only down by 3. They have a lot of momentum going into this next game. Now, this next game, Midnight Ghost Hunt. I can explain this as basically the most extreme game of prop hunt that has ever been created. So if any of you have played Call of Duty and you've played prop hunt within COD, this game is that basically on steroids. Is there anything that the viewer should be on the lookout for mechanics-wise about this game that make it a little unique?
So each character has different kinds of builds and items they can go in with. There's different guns, there's different, for the hunters, there's different guns, there's different abilities, traps, stuff like that. And then for the ghosts, they have different perks they can bring in. They can bring in a perk while they're alive, or alive, I guess. They're ghosts. and then perks for when the ghosts who are dead die again. And then the dead ghosts are able to do stuff like nudge or summon stuff like that can help your team. And then that's really it. And then so the biggest goal of this game is, like you said, it's prop hunt on steroids, right?
Yeah, and creativity really shines. So what started off as like almost like a party mode, if you will, on I would say Call of Duty, has really turned into a game in and of itself. But that same sort of like social party sort of finesse about the game is crucial. Like, there's going to be times where these ghosts jump into specific props, and a really quick, like, on-the-spot decision to pivot the object into a corner that's within a shadow or something like that. That level of creativity to, let's say, put like a spray can next to a wall of construction or something. Just having that spray can next to that wall sort of blends it into the wall. That on-the-spot creative decision-making is going to make all of the difference as this game unfolds. On top of that, you're going to see like as a result of that, start thinking about the players that are making those decisions throughout this game, how that ties into the other genres that we have here, specifically strategy. Big brain plays within a game like this are also showcased in those games like strategy games.
Wow, and we are going to see going into this game that the Blaze are playing the Hunters here. And now something that I noticed about setup on this game is that all items have to be unlocked. And they don't have them all unlocked, meaning whoever set up this game set it up incorrectly.
Oh.
And I'm curious if they are going to catch them out and call them on that. If that is the Wolves, that is a detrimental mistake to make.
Yeah, could that result in a loss and just a forfeit?
It wouldn't. It would cause them to force a timeout and have to restart the game. But that means that the Wolves would have no timeouts left. So
that is interesting.
Yeah, it's wild that they really they haven't seen it. I'm curious if either team really knows what's going on. That shows that maybe both don't know.
That's interesting. No one's mentioned it yet. We'll see if that continues here. Nonetheless, for those of you that are new to the game, you're looking at one of the Ghost players right here. I believe this is going to be Kenny?
This is going to be Kevin, I believe.
Okay. Can't necessarily see the collar.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is going to be Kevin. Just looking for the right object to jump into. There we go.
There's no way.
There's no way. He just dove in right there behind him. They're just
and
shooting
they
at random
notice
objects.
where he is.
Oh!
But he's getting hit by the slowed gun.
Oh, but he gets a hit
a
on
little
him.
bit of a hit, but he's not going to be able to escape. You can see his HP on the bottom left is slowly falling down.
Oh, my gosh.
And down goes the item he's in. He has no HP, and down he goes, and that is Kenny out of the game. Apologies, that is Kenny.
Yeah, that was an aggressive strat to jump right there onto the killers. I would say one of the core mechanics of this game that you're going to see on display consistently throughout the match is the ability for the Ghosts to actually lunge their items forward. You see this arc of a trajectory occur on your screen. They're basically charging that arc up in order to jump wherever it's aimed at. That is going to just be a solid way for them to get out of dodge, escape, and then position themselves potentially somewhere that the killers can't find them. So just be on the lookout for that as we move forward.
And that's a big part of this game is, oh my goodness, Endurance gets caught too by moving like a very slight amount of space. And that is another Ghost down. 2 Ghosts remaining and 4 minutes until midnight. Man,
That's
other
a tier
rule,
1.
Yeah, and the other rule, by the way, that's Garto, I believe, actually. That's a tier 2. Oh, you mean on the Blaze? Yes, fair enough. And then also, the other thing they failed to set up was the timer. Looks like they may have been forced to go into the game here and not had the time right.
That's interesting. We'll have to get some more news on the floor to see if there's any repercussions for that. Nonetheless, though, Garto right here just checking different objects, just like you would in a regular game of prop hunt, just kind of running up to objects, tapping them, shooting them, if you will, just seeing what may potentially be an opponent.
That's the thing. So if you nudge objects in this game, if you can actually nudge them and they will sometimes not move if they're haunted by a ghost.
That's
so
interesting.
he's nudging them instead of using a sensor or anything because he knows that if there was a ghost, it won't move.
Oh, that's fascinating. And there's everything in this game, guys, from the smallest objects to the biggest objects. You can jump into a forklift, or you can jump into something as small as a little tiny toy doll that is next to, a crib or something on the floor of one of these maps. So you got to check every single little object as they run throughout these rooms. This is interesting. The Wolves doing a pretty decent job, it seems, at hiding right now.
Yeah, 2 Wolves are remaining here. 4 of the Blaze still not able to find the Wolves.
Yeah.
The thing is also, the other part of this game is it isn't just props survive at the end of that clock.
Yeah.
All the props at the end of that clock, when it hits midnight, that clock stops ticking. And it starts ticking up, well, it flips at midnight. And everyone gets respawned. All the ghosts get respawned.
Okay.
And their goal is to kill the hunters.
That's fascinating.
And it is a giant brawl to the death.
Now, is that lunging mechanic I mentioned earlier, is that potentially the way that they go about killing the hunters, by lunging themselves out?
Part of it can be the lunging thing. There's other items that sometimes have special abilities. One of my favorite items in the entire game is on this map inside of the kitchen. It is the rotisserie chicken.
Oh!
And the rotisserie chicken
Say it ain't so.
has a special ability to dash at people. Oh my goodness. You can see Lemony here avoiding into the bathroom.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Let's see if he's positions himself. Oh wow, jumps into multiple objects. He's in a toilet right now, in the bathroom. This is the type of camouflage, big brain plays that I'm talking about. Lemony potentially getting away with Pierre Merida right now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Lemony uses one of his abilities
that he is just sitting here. They're clearly about to check him right now.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
no way.
They just barely don't
What is
realize it's
happening?
Lemony. No, because he missed the shot on Lemony, so it didn't hit him with the AoE.
He thought that it hit him, but it didn't, and now he's just relaxed. He's sitting still.
As a door.
As a door?
Yes.
I had no clue that you could jump into a door. That's fascinating.
A lot of the doors in this game can be turned into, and you can smack people in the back of the head with them.
Oh, wow.
It's
okay, so
really comical. You can't move at all.
Right. Well, we're coming down. We got less than a minute before midnight, no?
Yes, less than a minute left.
Lemony doing a
that
great job. This is the type of big brain plays that I had just mentioned prior to this match beginning, just completely camouflage, blending in with his environment, maybe even taking advantage of a little bit of inexperience on the opposing team from the Blaze. Nonetheless, he's doing a great job right now within this bathroom.
just hiding here in the bathroom. Lemony's doing an incredible job staying away.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
curious to see who else is alive here. I believe Gurns and Kenny were the ones that dead.
Yeah.
So Kevin is the other remaining ghost right now.
Wow.
You can see that the Blaze are hanging around their generator, or the
Right.
place where they can switch a lot of their abilities and items and stuff like that. And they're most likely going to get their build ready for late game, because
Yeah,
when
10 seconds.
when the ghosts respawn, they become incredibly aggressive.
Okay.
They deal lots of damage, they hit like a truck,
Right.
and they just are not a good time.
Wow. Well, I think one of the things I really liked out of Lemony throughout this round is his ability to transition between multiple objects. So a popular strategy is going to be jumping into an object that your opponent has already checked. And he was doing that quite a lot.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing that Lemony is been doing really consistently.
Yeah.
Lemony's still hiding in the bathroom. You can see Kevin here running around for dear life, trying to find something he can use. Turn into the rotisserie chicken. It's right there.
Oh, he's getting ready to lunge. He's getting ready to
never
lunge,
mind.
waiting for them to show up in
Since
the
it's-
doorway.
He's too wide, so he can't get out through that way.
Yeah. Now, do the heavy objects do more damage versus the smaller ones?
Yes, heavy
Okay.
objects deal a lot more
All
damage.
right,
than
that makes
smaller ones.
sense. Oh!
But the thing is, they're also big objects. So
Yeah.
they usually have struggles
Pros
with
and
getting
cons.
through things.
We can hear them right now on the floor making callouts.
Oh, hits
He's
it for
trying.
76 damage. Oh, one of these survivors is really low. One of the ghosts is already fully out after midnight,
Oh
meaning
my
that it
goodness.
is a 3v4 here. If Kevin's able to get a flank here, he may be able to win the game.
Yeah.
Because he could get a really big amount of damage. Still, they are not turning into the best item in the
I
game,
like
the
this.
rotisserie chicken.
I like this object, though. It's pretty vertical.
Very
Oh,
vertical
even-
object, meaning he's able to like sweep through things. But
Yeah,
like,
through the doorways, per se. But they're just sort of keeping this angle, peppering him little by little.
They really need
Is-
to play in. I don't know
Oh,
why
he
he's
needs
just
to
taking
back
all this
up.
damage. He's just sitting there. I don't know why.
Yeah, I didn't like that decision out of Kevin.
That was honestly really bad. He lost almost all of his HP through that.
Absolutely. So
And
he is
hopefully
cloaked.
Kevin goes for a flank, but Kevin is just not playing confident enough here to work with his team.
No, I would have liked to have seen him go into cloak form and then actually enter the room and grab an object that's within the room.
He can also cloak the object and do the exact same thing.
Oh.
But I don't know why Kevin is not doing any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Kevin is playing really passively here.
Yeah, overly passive. I think the nerves may be potentially getting the better of him, but potentially taking a different route in order to enter that sort of cafeteria area in front of him may be best.
Oh, the vending machine shoots. That explains it.
Okay, so we just got word that the vending machine actually is shooting these drinks that you see unfold on your screen, which allows him to sort of pepper damage against his opponent. Nonetheless, he only has 19 health left. So all it's going to take is a little bit of damage coming through this corridor for him to get eliminated.
Kenny is also at an abysmally low amount of HP here.
Yeah, it also might, there might be a situation that should be evoked right now where he probably could cloak, get into the room, and just cause as much damage as possible before going out or before getting eliminated. He only has 10 health. So if you're able to get inside there, jump into an object, get some big damage before you die, that might be the best thing for his team.
There
he
we
may be
go.
potentially doing it.
But he gets destroyed by the Spectral Cannon, them accidentally shooting Kevin. That means Kevin's out of the game. Last one standing, I believe, is going to be Kenny or Lemony. And Lemony gets taken out.
Okay.
Yikes. And that was an interesting showing by the Wolves.
Yeah.
They had that speed they needed. They had the hiding spots. They made it to midnight.
Yeah,
and they didn't do anything.
Yeah, I know. There was so much that I was liking out of the Wolves right there. I just thought after midnight, you know what I think really benefited the Blaze is the fact that they just hunkered down. I don't know if it's necessarily a cafeteria, but that room that they were all sort of hunkered in, they knew the exact angles that the ghosts were coming from, and they just continuously peppered them. They looked for, cloaks. Maybe it wasn't even an accidental shot. Maybe they were just randomly shooting in case they did decide to push in because they understood the situation at play, knowing that at some point they have to come in here. Let's just pepper out a few different shots. I think the way they could have sort of counteracted that was like earlier we talked about Kevin potentially jumping into the room, and I would say the best thing to have done was just cause chaos. Jump into an object, start flinging yourself at the hunters, cause a little bit of chaos to open up the opportunity for your team to sort of collapse on top of that and maybe get some damage output. That's the only way I could have seen that going different.
And that's what I was saying with them just playing a little too passively at the end there.
And that's a perfect word for it. Just playing a little bit too passive. Now, I think both of us were caught off guard. We didn't necessarily know that he was shooting vending machine cans at them, but clearly it wasn't enough. Little vending machine cans versus a whole desk could have been thrown at them. But nonetheless, I mean, great showing by the Blaze to sort of, I guess, smother their momentum a little bit, Still smoldering. I think they still have a little bit of energy left in that fire, but the Blaze might be the perfect counter for that.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to see here. Next coming up is going to be NCAA or CFB college football.
Oh, gosh.
And I believe Jay Biscuit is forced to go in here along with Kevin.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, Jay Biscuit, this is a game that has a lot of hype and momentum within pop culture right now.
Yeah.
Jay Biscuit being a younger player may have actually be well adept to having a lot of experience within this game just because of its presence within pop culture. You see a lot of the younger players playing more popular games. This probably being one of them at the moment. I actually have more people within my circle playing NCAA than per se Madden. Madden being a previous game here at UEL, we now have rolled over into NCAA. I think what you're going to see here is Biscuit probably going for a lot of flashy plays versus who from the Blaze is going in?
That's a good question. I believe it's Milk, Zolo, and Lockdown.
Okay, that's interesting. Lockdown, I think, is going to be someone to sort of look out for, especially the fact that, so Milk Zolo is actually playing QB here for the Blaze, and Kevin, I believe, is playing quarterback for the Wolves. That's interesting. That basically takes away what I was saying about Biscuit playing a little bit more aggressively and going for the flashier plays. The fact that Kevin is at the helm of quarterback is probably the best decision from the Wolves, given the fact that he has more experience, is a little bit more mature, probably going to make a little bit better plays as a result of that.
I'm going to say that was a really interesting first play there by, I believe, I can't tell what team it is, the receiving end of the team, South Carolina.
Okay.
Because he received the ball and ran directly horizontal along the 10.
Yeah, so the Wolves are going to be on USC, and I believe the Blaze are going to be on Alabama.
Oh, USC, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so...
here we go. Looks like the Wolves are going to be here on offense. Let's see how things unfold. They're going a T-back formation. They got 3 wide receivers on the field. If this isn't going to be... I think earlier on in this, we have 2-minute quarters, correct, is what it looks like?
Oh, a flag of delay of play. I believe we have, 2-minute quarters.
Yeah, 2-minute quarters. So I think what you're going to see relatively early on is both teams attempting to go for a lot of rushes. You're going to see some run plays unfold as both teams get a little bit more desperate to get points on the board. Maybe they're behind or what have you. That's when you're going to see a lot of the pass plays coming out. Nonetheless, one of these teams might just be full-blown pass plays. We saw a lot of that from different teams like Bots and Ravens and what have you last week. Passing sort of seems to be the meta within this NCAA format.
Yeah, and you saw there with the delay of play on the USC, on the Wolves, that they lost 5 yards there.
Mhm.
Just not gonna have a good time.
I mean, they're back. The Trojans are backed up
yo.
to their 10-yard line. What happened
What's
right
going
there?
on now? Uh-oh, offsides. And another
Oh my
penalty
gosh, they
for
should be
the
backed up
for
onto
the
their own
Wolves.
5-yard line, I believe.
That is a horrible 1st and 20 is an insane.
Okay, here we go. Roll Tide.
Oh my goodness.
All right, 1st and 20. They're on a split back formation here with 4 wide receivers. They have to be careful if this is going to be a pass play that they don't get a safety. Stepping up into the pocket, but he gets clipped by the nose guard or tackle.
And now they're at the 1.
Yep. They're
And now
running
they're
a
at 2nd and
3-lineman set.
24.
Yeah, they're running a 3-lineman set, so they're going for prevent sort of pass formation. This may be a cover 4 or a cover 3. I'm not familiar with it. What just happened?
Oh my God. I believe, yep, that's the Wolves.
Oh my gosh.
They have been punished again, and they lost 1 yard.
Yeah.
They're now at the 2nd and 25
Yeah.
at the goal.
Yeah, they need. Okay. So clearly they're going to go for a pass. Being in shotgun formation, what I would like to see is probably more man coverage and press coverage. I want to see them send a blitz. It looks like they're doing that with Lawson in the center of your field right now. If the running back doesn't pick up on this blitz, I guarantee you it's going to be a safety. He gets the pass off. Oh, we're talking a 99-yard pass coming out of UNC right now. There's no way he catches him. Don't do it to me.
Oh, and he pushes him out.
Me.
And the Wolves go
Don't
from
do it to
1st
me.
and 25.
If the Wolves don't get a touchdown right here, I guarantee you the momentum for this game is going to be shifted. It's going to be absolutely detrimental. The fact that they're taking negative yards right now, they have to get this touchdown, or it's going to affect them mentally for the rest of this game. Now, they are running the exact same formation, so you can bet your bottom dollar that Alabama on the defense is going to start reading this formation and countering it with, I would assume either a cover 3 or a cover 4 defense.
That's one thing I'm not seeing. I'm seeing a lot of blitzes by the Blaze, but not really like an informed plan. But also on the Wolf side, they don't seem to be running any kind of plan.
Yeah.
They seem to be running for mainly pass plays. That pass play being an incredibly, an insane play by the Wolves. Going for the 1st and 25 to the other side of the grass.
Now, one of the things that the Trojans could do right here on Blaze, but it's going to be interception. He's going the other way. Can he take it to the house? Oh! Goes out at the 18. That mentally, I talked about this a second ago. The fact that after that 90-plus yard pass play that they didn't score any points, not a field goal, not a touchdown, anything, mentally that's going to affect them for the rest of this match, I promise you.
And that's the big thing here. I mean, not only is it mental in-game, but it's mental out of, not only even mental out of game, but it's mental in-game. I don't know if you see that bar on the top side of your screen that comes every now and then.
Right.
It's the pressure that the enemy team will get.
Yep.
And if you are not the home team, you're actually going to have a load of pressure struggles with that stuff because you're going to be able to have sloppier lines.
Yep.
You're going to have worse passes. Your QB is going to be under more pressure.
Yep.
It's a really bad time. While Bama just has a home advantage.
Yeah. Now, similar formation going down. Is he actually going to hand it off? Okay. So it's sort of a split back, halfback sort of power O run right there. I think what they're doing is he's going to stick to the same formation. And what's important about this formation is it's really good at testing what the defense is running. If they're running a cover 2, the sidelines are going to be vulnerable. If they're running a cover 3, it doesn't even matter because he's taking it right up the gut. Oh my gosh.
And Zolo and Lockdown are just doing exactly what they need here.
Yep, sort of just an option right up the middle, yeah.
They found the right gap they exactly needed, and they're just pushing it down. Now, Zolo and Lockdown are going for a different kind of play here, more of a pass play on top of a blitz.
Yep.
They play off from it, and oh my God, they get to the 3rd.
Mm-hmm. See, what happened right there is you've noticed now a play to the sidelines. You've also noticed a play to the flats. The flats being relatively close to the line of scrimmage, further out on the sides of the actual field. What's important about that is he's reading his opponent's formation and capitalizing off of it. If the defense runs a cover 2, sidelines are going to be vulnerable. If they run a cover 3, the flats are going to be vulnerable. You can sort of mix and match along those sidelines. Going to be wide open. There we go.
Wow.
That's interesting. He might have been in man coverage right there, but if he is going to run man coverage, I would like to see him press his defense, which actually gets them in the face of the receivers. It kind of puts pressure on them within that first 5 yards. While that's occurring, I want to see him blitz in order to put pressure on the running back and force him to get the ball off.
Ooh. And he makes it to the 4th and inches.
Oh, they're going to run hurry up.
Oh. they're going to no huddle. They're going to try to get this all the way down to the end zone
This
here.
is going to be a halfback option to the left side. And he
Makes
shuts it down.
Wow!
Wow!
Oh my goodness! And that is going to be USC getting the ball, or the Wolves getting the ball with 42 seconds left to go in the half.
That was a great read by the Wolves because they actually pulled one of their defenders to that side because they read it. They read it in real time the same way I did, the same way that we saw that coming out, and they just great play. Oh, but that's going to be an interception. He's going the other way again.
Oh
2 picks.
My
2 drives,
goodness.
2 picks. Shutting them down right now.
And there's 30 seconds left in the quarter, and the ball goes back to Alabama no matter what happens after this quarter because USC received at the start of this game.
Yeah.
So really, USC's biggest chance is either now or never.
Yeah,
and
they need to do
twice.
They need to do a better job at sort of reading what they're doing. This is cover. Yeah, that's going to be cover 3. He's running a cover 3, but he's wide open. He's on the 10. He's at the 5. He takes
gets
it
the touchdown.
to the house. Touchdown, Alabama. Blaze going up.
And the Blaze get the first 7
now.
points. There we go.
There we go.
7 points on the board on Alabama going against USC. The Wolves on 0. They're going to be kicking down to the Wolves, but the Wolves only have 30 seconds to turn this ball completely around. The question is, can they make that or can they whiff it?
Gets the kick. Oh, it's drilled.
Wow.
Oh, my God. I hope his mom was not watching.
He got folded.
Absolutely.
He got hit and he went around the guy like a taco.
International House of Pancakes on the field right now. All right, but here we go. We got the Wolves back with the ball. They're running oh, my gosh. They are running a 5-receiver set.
I believe.
Oh, that is going to be another pick. Makes the exact same mistake.
Oh, almost gets it. He's going to call a timeout here?
My
Are we getting a
goodness
timeout called here, or are we
gracious.
just going to keep running the game? And it looks
you know what I'm noticing? There's 2 sports games. We had NHL earlier, guys, and we have NHL earlier. We have NCAA right now. What we've noticed from the Wolves is them not learning from their mistakes on both of these sports games. There's no reason for him to have thrown that pass right there. His A receiver is going to be wide open. Now, something he did right there that I've seen him do throughout this game. As the quarterback, you can pivot your joystick to the side to intentionally throw on the outside shoulder of your receiver. He's doing that intentionally to help him get away from the man coverage potentially that's happening. Y's going to be wide open. Oh, he launches it to the end zone. Let's see if he can do it.
Almost. And there's 8 seconds left in the game here. Realistically, 1, maybe 2 more plays if they call a timeout here. And then it's going to go back to Alabama regardless.
Well, they could. They could do 2 plays. He has timeouts. The average play is about 4 seconds.
Flag on the play.
Flag on the play. That's 2. Is he going to take
it?
It's
another touchdown.
Oh, my.
But
Who's the flag on?
What's the flag?
3rd and 10?
Oh, no.
Offsides?
I would decline that.
He's declining. That's
touchdown.
up. They're going to be up 14-0 at the half.
And Bama gets it back after the half. This is absolutely looking meek for the Wolves here.
Well, they have
another flag?
Oh, my gosh.
Holding.
You would have thought you're at a Pittsburgh Steelers game with the amount of yellow that is being thrown on this field right now.
Oh,
absolute insanity.
Oh, my Lord.
Well, I'm trying to think what the Wolves can do right now with the Trojans to sort of bring this back. And what I would do on defense is start to play potentially even cover 4. They have to. Oh my goodness gracious! Just sort of drains the clock to take it into halftime. But I'd like to see them do either a cover 3 or a cover 4 potentially because they're passing deep on the field. But if you are going to do something like cover 4. You sort of need to manage and control the linebackers in the center of the field in order to prevent that halfback option that they've been running. And all you need to do for that, if you're playing middle linebacker, you can guarantee that your read is going to be the halfback. Wherever the halfback takes his first step, if it's to the left, if it's to the right, that's all you have to do in order to pick up on that run. So one of the players from the Wolves, whether it be Kevin or whether it be Biscuit, has to play that middle linebacker and then go into a cover 4, that deep pass sort of defense. That's what I want to see. The Blaze, all they got to do is just keep running it. That formation that they have is testing their opponents. The problem is going to be that formation that they're running is so good that if they notice them playing too passively for a deep pass, they're just going to send it out to the flats.
And that's one thing you could see there is, as I was talking about earlier with that pressure thing, you could see the meter was shaking.
Yeah.
Because that kicker had so much pressure on him.
Mm-hmm.
Going against Bama is such a bad time.
Yeah.
Alabama being one of those states that, they have the best team in college football to my memory.
Yeah.
And also, they just have that pressure here.
They're super vulnerable right now. I believe he's running a cover 2 with the 3 linebackers in the center of the field and 4 linemen up. That's going to leave B wide open. But oh, wow, but they get the sack that he could have potentially blitzed one of those linebackers because it's taking Alabama too long for the play to develop. That's a benefit of cover 2. You basically cover a lot of zones very quickly. They are sending a blitz. It could have.
Oh, and he just barely doesn't catch the ball.
My gosh. Okay, this is actually working. So cover 2 is basically gonna have good coverage on the first 4 seconds of a play. After that 4 seconds has developed, if you haven't gotten to the quarterback, you then become vulnerable. You can see the routage on your screen right now, and the fact that they're in cover 2 is gonna be super vulnerable here, and he gets it. Is he? No. He has 1 yard, and they're gonna do a hurry-up offense. They have to be careful not to do the halfback option because the Wolves have read that previously, and they're probably gonna prevent it. Okay, so they are going to the pass. Flats wide open. Solid play there.
And that is another really good play there by the Blaze. I mean, Milk Zolo on the QB is making the right decisions a lot here. Definitely running a lot of pass plays and maybe not getting all of them.
Yeah.
But he hasn't thrown any major interceptions besides the first one in this game.
Yeah. You know what's interesting is the halfback on this is my gosh, wide open. That might the defender trying to cover that might have actually been on a blitz, but I don't think he was because the halfback didn't pick up anybody. Sort of the secret weapon within this format that we haven't talked about is the fact that the halfback, the running back, guys, is on a delayed pass route. So at the beginning of the play, you'll notice him step up and act like he's blocking. If he has nobody to block, he will then go on a delayed sort of 5-yard pivot. He'll just run up 5 yards and turn around. 9 times out of 10, he's wide open. So if they don't get to the quarterback within that time, he's just going to dump it off to the halfback. He hasn't necessarily needed to, though, because they're reading the cover 2 so well and passing it to that sideline. Let's see what happens here. Okay, he's just going to let the time run out. And at this point, Alabama and the Blaze are basically just trying to run out the clock. They have 2 minutes left. Now, this game is still winnable. This is still very winnable. But they have to start making moves now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's 0-14 against the Wolves here. And the Blaze still have possession of the ball at 1st and 10. Realistically, they're in 4th quarter.
Yep.
The Blaze have to receive this interception, get a TD, then not let Bama get another one, and then have a good aggressive play.
Yeah, to be honest, though, if I'm the Blaze, all I'm thinking about in my head right now is a field goal. If they turn this into a 3-score game, it's over. And if they get a field goal, if I'm the Wolves, I'm forfeiting the game. I'm just getting the game out of here and just moving on to the next one if they get within field goal range.
Whoa.
Oh, we have an accidental button push.
Whoa.
By somebody. If you thought there was drama already being 0-14, let's just turn that up a notch right now.
And
we got Biscuit and Kevin trying to explain the situation. Let's see what happens.
And you will never see anyone at the UEL put their hands up quicker than when they see that pause screen. They go, please no!
It
and
wasn't
everyone,
me. Lockdown put it up. He's a vet.
Lockdown put his hands up. You see, even the coach has his hands up for the Wolves.
Oh, goodness. Don't know what's happening. It looks like something is scrolling up, like
I
constantly
think someone's
down.
controller broke.
Yeah.
That looks like a real bad controller. All right, now we're going to come back to us here for a second while we get this figured out.
Yep.
But, man, this game looks kind of dominant in favor of the Blaze again.
Yep.
This is what I was talking about earlier this season, though, when I saw the Blaze coming in a lot of these games and consistently being that really good sports team and that really good pressure. Like, they're able to play almost all the sports games to a highly consistent level.
Yeah.
And I believe they've only dropped one sports game today, and it was Lethal League.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, what I'm seeing right now is, I think, just a great understanding of the genre in general. Like, the formation that they're running is a formation specifically to read the defense. Look at this. I mean, now it's just draining time. They're playing as smart as humanly possible. I absolutely love this. You'll notice that in the NFL per se, you'll notice running backs that could potentially just score another touchdown, pad their stats, and they'll stop on the 1-yard line as opposed to actually scoring.
Oh my gosh.
So it is Milk Zolo against Kevin and Biscuit right now, but it might not even
my
matter.
God!
Are you kidding me?
And Alabama gets another touchdown on an incredible reception.
Zolo is playing out of his mind. He knows the formation. He's capitalizing on the, I would say, inability For the Wolves
and
to
an
sort of read things
onside.
here. He's
Oh my gosh.
actually trolling right now. He's
He gets it
actually
back!
trolling
There's
right
no
now.
way!
Oh my
Oh
God.
my goodness. 21-0. He goes for
He's
the
a
onside,
dog.
and he gets it back. And that means he can go for another run without his teammate.
Without
he
his
doesn't
teammate.
have lockdown at all. That controller is put down, and it's
Running the
unable
same
to do
formation.
anything.
He's not even running the. He's just going to drain the clock. He wants as much time off the clock as possible. Also, not just the NCAA clock, but also the clock for the rest of the games tonight in the UEL. He's just draining time.
Absolutely. You see that the Blaze are up by 4 after this game, most likely up by 5.
Wow.
Meaning that the Wolves have at least 5, if not 6 games to catch up with.
Yeah, it really comes down to just an understanding of the in-game mechanics. There's certain things that the Wolves can be doing right now on defense to prevent what's unfolding on your screen. There's no way he takes this to the house on the last play of the game. Oh, my
Another
God!
touchdown!
Oh, my God!
Milk Zolo is content farming
This is
in the UEL.
unreal.
This is an incredible
This
showing
is
of
going
skill.
on TikTok tomorrow. Just pure dominance right now. 27-0? Wow, that was
And
absolute
you
domination
hear
from the Blaze.
GM, Game Master of the game, calling that the Blaze just win.
Yeah.
It is impossible for the Wolves to go farther, and I believe they most likely have called a forfeit or agreed that they just don't win that anymore.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Next up is going to be a very hard game here at the UEL. It is going to be Blaz Blue.
Yep. And now Blaz Blue fighter?
Blaz Blue, Central Fiction, the fighter.
Yes. One of the things I noticed about this, we also talked about this earlier, the style of gameplay within this fighting game utilizes massive hitboxes. There's weapons, correct?
Yes.
That the fighters are using. So you're going to notice weapons that are huge on the screen. And at any given time, typically within a fighting game, when you're playing footsies and you're trying to get a set distance in between you and your opponent to allow for them to whiff an attack and then you capitalize on their missed attack, it's very difficult within this game just because of the weapon utilization and how fast-paced it is. It's very fast-paced. It's difficult to sort of pick up and maintain that reaction time. That's where the ceiling of skill between the higher level, the higher tier players on here and the lower tier, that's where you start to see that discrepancy between them. The pacing of it is really, really crucial.
That's a massive part of this game. Another part of this game is, like you said, with that pressure.
Yeah.
Another part of this game is the game knowledge. This game is so in-depth.
Okay.
And it doesn't play like a lot of modern fighters. Being one of the older fighter games here on the wheel,
yeah,
it plays a little bit differently. It has a lot of stuff where, like, if you don't know how to do it, you're kind of cooked. Wake
Yeah.
up options, stuff like that. So, like, off of being knocked down from getting a combo or getting hit, you can wake up, and sometimes you're not able to block in time.
Oh, wow.
Because, so you have to wake up in different directions. You know, you can do back wake up or wake up and switch sides with them. But you
Okay.
really need to play it out smart here because it can be incredibly detrimental, especially because it is a 1v1 and it is a set like normal fighting games.
Now, how many lives do they have?
Each team each player has 2 lives, and it's a set, so it's 2 and 2.
Okay. All right, that's
So-
good. And it's still a 5v5, correct? All 5
Yes.
players going out? All right, so that basically resets the baseball lineup that you guys see here at the bottom of your screen. All 5 players are now jumping in as opposed to 1 or 2 of them. So it's going to be interesting. The last fighting game that we played was Tekken, and you saw Gurren's absolutely, I guess, right?
Yeah, it was Gurren's.
Yeah, it was Gurren's. And it was Gurren's that absolutely cleaned house for the Blaze. The Blaze have so much momentum right now. They're up by 5. Gurren's really needs to step it up in terms of being that star fighter player, that tier 1 fighter that is on their team. If that doesn't happen, there is a mental drain that is going to occur on the Wolves. So this is his moment to not. He's already shined once today. This is his moment to basically take leadership, to take that captainship, if you will, and start pushing his team towards potentially a comeback because we still have an hour and 23 minutes of UEL tonight.
And it looks like they're putting Lemony in for this game, actually. And then on the other side for the Blaze, they're putting Garto in, I believe.
Wow.
So Lemony, maybe he's got something up his sleeve here. I'm assuming, if not, we're going to see someone called, I believe, 13 in this game. Is their
So
name.
this isn't 5v5.
It's a 1v1.
Oh, there we go. My apologies.
It's a 1v1, and it's
a
basically
1v1.
first to 3 and twice.
Okay.
So it's like any normal fighter set.
Okay, understand.
So next game up also is going to be the finals. Which I am. Wait, is it going to be the finals?
Is it going to be? It might be. Oh,
yes!
okay, we got the finals.
I'm
coming
excited.
Up. We got it. I love it. I love it. I think both of us are really excited to see some more shooters getting rolled. Nonetheless, here we go. Oh my gosh, instantly both of them playing relatively passively, jumping full screen, but now they've closed the distance.
I don't think I've ever seen a Litchi play before.
Huh.
Interesting character. It looks like she may have some set play with that little pole that she summoned from the sky.
Okay.
You can see them jumping out. Whoever this Litchi is playing incredibly passively well, while the Noelle is just kind of playing up in pressure. Again, it looks like people are really playing like the tier list here in this game. Noelle being one of the higher level players in this game.
Okay, so player 2 is going to be the Wolves, and player 1 is going to be Blaze.
So that means that Garto is going to be the lady in the red outfit, and that means that Lemony is going to be the lady in the blue outfit.
Okay.
So Garto gets a lot of damage taken off of him, gets down to below a quarter, and he's just getting hit into a massive combo. But the question is, can he get the speed back? He's got a load of meter. He's got a good combo confirmed. There we go. And I think he hits it with a level 2 here. It's going to be an exceptionally good amount of damage.
Okay, 19 hits, but maintain in order to sort of stagger back his turn, if you will. Lemony's sort of trying to pressure him back to sort of center stage because he doesn't want to have his back against the corner. He's landed some shots. This may end it. Oh! Sort of rolls out. Little bit of footsies play, getting some distance.
And this may kill. This would be really close if it doesn't.
This is going to kill.
Oh! And Garto gets the first kill on Lemony, turning the game around from like 1/4 HP and 3/4 to dead.
Wow. That was really, really impressive. Let's see if they both sort of play passive. Oh, they go at each other. Okay, so they're starting to get comfortable. They're getting right into it. Gotta love it. And Lemony, probably a little frustrated because of that last game, wants to apply his own pressure. Now, is this like other fighters? Is there mix-ups? Is there lows and overheads?
There is lows, overheads. There's mids, of course.
Yes, okay.
There's side switches. This game is one of the original anime fighters that causes a lot of these like things to become regular things in fighting games.
So the gauges on the bottom of the screen, does each one of those blocks represent the option to use a special, essentially?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
It is going to be like your tension and Guilty Gear or something like that.
Relatively, yeah, it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, understandable.
Yes, so Garto gets 1 life taken off of him. Lemony takes the other one. So it is 1-1 here. Whoever wins this will only have to take 1 more set of games.
Okay.
And it'll be over. Garto gets comboed, is pushed in corner, doesn't wake up correctly, gets hit again. Garto is back in another combo here.
Oh my
Can Garto get out? Garto is stuck in defensive here. Lemony is getting a lot of pressure in.
Wow.
Garto gets a good push block off, but it's not enough. Push block, basically, if you get hit while you're blocking, you can get them off of you.
Oh,
Garto
solid wake up, though,
here.
getting the pressure out. What I want to see from Garto, if he gets cornered again, what I want to see from Lemony, if he applies pressure on this corner once he backs him up here, is to lead in with an overhead, some type of jump in, because he's been leading with lows and mids almost the entire time. It sort of lunges in. Oh, wow. Did you see that lunge forward? A low strike coming out of Lemony to initiate that attack. Sort of stealing turn is super close. Next hit's probably going to kill. Oh,
it's just barely not. Lemony playing a zone character who's just not able to confirm, but Lemony's able to get a combo. And down goes Garto. And that is the first set done for Lemony. Lemony only needs to win 1 more of those before it's game over.
I love that. You can see Lemony popped off a little bit. You can see the tension in the top right-hand corner of your screen. You can see the player there. He stood up immediately after that round was over. He's feeling himself right now. This is his chance to get the Wolves back into tonight's game. Oh! With a neutral jump off the start, leading in with an overhead, gets a little bit of damage, but now Garto is sort of backing him up. Here they are again, middle stage. I love the mix-ups that I'm seeing out of Lemony. Look at that, leads in with a low, goes straight into a combo, even connects with a zoning tool to push him further back, but now he's got to play off of his back. Let's see what he does. He has a little room to back up and play footsies, doesn't need it. Now Garto's, okay, sort of just trading positions here. A lot more jump-ins, the more comfortable they've been getting throughout tonight. Oh, wow. Solid footsies, a back step, and then a forward lunge to connect, and now he's draining life.
Trying to watch what's going on here. Litchi getting a combo. Garto getting another good combo, but Lemony has so much HP because he's been able to get that pressure. Is it enough for Garto to even out the game? Just barely not. Is Garto going to keep up the pressure? Garto just barely doesn't. Keeping the pressure on Lemony, but he gets swept. That means Garto's probably going to get into a combo here. Does he? And he's able to reverse it. Getting Lemony into a level 2. Is this going to be able to hurt him enough to take the lead? Is Garto going to take advantage of this? Garto takes advantage of this again. Goes through the combo. Does Garto win this? And Garto wins the first round of the set. Can he even up this game? Oh my goodness.
We had talked about them lunging in with overheads to initiate combos. Garto mixed it up right there with a lunge that was a low strike in order to initiate that combo. I love the mind games that are at display. Goes for a dash to push him into the corner, and now he's maintaining pressure. Look for sort of a blender of mix-ups here if he's able to keep him into the corner. Lemony sort of gets him back out. Now he's pushing him back into the corner. Let's see what he can do.
Now Garto is getting more damage here, taking the lead. But is Lemony able to keep up? Lemony does have a lot of meter here. He could absolutely take over this game really quickly. Lemony getting a good combo, evening up the game. Also getting a load of pressure on Garto, but Garto gets a hit and gets back over him, no longer in wall.
Yeah, both of them have 2 meters to burn right here. Look for that level 2 special to sort of fly out. Potentially 3, a level 3. They have so much utility to work with. The next person that gets touched is getting dropped. And it's gonna be Lemony absolutely coming back right there. That was really, really impressive.
And that means one more round. If Lemony wins this next round, then it is game over for the Blaze. But if Garto wins this, they will go to the final set.
Yep.
So we gotta see what goes on here. Let's just go.
Garto looking laser focused on the top left-hand corner of your screen. Oh, I didn't like that. It looked like Garto was just going for just a regular jab strike, which almost looked like a high.
Yes.
Yeah, it looked like a high.
Because of how the character plays, comboing in this game can start off of lights because it is a very quick fighter.
Yeah.
So I believe he's just trying to get a safe, unpunishable move like that. But Garto gets another good combo here, but he just doesn't have the life lead. Lemony gets another confirm onto him. Garto jumps out. Garto gets another good confirm. He has 100% HP.
100% meter.
He gets the burst. Can Garto get the combo here? Garto doesn't fully finish the combo. Again, Garto doesn't finish, but he wins, and he evens up the game 1-1. Now
we're going to one last round right here. Let's see who takes this. Oh, no. My apologies.
It is the last round.
Okay,
Garto won one, Lemony won the other.
Yep, gotcha.
Oh, Garto is saying the download has been uploaded. A term in fighting games is called downloading the enemy, figuring out their movesets and how they exactly play here.
Absolutely. Well, and you can sort of see that a little bit with once you recognize an opponent's combos. For instance, we saw Garto leading with a high earlier. Potentially, Lemony might start reading that and going for a quick duck, maybe going for a low jab to steal turn. But right now, Garto's got to get out of this corner, and he does. Little pop-up. He's going to maintain pressure, gets caught. Both of them have about 2 meters to burn right there. They could go for a level 2 special if they want. He elects to do exactly that. Lemony draining a little bit of health here. He's about 1 to 2 hit confirms away from finishing this round, but he has to be careful because Garto's feeling himself, talking trash on the floor right now in the arena. Here we go. Garto's got him in the corner, drops him, maintains the juggle. Is he going to block? He does. He does. Lots of pressure still flowing here.
And Lemony
doesn't care. He's coming out.
Gets the kill.
Oh my gosh!
And Lemony gets one more
Lemony's
kill.
feeling himself right now.
Lemony is 1 kill away from winning this entire game.
Okay.
While Garto is 2.
Okay, he's shaking his head in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Oh, lunges forward. Initiating a 10-hit combo. He's maintaining it, but Garto steals the turn back. Gets out of the corner. Okay, here we go.
Oh my goodness. Garto just getting put into a combo into the meat blender.
Yep, there we go.
More
He's
damage.
Sort of initiated himself. I like the low strike right there.
Oh, Garto goes for the... Oh, he gets the level 2 in here, getting a lot more damage. This is most likely going to push Lemony into the far screen.
Yep.
Getting more combo in. Gets the sweep. Lemony is really just not blocking low enough.
Oh my goodness. Can Garto send this? Can he send this?
Lemony is literally running. And Garto wins this. It means this is going to the last round of the game.
Round of the game.
This is going to be an incredible last round here. Anyone could take this. Both seem to be very equally matched.
Both of them back up right at the start of the round, showing respect for their opponent. You gotta love that. Here we go. Solid combos. I love the dive in coming out from Lemony. It's sort of an overhead. He points the pistols down towards the floor, if you will, sort of getting those shots off. He's landed that now twice throughout this.
Lemony perfectly not been hit yet at all until now. Lemony happy to be put on the defensive now, though. Garto hits another level 2, playing a really good defensive here, but Lemony is still so far in the lead. Can Garto catch up again? Garto gets another
Lemony
confirmed combo.
Getting caught with the low strike. In the midst
Garto
of this
hits him
combo.
again.
Okay, there we
Lemony
go.
gets the burst out. So
Oh,
he gets
Lemony
out
with
of
the
battle.
legend down shot.
And Lemony can't get a kill here if he gets for the he goes for the super. If Lemony
Yep,
goes
if he
for the
goes
high,
for the super, that's it.
but
He has
Lemony doesn't.
full bar, but he
Garto goes for
wins.
the super.
Oh!
Can Garto kill off of this? Or is he
Garto's
gonna
gonna be
one confirm
so
away?
close right here. 16, 17 hit, 18 hit combo. He's got to wake up.
And Garto goes. Oh no! Garto wins the game.
Garto! Oh my
God!
Oh my!
That was
gracious.
intense the entire way around. The Wolves and the Blaze went back and forth the entire time. Lemony could have taken that just as easily as Garto
I
could
know
have.
Garto was definitely vibing. He said in the midst of that game that he had the download complete, and he ended up winning it. He was talking the talk. He just walked the walk. That was super impressive. Lemony was blocking the initial strike of some of his combos and then not down blocking to block the low strike. So he would block the initial part of it and then get caught. Once that low strike would hit, he's taking another 10, 15% damage and what have you. So that's something to learn from potentially for Lemony.
Now, with seeing that now, I want to see Lemony play more fighters.
Yeah.
I mean, Gurins wasn't able to, Gurins didn't let him show his skill earlier in Tekken.
Yeah.
But I mean, imagine what he could do if that's how he plays.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I think Lemony is a good fighting player.
Yeah, he
I want to
is.
see him play.
That is something that he now may be looking at. And listen, I know that was a loss, but the level of excitement that was on the floor of the arena right there, there's no way that he walks away from that feeling like a loss.
Yeah.
Like, that is a solid win. And now that might open up his repertoire of game genres. Maybe he starts practicing and being sort of that pinnacle player for some of these fighting games as they sort of roll out. We have a lot of them still left on the wheel. It's going to be interesting if some of them come out. We'll see. We'll see. I personally want to see Mortal Kombat 1. I've been casting now for 2 weeks here at the UEL, and I haven't seen MK1 a single time.
MK is one of those fighters here at the league that's a little bit different. It's either not liked or loved. It's, again, I say that for a lot of the games on this wheel.
Yeah. That may be true. That may be true. There is aspects of it that feel a little different from your classic Mortal Kombat play. But if you're just a fan of the FGC in general, sort of the assist fighter aspect of MK1 that we love from Marvel vs. Capcom and Dragon Ball Fighters and things like that, it definitely sort of has that flow, that momentum that we enjoy watching as viewers, but also playing. So we'll see. We'll see. So who are we looking at here to jump into this next game, you think?
Oh, no.
Oh.
And the Wolves are just forced a timeout there at the end of the setup, meaning they are out of timeouts, meaning they can make no more mistakes.
Yeah, they have to be pristine on their setups for the rest of the night. We explained that earlier in the stream, guys, but if you weren't here when that happened, once you run out of timeouts, if your setup is not ready by the time the clock hits 0, then you are forced to forfeit that match. So the fact that they no longer have timeouts means that they've got to be on point for another hour and 10 minutes of UEL game.
It's not going to be great. But again, for those of you who are new here, welcome to the UEL, where gamers go pro.
Yep.
Here we play 33 different games with a 4-hour timer. We have a wheel that depicts on what we play, and we play that game until we get to the win condition.
Yep.
Each team then gets a point for depending on if they win that game or not. And currently, as you can see, the Blaze are up 11, and the Wolves are down 5.
Yeah. And, I think at this moment, Wolves are feeling like, I wouldn't be surprised if they're starting to feel a little down. But at the same time, we talked about this last week. If you're in this position, you have to keep a winner's mentality, because going on a string of like 3 wins is so doable. We've seen that, especially as the night gets later on in the evening, there is what's called gamers fatigue, if you will, that starts to occur, where players are getting tired, they're not making as many quick decisions, they're not on the ball, the hand-eye coordination starts to lack, and we're going to take a look at some of our top players that hopefully don't start to get fatigue. Let's take a look at our tier 1s right now. Now, here we go. We have Gurins, which we saw earlier, and Hollywood. Now, the discrepancy between their records is starting to shift. Hollywood feeling himself for a reason. He's 7-3. 2-0 in shooters, 1-1 in fighters, 2-2 in strategy, and 2-0 in racing. Not a single category that he is negative in. On the flip side, Gurins struggling a little bit. Not a single win in shooters, sports, or racers. Still doing pretty good in strategy. We've knocked out almost all of our strategy, I think.
I believe all but 2 of the strategy games have rolled so far. I believe we are missing Checkmate Showdown.
Yes.
And another game. Mystery tool we'll use for later. I don't remember the name of the game.
Okay.
But
Yeah. Nonetheless, though, you can see the difference between both of these Tier 1 players. Hollywood really showing up right now. Gurn's struggling a little bit, but I think that isn't necessarily because of him as a player. I think it has to do a lot with the team composition that he's rolling out into these games with. You know, this isn't just a one-player league, man. You have to have that level of cohesive teamwork amongst you and all of the players on your team. And there's been situations like on NHL, like on NCAA, and like so many of the games that we've seen throughout tonight, that I think they've sort of struggled to work together as a unit.
Yeah. And that's something I have kind of noticed from both teams. The Blaze are starting to pick up on it way better, especially in the games they seem to know. They seem to be working really well together. But both teams and the places they're not confident in seem to not win these.
Yeah. Now, Blaze just took a timeout. That's interesting. That, you know, if I was the team with momentum right now, unless that's because of a technical issue, which it could be.
It could be.
But if not, you know, don't listen. Your setups need to also be on point. Don't just think because you have a timeout that you can sort of just kick back and relax. Because the moment that starts happening, the Wolves are going to get a little bit of a comeback. One of the things I will say though about the Blaze, and we noticed this on Friday against the Ravens. The Ravens were a team that there's sort of a arena joke that sort of goes around that they sort of start to experience some of that fatigue as their games go on. The Blaze, however, just were playing consistently throughout the entire night. Maybe they're going to continue that today.
I think that's a big thing, though. I mean, a big part of it is called like momentum players, like right.
Oh, yeah.
So a normal player may come into the league and play, you know, consistently throughout the night, but they're going to start getting tired. Momentum players will come and go. You know, they got like these waves of like really high pressure, and then they're like, okay, and then they get really good. And then if you ride that wave high enough, then that team is going to keep getting that pressure. And even if you get like a little bump, you're still up here instead of down here.
Yeah.
And that means that you're going to be able to just skyrocket your team and your energy as much as possible.
You know what? A big part of that, I think, is the confidence that they sort of, the confidence that's on display for games that they feel really comfortable with. They go into those games with a ton of momentum. But when you're in the lead, like the Blaze are right now, you also see like sort of an exuberance of energy on the games that they're not comfortable with because they have a lead. And they don't feel as if like, well, if I don't perform right here, you know, I'm really losing it for my team. I'm letting down my teammates. Honestly, there's going to be times where, okay, maybe we are going to lose this game, but let's not forfeit it. Let's just experience this, and maybe we'll get better at the game as a result of sort of relaxing, trying to take in as much data as possible, sort of optimize our gameplay, our strategy, if you will, and start to excel in those games moving forward throughout the season, as opposed to just saying, I'm not good at this game. This is going to be a loss.
And that's the thing. Learning and adapting is the big thing here at the UEL. And that kind of trades into real life stuff, too, learning how to adapt in your job and working in real life.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's going to be really important. That's something that makes an endgamer also an endgamer, is that adaptability, that fixability, and that work.
Yeah, we've definitely, and we've noticed that, I think, obviously the Blaze have been doing a better job, but you can't just take away the fact that, okay, they're 6 games down, sure. But the Wolves also have 5 wins tonight. That means not once, twice, 3, 4. That's 5 times that they have outplayed this team that's exceptional. They're 2-2. Maybe tonight they end up going 3-2.
Yeah.
But you're going against a team that has an even record right now, maybe even a positive record after tonight. You're getting 5 wins against that team. I mean, they can't feel too bad about themselves. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they absolutely should not.
Yeah.
I mean, they are doing exactly what they need.
Yeah.
They're playing really well.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the games could have been taken by the Wolves here tonight, but they just didn't.
I'll give you a perfect example. If you're playing Rainbow Six Siege, this is like an ongoing thing within ranked matchmaking within Rainbow Six Siege. We do have a word from the desk, though. Let's go ahead and get a word from
we got our man in the field.
What's going on, y'all? So the latest timeout from the Blaze was from Hollywood, and they are getting so hyped for the finals game because they want to play. They're giving the Wolves more time. They just want to play this game.
I assumed as such. I was about to say, there's no way the Wolves called the timeout and the Blaze weren't able to get in at that point. So I'm willing to bet that that's really funny. Hollywood really does want to play the finals here. It looks like...
So are the Wolves like an exceptional shooter team? Is that what I'm hearing?
Kenny and Kevin are really good, and so is Gurins.
Okay.
The Wolves have been one of those teams throughout the season that has showed their skill in the shooter category.
Okay,
So
that's
I am-
interesting. This may be one of those situations that I just mentioned where Blaze aren't necessarily feeling like they may win this game, but they're taking a timeout, letting the Wolves sort of be the best version of themselves as possible so
Yeah.
that they come into here and the Blaze can learn from that. I really, really, really like that.
And that's a big thing. A lot of teams need to figure out how to learn and grow in the UEL, or because of how rapidly the league grows. We got 33 different games, and everyone's always working on something. I'm willing to bet there's a team practice going on right now.
Yeah.
They may even be listening to me. Hello, whatever team's listening to me. But
You know what's interesting, though, is they have Lockdown on their team. Lockdown being a vet, coming out of retirement onto this team. That could have potentially even been his idea. You know, let's actually learn from this experience. Let's help them be the best version of themselves so that we can learn maybe from some of their strategies, from some of their in-game map placement, you know, and what have you.
And Lockdown also being the GM of the Blaze has a lot more pull there.
Yeah.
Lockdown been able.
Yeah, that's a good point.
As of recently, he is the. Yeah, he is the GM. But I mean, that's the big thing with all the players here. Is it's so important for them to play well, right, and play consistently and learn all that stuff. And a big thing that helps us play super consistently here at the UAL is our official PC sponsor, SurfThing.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like I'm saying.
Welcome back, UEL viewers. You're joining us right now. The Blaze are up 11-5, so there's a 6-game discrepancy. We're on a timeout right now that the Blaze actually called, which is interesting because the Wolves are a pretty good shooter team, and the fact that the Blaze are calling a timeout to let them get ready for what we're about to jump into, which is the finals. Now, what's your favorite aspect about this game within our shooter genre?
I mean, the finals is such this varied game, right? Because it's like it's hard to explain because it's not a hyper-mobile shooter, right? There is mobility, there's jump pads and stuff like that, but your character inherently isn't hyper-mobile. It's like a COD character, right? So it's kind of like the abilities in a game mixed with COD movement.
Yeah, and that's true. That's a fair point. You know, moving into with regards to team compositions, we've sort of seen the Blaze actually playing very, very well as a team. We've seen that in a lot of the sports games throughout this evening. Similar to Overwatch as well, you know, in terms of bringing out hero compositions, how to complement your teammates. The same is applied to the finals because you have lights, mediums, and heavies that basically jump onto the field at the start of every match. The heavy characters are slower, but they have a bigger health pool. The light players have a low health pool, but they're very quick. Fast. They have some of the mobility that Magna's talking about with teleports.
They have a grappling hook.
Yep, grappling hook, things like that. They're probably the easiest character to gain verticality and to sort of start managing head glitches, shot spots, things of that sort as the game unfolds. You're going to see a lot of that, especially depending on what game type is selected to be played.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about mediums, that's the one I really want to highlight here.
Oh, yeah.
Mediums are that consistent role. They deal a lot of damage, and they're pretty meta in the game as it stands currently. And the biggest thing about that, I want to say, is I have seen the Blaze run 5-man medium teams
really
almost all of this season. So I am very interested to see if they play it. I mean, but that's kind of the difference between this game and maybe another shooter like Valorant, right? You know, the finals is a little bit more of that mobile shooter. You play a lot more speedy. You think really fast, you play really fast, and then you're going to think of like the Valorant, which is like super slow and methodical and well thought out. But like this game, you have a strategy and you just play it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I will say the Blaze are actually running a 3-1
light.
Looks like the Blaze are kind of just trying to outshoot them here.
Wow. Okay.
Light's known for getting really good, movement, as you said, but also really high burst damage.
Yeah.
So they are able to get really fast amounts of kills out.
Okay. So this is interesting.
The medium's there for the turret because we're playing power shift, which is like the point push in this game mode. Imagine tug of war with a payload.
Yeah.
And then there is the heavy, which I'm assuming is just for the tankiness.
Now that was the Blaze that was running 3 light?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay, so 3 light, 1 medium, and 1 heavy on the Blaze. But here we go. We are on the Wolves right now, watching Lemony rush up the stairs, trying to get close to him with that samurai sword. Oh, and he's going to do it. Running up on him.
And it looks like he just says cooked there. I believe that's going to be Lemony, and most of the Wolves down.
Yeah.
Garto is sitting on point right now with the spear.
Yeah.
Currently spinning around like a Beyblade, hitting people with things.
Now, is that ability a shield that the enemy players have to shoot through?
That is the bubble shield. Yes, you have to shoot. I believe it is a one-way shield. It may be a two-way shield.
Ah, got you.
But
Okay,
it
that's
is
interesting.
really, really good on power shift.
That's interesting. So Garto's still basically on the platform here, racking up points for the Blaze, not really being contested. He's put a shield sort of at the start, at the front. I love his ability management, the ability he has a close quarters weapon, obviously, but the fact that he's just dropping all of these shields is making it to where he can just sit here. Now, the rest of his team is prepping the opponents from the rooftops, again, taking advantage of that verticality that we talked about a second ago. Oh my goodness.
And that's the thing. Realistically speaking, really all you need to worry about in this game mode is the point, right?
Yeah.
If you're keeping pressure on the point and keeping that play on the point, you're not going to struggle with a lot of things.
Yeah, and
because the enemy team has to get to you.
Yeah, and we talked about like team composition. For any of you that are new to the finals, you can see the team composition in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So depending on what player is actually playing, if you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, what are his teammates doing? What abilities do they have? You could just simply look to the bottom left-hand corner and you'll see that.
Yeah, I mean, so you can see on this light, he's running the grappling hook, which is that little logo. He's running the SMG.
Yep.
He's running a flame grenade,
Oh, I love this.
frag grenades, and a flash grenade.
Yep.
So his goal is going to be, if the enemy team takes up point, what my team calls it is haha hee hee funny, because what we do is we all stand on high ground and throw 30 very large explosive rocks at the enemy team.
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have the best weapon selection to take advantage of this high ground, but nonetheless, he can get to that high ground as a result of playing this light character. He has a grapple hook, trying to close the distance. SMG missing some of his shots. Maybe need to work on that as the game goes on throughout the evening. Just barely gets away from Machine, pushing through the house, picks up the kill.
Currents go down.
Currents goes down.
Yeah,
That's
but it
their
looks
tier
like,
1 player.
Yeah, but that's the biggest thing. The Blaze here are just keeping that absolute pressure
Oh
up.
my gosh,
Blaze
the mobility.
Wolves not at one point able to actually take the point realistically.
Yeah.
Wolves trying to push in. You're seeing Jay Biscuit trying to get in here, trying to get whatever damage he can down. Almost gets a kill, but the guy backs in. He's going to go for the second fight.
Biscuits go for the second
runs out of ammo, but the enemy does not. The enemy now runs out of ammo, and Jay Biscuit is able to get the kill here. Jay Biscuit left at 20 HP. He's going to hide in this corner and hopefully regain.
Oh,
he
no
sees
way,
someone
no
new.
way, Biscuit! Get him, Biscuit!
The 10-year-old wonder.
You gotta love it. What a great moment for Biscuit to just jump off the rooftop. He basically drained the health of one of the players, dropped down, reloaded his weapon in time in order to react to the second, getting a kill, and now he's sort of controlling the ground level. I would like to see him utilize a jump pad to be able to get some of that vertical play. Nonetheless, he's dropping that bubble shield from the bottom, which is sort of a big brain play out of him, but he may...
Oh my goodness.
Biscuit just barely staying on the map.
Dear.
He needs
I
to
don't
get
think
off
he
this
realizes
jump pad.
this is going to work, unfortunately.
Yeah, he needs to get off the jump
And
pad.
He lives it. Oh my
He's
god.
back in it, baby. Don't underestimate him. You gotta love it. But nonetheless, he's still alive.
And now it looks like he's going to take some time, play a little bit passive here, as his team has regained. Oh, and they no longer have the point.
Yeah.
So
He
they
needs
had
to
the
get
point.
vertical. He needs to get vertical because he's not seeing enough of the enemy presence from this ground level. I don't know if he still has his jump pad, but he needs to lay down a jump pad or at least find one to get over to the rooftop. Now, here we go. We're looking at Lockdown, playing with the sniper rifle. Can he pick up some of these kills?
Lockdown hitting a few of his a few really nice shots with the sniper rifle. Getting some ticks and hits another light. The fun thing about the sniper rifle is it brings the lights down to like 10 HP.
Yeah.
And it two-shots the mediums.
Yeah.
So
That's
it is an exceptional gun if you know what to do with it. However, it does mean that you have to be able to be mobile enough to be able to shoot the enemy team and consistent enough to do that. Because if not, you are basically a sitting duck and someone who's not with your team.
Yeah. Lockdown going for a mid-air shot. He lands it. Now, the thing that's really important about this is he's not necessarily getting these kills, but he's draining so much life that he's acting as a perfect teammate for this positioning.
That's the big thing here. I mean, Lockdown
wow.
again, you can see him repositioning to a new angle.
Okay,
seeing that maybe he acknowledges, maybe, I don't need to be the one running to the point. And he hits a really nice headshot. Okay, Lockdown.
Lockdown,
got this on Lockdown. That's what you what I was about to say.
Yeah, we're both thinking it. We're both thinking it.
But again, the Blaze are pushing this point. you can see on the top middle of the screen how much farther the Blaze have to go. That little bit of red left is all they have to make.
That's so interesting. You know what you're noticing right now for everyone watching at home is the variety of the different play styles within all of the players here at the UEL. Certain players excel in different game genres, but when you're put onto a shooter like this that has a lot of player expression with regards to what loadout you're utilizing, and you see people like Lockdown start to sort of showcase his skills, his level of accuracy and precision with the sniper rifle versus a player like say Biscuit, who's a young player. He's very, very aggressive, sort of jumping off the rooftop like we saw him do earlier, but maybe also a little bit of passive, because he is relatively young. There's certain aspects of the personality of these players that are in our league that you're seeing on display right now within the finals. It's a great game for that.
It is, especially because a big thing you can see, as you said, is the archetype comes through, right?
Yeah.
It depends on what gun you're running, what build you're running.
Great term.
And now you can see the Blaze just won that game absolutely. A very dominant showing by the Blaze there. And that means it's going to be 12-5 at the last hour remaining of the game. Next up is going to be Street Fighter, game I'm excited to see. I really want to see what both teams have to do here. I especially want to see if Lemony is going to have something up his sleeve for this game too.
Yeah, Gurns and Lemony, both of them are really, really good fighting game players. We saw that earlier with Gurns on Tekken 8, where he basically had an ace on the entire Blaze team. Now, this is a little bit different from Tekken because it's one of those 2D stage fighters, right? Tekken was a 3D stage fighter. Nonetheless, I thought they had a really, really solid outing in our last fighter. So let's see if they can sort of carry some of that energy sort of into this next fighting game, because they definitely, this is the moment, this is the pivotal moment where, as a team, they're thinking, we have to get this win.
Yeah.
We have to get this win, because if you're looking how much game time is left in our matchup tonight, you have about an hour left. If each game is taking about 10 minutes, right? 8 to 10 minutes, somewhere around there. You've got to start racking up win after win after win after win, which is doable. We've seen things like that happen here in the league, but this is their moment to pivot. And if not, they've got to find a way to learn from it.
Exactly. I mean, that's a big thing, learning from it and making sure you can do that. And, a good thing for that is having all this film, this very smooth film that you can run here, right? And I think a big part of how this is so smooth and how this is working so well is because of the SurfThing's PCs.
Yes.
Being able to keep stuff working.
Absolutely. SurfThing's PCs basically allow us to do everything basically here at the UEL, from the computers that everybody is utilizing here on the stage to the computers that we're using here in our production room itself. We wouldn't be able to do all of this without SurfThings.
Yeah. And next up is going to be Street Fighter.
Yes.
I mean, as we were saying earlier, it's one of those games. So how we play Street Fighter here in the UEL is we have 5v5. And it's not like other 5v5. So it's like this guy goes and then this guy goes. It is a team game.
Yeah.
So basically the first guy goes in and they're going against each other, right? The first two guys. And if this guy dies, let's say, but he dealt damage to the other guy, that damage is going to carry over, and so is that so is some of that meter or stuff he can use for supers.
Now, I do believe you do get a little bit of a health boost in between matchups, correct?
If you have an exceptional amount of time remaining, then yes.
Okay.
But if not, then no. So
What a
first off here,
rush.
we're going to be seeing Akuma versus Ken. Akuma being a basically glass cannon here, having the lowest HP in the game.
Wow, really?
Ken being a very consistent player. Akuma having only 900 HP. So compared to the 1,000 on average.
Now, this one is a little bit slower paced than some of the anime fighters that we saw earlier. A little bit easier to understand on your screen, and that's where you're going to see these blender mix-ups in the corner start to be utilized. And I think it's going to be a little bit easier for you as a viewer at home to be able to pick up on what's really happening. A lot of zoning tools coming out of here.
And
this is interesting. Oh, but it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and you can see that's a big difference between like what we saw in Tekken earlier, right?
Yeah.
Is a big thing of this game is going to be zoning and keeping the enemy away and like playing with fireballs and other kind of movements and stuff like that. Where Tekken is more of a realistic 3D kind of game, this game is going to be more high pressure 2D.
Magna, that was Gurns that just went out.
Okay.
I wanted to see Gurns make more of a, have a bigger presence here tonight. That's so interesting.
But next up is Kenny for the Wolves. I'm curious to see if they can take anything. M. Bison being one of those characters that's super wonky in this game.
Okay.
He's got a lot of different movements. He's been in the Street Fighter franchise since like the first.
Yeah, now if Kenny was a little bit more knowledgeable, that 2-hit string that we saw out of Milk Zola right here, that sword front, that roundhouse kick, you can block the first hit and then duck underneath the second one. That's really, really high level game knowledge, but nonetheless, he may be able to learn that with time. Solid grab to maintain pressure here into the corner. Now here comes the mix-ups.
And he goes for the drive rush, and he gets the
Who are we
drive rush
watching?
off of the grab, and that will be Kenny getting that first round off. Next up is going to be Lockdown. Curious to see if he is going to get any special plays or anything here.
Here we go. Got you.
And that's Milk Zolo going out, though.
Milk Zolo getting mixed up in the corner. I like what I'm seeing out of Kenny right now.
I'm going to say right now.
Oh, he's feeling himself too. You saw the grin.
And the game is looking perfectly even here, right? Both teams are on their second player, and both teams are on their full health bar. And, next up is coming in, as we said, was Lockdown.
Yep.
It's Kenny staying in, seeing if he can take a second life, seeing as he has to cover for that second life, as that's what he should be doing, since Gurins wasn't able to kill that first one.
Yep. And for those of you watching at home, if you are curious about who is playing, you can see in the top left-hand corner, not just the camera on the specific players, but actually who's in playing, and also who's on deck, and who has been eliminated. So you're watching Lockdown on the left side of your screen in player 1, and we're going to have Kenny, which is in the blue jersey of the Wolves in the top right-hand corner. Oh, with a little bit of ability to get out of the corner, and now Lockdown has Kenny sort of pressured here.
Hadouken.
Mm-hmm. They both have 2 meters to burn with regards to their special economy and the special moves that you can throw out within Street Fighter. Nice dive in and a mix-up to throw him. Now he's got him cornered.
And that could have been a combo if Kenny knew what he was doing and wasn't exhausted here. But he's in exhaustion, meaning any hit is actually going to deal a small, minuscule amount of damage to him.
Street Fighter is a little difficult to block too. I would say it's different from Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat has a block button. Oh my gosh! But in Street Fighter, you have to hold back. And if you want to block a low strike, you have to hold sort of this backward diagonal, if you will, in order to block those low strikes. So you're going to see sometimes players holding back in order to block combos that are coming out of them or coming out towards them, and they're forgetting to hold that diagonal block, which allows them to block low strikes. So they'll block the initiating hit of a combo, but then a low strike will occur that basically causes the rest of it to connect.
Yeah.
Yep.
And next up, you're going to see another Akuma. I'm curious to see. So you can also tell there's a thing in this game called Modern Control Scheme and Classic Control Scheme.
Very good.
Modern Control Scheme will take away some options from you, but will make your gameplay and your controls easier.
Yes.
But Classic is going to make it harder for you to do controls, but way more damage and stuff like that. You can see on the top right where Kenny's name is, you can see that purple C. That means he's on Classic. You can see next to Rajane where that yellow or orange M is. That means he's on modern controls.
That is interesting. I didn't know that.
Yes. So
very,
you can
very
see Rajane hits a really good auto combo there and basically completely takes out Kenny. Curious to see that Jay Biscuit is so far into this. I want to see exactly what he's got up his sleeve for this game.
Yeah, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. This is what I want to see. This can be potentially his moment. How experienced at Street Fighter is he? Youngest player in the UEL on deck right now. Biscuit on the right side of your screen. Let's see what happens.
Yikes, the DP on the Akuma.
Nice.
DP standing for Dragon Punch, basically an anti-air move that is unhittable.
Nice grab.
This is going to be Jay Biscuit on the Ken, or the blonde guy. Jay Biscuit just barely gets hit with a wall splat. Gets a little more pressure because this Akuma is just so hard to fight against. And that is going to be a load of damage. And he could have punished that. Just barely keeps him in the wall.
There
Jay
we
Biscuit's
go.
going to get a level 3 combo here. Does he get a combo? But he gets a grab.
His ability to maintain pressure was exceptional. Who paused? Somebody accidentally potentially paused this right now. I would have hated to have that be Biscuit. The fact that Biscuit, though, whiffed his special, that 3-bar special, and then kept his composure to maintain a grab afterwards was pretty exceptional.
And what's even worse about that, though, is that Jay Biscuit's, the problem is, though, that meter carries over between players. Meaning that the rest of Jay Biscuit's team doesn't have those 3 bars.
I understand.
So it would have worked on paper, but since he whiffed it, he used a lot on nothing.
Yeah, that is unfortunate nonetheless. I mean, he was able to get that grab off. A health pool is even right now. We're going to figure out what they're going to do on the floor. We may be having a decision being made here within seconds. Nonetheless, I like what I saw out of Biscuit. That was pretty good.
Oh
Biscuit
my
goes for a grab
and
off
Jay
of
Biscuit,
pause and gets it.
The Akuma goes for a hit, And as Regine goes to strike him, Jay Biscuits goes, "Give me a hug."
Biscuits
and drops
feeling
him
himself
to the ground.
too. Biscuits feeling himself. All right, here we go. Now Garto's jumping in at this moment against Biscuit. Let's see how this unfolds. He only has a little bit of health, but nonetheless, he can take away some solid health from Garto, which would be really, really good for his team.
And remember, I was talking about that like button scheme thing earlier,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Another thing you can tell, modern controls are going to be less experienced players usually. Well, Classic is going to be more experienced. You see, Garto here is on Akuma on Classic, meaning he's going to have a lot more damage, especially because Akuma's entire thing is being a glass cannon of galactic proportions.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Garto just gets the perfect KO on Biscuit, meaning next up is going to be Lemony.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. We wanted to see this earlier. Lemony really excelling in our last fighting game, and now here we are on Street Fighter. So he's playing Ryu. Oh, this is a great matchup. Almost full health for both of these players. Here we go. Lemony jumps in, lands the overhead on the jump in, but then gets caught. Garto backing up a little bit. I would like to see him utilize some more zoning tools here a little bit, maybe even. He is. He's playing a little bit of footsie, leads with that forward kick. But Lemony just sort of taking his time, playing patient.
Garto getting a small combo here. A lot of damage out on Lemony.
Yep.
Garto doing a really consistent job, being a good fighter today.
Oh,
and
that's going to be it.
Kill, and that means Garto is going to take out Lemony fully. Last one on deck is going to be X-Ray Kevin. The question is, can Kevin take out Garto and Hollywood? Or is Garto or Hollywood going to be too much for them to handle?
Well, I heard a lot about these X-Ray twins when I came in today. This is definitely their moment to shine. You can see his brother over his right shoulder giving him a little bit of motivation. Let's see what happens here. Garto, a solid player, though. I'm assuming he's... Oh, wow. I thought he was going to back up his zone a little bit, but he's going right into it. Oh, great grab. Lemony needs this. He can't take too much damage. He really needs to... drain a lot of health, and he needs to do it quick. He has 2 players to go through.
And Kevin has to save a lot of his HP for the next round going against Hollywood, a Kami who is a very consistent and good gameplay plan.
Yeah, Garto does have 3 meters though. I mean, he hasn't used any of them, but he definitely could to finish this thing out. And
He
there
jumps
we
out
go.
of the Raging
Oh!
Demon. Garto not only wastes a lot of his abilities, and that means that Kevin is going to get all of his HP, all of his what is it, stamina back, and also going to get a decent bit, and that means Kevin is going to be back to full half HP.
Yeah, half HP. Yeah, half HP going up against Hollywood now, who's sitting down on the left side of your screen. This is the Tier 1 player for the Blaze coming in as the last option to go against Kevin.
But wait, there's more. That means Kevin has a level 3, and Hollywood has no level, because Garto used the level and whiffed it. Unfortunately, that means if Kevin hits a combo here, he will most likely deal an insane amount of damage against Hollywood.
Throwing the zoning tool and then following behind the zoning tool is a big brain IQ
gets the
play.
command grab
but he has to go neutral
There
jump.
we go. Does he hit the... He does not hit the level 3 auto combo.
Oh, he's got to be careful.
DP'd back into it.
He's
The
got to
question
be
is, can
careful.
Kevin take this? Hollywood
Great
keeping a
zoning.
lot of pressure up, but Kevin...
Oh, the juggle with the zoning tool to set up
Stops
the
the
mix-up.
TP. Hits another one. Can he hit the level 3? He does not hit the level 3. Whiffs it.
He's got... This coming down to this.
Kevin,
Coming
even
down to
with
this.
the
He wakes up.
One
hit.
hit.
Oh, my gosh.
And Hollywood wins it. Hits him with the
gosh.
and walks off. Hollywood winning another round, 13-5 Blaze.
Man, that is why he's a Tier 1
Wow.
player coming in the clutch. Wow. Jumped into that with an overhead jump in and then the mix-up to follow with the low strike. There's a lot of things he could have done in that moment. Nonetheless, he clutched for his team.
That was a perfect showing of exactly what you need to do. Next up is going to be Lumina Rush, another one of our sponsored games here at the UEL.
Now,
Lumina
I was going to say, I'm relatively new to Lumina Rush. Could you tell me a little bit about that? And maybe this is an opportunity for those of you at home to learn a little bit about the game as well.
So Lumina is a speed running kind of game, right?
Okay.
So how we play here in the league is we have lobbies. It's a 3v3 lobby, and you have a minute to get the best time, right?
Okay.
It's different levels, so there's all sorts of different abilities and levels that you have to use in this game.
Okay.
So there's like the swing, there's like the shoot, you can like shoot yourself off.
Yeah.
There's like teleports and stuff like that. And it depends on what map your team wants to run, right?
Okay.
And basically each team is allowed to pick 2 maps. So the Blaze will pick 2 and the Wolves will pick 2. And whoever has the lowest average time at the end of all 4 of those maps wins the game.
Wow.
So it is a speed running racer.
That's really, really cool.
Really difficult.
What a great variety of games that we have here at the UEL. And you know what's so interesting is there's certain players that may excel in a fighting game or a shooter, but then to see a game like Illumina Rush come up, it's this huge opportunity for players that maybe haven't had their moment throughout the evening to excel in a game that is, I'm going to assume, is outside the wheelhouse of a lot of these players.
I mean, it is one of those games that's kind of a lot different than a lot of things on the wheel, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing really like Lumina Rush that I've even played before.
Okay.
So I think it'll be really fun.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll get it up here in a second. It is Wolf setup, so if they don't get it up in time, they are going to struggle. 6 seconds left-ish.
Yeah, it is Wolves setup. If they don't get this, guys, we talked about this earlier. They have no timeouts left. They can't call a timeout. If they don't have it set up, it's a forfeit.
And yeah, going into this on our amazing SurfThing's computers, we will see exactly who is on what and playing what side. I will tell you what maps are going to be in when we get into it here in right now.
Here we go. All right. We're going to get the spin of the wheel as well to see what our next game is, but you can see Illumina Rush right there on the back right-hand corner of your screen. Like you were saying, pretty much like a speed-running game. A little bit of the indie style to it, if you will, and they have to make their way through this course as quickly as possible and as best as they can. Both teams are going to be doing that on the left and right side of your screen, and it looks like we have Forza coming up next, another racer.
Forza is one of those games that is super important for the entire team to know, and I will come back to that in a moment, but for now we're going to look at this game. Looks like Jay Biscuit and Garto are the only two people who haven't finished this race. For those of you who don't know, if you don't finish a race in the minute you have time allotted, you see there's 20 seconds counting down on the top right there.
There we go.
You get a 2-minute time.
Really?
That gets added to your team's average.
Oh, my goodness.
So it is integral that you and your entire team finish no matter what time you get.
Yeah.
And 6 seconds left, and looks like Jay Biscuit still hasn't finished it, meaning that this level most likely will be an extreme deficit for the Wolves.
Wow. Wow, relatively simple mechanics, it seems
Jay
like.
Biscuit finished. He just barely finished.
Oh, wow. I was going to say, there's relatively simple mechanics within Lumina Rush, it seems like, whether it be just being able to shift your momentum mid-air. There's a double jump mechanic, definitely a little bit more floaty of a style game of a platformer like this than we've seen within the genre. Nonetheless, very doable with regards to the level and the format. I think it's just one of those games that maybe the players aren't necessarily practicing as much as they'd like to. This could be one of those games, though, after the events of tonight, they go and they start practicing a lot more often.
And this is going to be another one going in here. It looks like the Wolves are down by about 10 seconds currently. So I'm curious if they can even it out in the next 3 levels or if they are going to struggle. This is the teleporter level. You see that purple area is a teleporter. They need to press. Oh my gosh. Looks like Kenny doesn't have his interact button bound. You can see it's just a white screen. So Kenny is fully stuck there until he fixes his buttons.
That's tough. That's one of those things we talked about with potentially setting up the game and no longer having any timeouts. They could have set that up prior to this game starting.
Yeah.
As a result, he's going to wait here and spend a lot of time just trying to get through this teleporter. You see on the left side of your screen, Hollywood's already through it. He's pressing his interact button, flying through these teleporters, shifting, using the momentum, the in-game physics of this to get around and get to the finish line.
But
that
it
was a
looks
great
like
play.
Hollywood was actually having the same problem at the start there.
Okay.
His time was messed up because he didn't have his buttons set correctly. So I'm curious to
true.
see how that, but I mean, that shows just how consistent and good he has been doing at these games.
Yeah.
And how he's able to play. Looks like Jay Biscuit still is yet to finish this. Maybe Jay Biscuit needs a little more work in this game. And Jay Biscuit does not finish. You see that says 2 minutes left, meaning that the Wolves' time is most likely going to be very, very high.
Yeah. Now, Hollywood might not have had the perfect setup, but regardless, you can tell that he has an understanding of the game by the way he was able to fly through this platformer and get to the finish line. A couple of times. He had some solid runs, not necessarily the fastest that, we've ever seen, but nonetheless, he definitely understands the game. The team itself, as the Blaze, have a very coherent, sort of optimal setup with these games. And not to mention, they have a timeout left. So even if they weren't completely set up, they could have called a timeout to finish it.
Yep. And the Blaze now, for my quick maths, seem to have, I believe, a 38-second lead, roughly. So that means that the Wolves are gonna have the hope here that the Blaze aren't able to complete these last couple of levels, or the Wolves might have just messed up. That red little area is a kill zone, instantly killing you and resetting you back to the last checkpoint if you hit it. Making it back up, it looks like Kenny is able to keep going, and he doesn't know this map at all. Looks like Kenny just doesn't know this game.
Yeah.
And there you go. He's just able to make it. Kenny getting a 20-second time. Let's see if he can improve it here.
Hollywood showing why he's a Tier 1 player with a level of understanding for almost every game genre that we have here. And this platformer is no exception. He goes out right there, but he has finished it at least once, which is pretty impressive. Also taking a shortcut that we haven't necessarily seen out of Kenny on the right side of your screen. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, exactly. You can see that actually one person for each team has not completed yet. Rajane on one, and never mind. Rajane just completed the level. Now, Jay Biscuit still hasn't finished it. I'm curious to see if that is going to be a problem for him here. And let's see what the time is here. And it looks like unless the Wolves have a princess run in the last level, that the Blaze have about an entire minute lead.
Yeah, well, that's just unfortunate. Again, that might be one of those situations that just comes from the inexperience of Biscuit. Nonetheless, this is what I talked about earlier in the evening. They might be, a good number of games behind, but this is their moment to learn and to bring that experience further into the season. And particularly, it's really important for Biscuit right now to just learn how each of these games operates, particularly this game, because it's a platformer. It's a speedrunning sort of platformer, and this is completely different from what they're used to playing. Nonetheless, very simple mechanics, so it's easy to understand, something you can sort of practice in your free time in a simple manner.
Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely hit the nail right on the head there with that whole thing. I mean, being consistent and learning all these games is a really hard task. Hollywood getting the level done and really quickly off rip.
Wow, this is slowly becoming one of my favorite games. I absolutely love as the levels go on here, they gradually get more and more difficult.
Yeah.
I think that's something maybe the viewers may not have known as we started into this game. Nonetheless, it's getting really interesting as things continue.
Yeah. Because now you have those swings, you have the teleporters, you have the flames. There's also another one which basically gives you a gun that's a big boost to your speed and will launch you in a separate direction. And it's really important.
Interesting. Well, I do feel like Kevin and Kenny as a team have gotten a little bit more used to this game as it's gone on. I think everyone's sort of gotten their controls down. It can be difficult to go from a shooter or a fighter into something like this. It's so different. Nonetheless, I think their nerves are starting to calm down. It's just a matter of whether or not the Blaze is going to make a huge mistake by not finishing a match.
And that is a wrap for the Wolves. Jay Biscuit not completing another level.
That's tough.
I mean, this is why playing this game consistently, or at least knowing all the levels, is so important.
Right.
And that's why you can never in this league let one game slip through the cracks. If you're like, I'll play that game later, and then you never end up doing it, that'll end up happening. And this is another one of these games. Speaking of that, Forza, an incredibly interesting game. Because how we play here at the league is an average of times at the end also, like Lumina, right?
Yeah.
However, if you DNF, basically the game is over for you. So it was a 30-second difference at the end there.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Blaze did take that out.
Yeah, even though there's a 30-second difference, it'd be interesting, when Biscuit starts to get a little bit more experienced in games like that, he can start to excel and stand out as a much higher level player, because there's only been a few of these games that you can tell just needs a little bit more experience on. So nonetheless, I think he should be pretty confident going later on into this season. I think he's a great player, and that's just a really interesting game. It's just a really interesting game, man.
I agree, but Forza, like I was saying, is one of those games where it's like, because, like I was saying with DNFing, you lose if you DNF because it gives you a 10-minute time.
Yeah, that's very, very true. The other thing that's going to be taking away from your time is by going off course and getting bumped by other cars and not having a clean drive, sort of as they talk about within the game itself. So you got to drive clean, you got to stay on the course. Car selection is really important as well. Some of the Formula cars won't have as much traction when they get off course, so they can't necessarily get back onto the pavement as quick as they'd like to, which causes more of a time delay and a penalty toward your final time. Nonetheless, I think it's going to be interesting. The other thing that we just saw from that last game was a 3v3. Could they have ordered their lineup a little bit differently to make it to where Biscuit didn't have to necessarily play in that last game?
Well, actually, they didn't even have to play Biscuit there. Kenny is still up before they get a full reset. I don't know why exactly they put Biscuit in if they knew that that was going to happen. Maybe they were talking about that whole learning experience you were.
Right. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. They may be playing for later on in the season. Nonetheless, Kenny, do we think that Kenny is pretty experienced here on Forza?
I think, I don't know, to be exact, honestly. Forza is one of those games that everyone needs to be good at in the league, and it seems like some people may have fallen through slightly on that. So I want to see exactly how that ends up being. And the Wolves forfeit Forza.
Wow.
Interesting.
Okay. So that might be one of those situations where maybe they're just trying to get their hands on a few other games tonight, not just to practice, but like, I don't know, maybe even potentially start to build momentum. Now, I know that there are a lot of wins sort of behind. 40 minutes being left in the night. I think they want to start getting a few games that they're more, I guess, less experienced to just, like I said, get that practice in, man. Yeah. And it looks like Formula 124 is going to be one of those. Potentially, you go from Forza to Formula 1. I mean,
yikes. And that on the full reset means Kenny is going to be the only one available to play for the Wolves. He's just going to go Kenny, full reset, Gurins, Kevin, Lemony, Biscuit. That means that Kenny is going to be forced to play F1, so I'm curious to see if he knows what he is doing here. Because if not, it's going to be a very tough time with Hollywood, Zolo, or Lockdown on the other team. Hollywood and Lockdown being people who are very, tenured players here at the UEL, people who definitely know what they are doing.
Yeah.
So I think Hollywood or Lockdown could probably guarantee this win.
Yeah, Lockdown's obviously very, very experienced. He's coming in out of retirement, if you will, which means he's been around the block, if you will. And Formula 1 is one of those games that you're probably going to see him excel at, particularly here tonight. And you've got a young crew on the other side with the Wolves, so we're going to see what happens. But is there anything in your mind that sort of separates this game from, say, Forza as two racers?
Well, I mean, first of all, Forza and F1 actually have, I want to say something in common first.
Okay.
Both of them have a very bad destruction, connection.
Okay.
So both of them will, if your car takes damage, be in a lot of trouble, right?
Okay. All right.
In F1, let's start with Forza. In Forza, if you get hit, your car can sometimes not gear shift out of first gear for the rest of the race. And you're going 20 miles an hour, come on, and you don't have time to pit because we played 2 laps in the UEL. And for F1, if you lose one of your front tires, which are the most loose tires, then...
Ooh, we're getting a forfeit out of the Wolves, so that's another forfeit coming from the Wolves. I think that's just a matter of either they feel good within racers, so they want to practice something else, or it might just be one of the situations where they're super not comfortable within racers. They don't even want to show that on the broadcast tonight, and they're just going to the next game. Oh, we got MK1. There's no way. We just talked about this. I haven't actually broadcasted with MK1 a single time, so we're hoping we don't see a forfeit. Absolutely love this. Huge Mortal Kombat fan, so I couldn't be more happy.
MK is a very fun game. I was running it a little bit last night, trying to learn a new character myself.
Yep.
It is so much fun.
What particular character?
A Homelander.
Oh, gosh. Don't get me started on the DLC characters. There's so many different DLC characters introduced this that aren't just classic Mortal Kombat characters. So, and if there's a lot of people that practice this game that don't even jump on some of the DLC characters, so they don't know what to necessarily expect.
Yes.
Homelander's one of those characters because he has zoning tools that people aren't necessarily used to, I should say. That's interesting.
I've been having a lot of fun playing it, honestly. As someone who's not really a fighter, enjoying these kind of games has been really fun for me. I came into, that's the one thing I actually love about the league, though. I came into the league not playing fighters at all.
Really?
And I've come out of it understanding how fighters work, and I've been really actually enjoying watching them and enjoying playing them.
Yeah, for what it's worth, you seem really, really experienced within the fighters.
Yeah. But
I just heard someone sneeze here in the studio. It sounded like an avalanche just rolled through.
It did. That was incredible.
That was
interesting. But yeah, no, I'm really excited for this game. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I want to see a few more games like shooters and stuff like that, especially on our SurfThing's PCs. Stuff that they are really going to be able to show their strength.
Yeah, utilizing frame rate, the fact that a lot of these players are playing with mouse and keyboard, having that connectivity of utilizing the point and click accuracy within some of the games that have huge scale maps like the finals. It's always fascinating to watch those things. Now, With regards to fighting games, though, there's a lot of fighters that you can play on your PC or you can play on console. Some of them are just frame locked. There's a thing within the FGC where that if certain games aren't frame locked and you're able to utilize a higher frame advantage on a PC, it's actually completely detrimental to how well you can play. For those of you familiar with platform fighters like Smash Brothers and Multiverses, there was a problem within Multiverses where you had a frame rate advantage on PC. You know, a lot of the games that we're experiencing here tonight, that's not something that we have to worry about. Nonetheless, MK1 is a fantastic game. The thing that makes MK1 stand out amongst the other titles within the franchise is MKX was a little bit more close quarters oriented, and it focused on 50-50 mix-ups.
MK10, yeah.
Yeah, oh god, yeah. So pretty much every character in the game had a 50-50 mix-up, whereas as they moved into MK11, especially now with MK1, not everybody has a combo that initiates with a low strike or initiates with an overhead. You sort of have to utilize the benefits, the pros, and the cons with every character in order to create that blender within a match. That includes zoning tools that have 3 different ranges. You have zoning tools that can be hit very close to your player. You have zoning tools that same ability, you can actually range it to be a medium distance or you can range it to be a far distance. There's certain characters like Rain that can utilize that. It looks like we have Smoke versus Sub-Zero here. Looks like we have 2 Scorpions as the assist fighters that are going to jump in on the screen in order to help manage combos.
Ooh.
Oh, Smoke. Smoke is definitely one of the more combo-oriented close quarters characters with that sort of dagger, that knife, if you will, that he has to get close with.
Heavy switch-up options, being able to basically juke the enemy and blocking. Kenny getting absolutely beat up here. Wolves on P2, meaning they're on the right side of the screen. Kenny at just under 250 right now.
Yeah. Nice.
And, the Smoke getting into a combo here. Rajane getting hurt a lot here, but is he able... And he just barely dodges the low sweep. He gets another combo here. Does he get the kill? And he just barely misses it, and he gets the kill out. And that is Rajane with the first death.
Yeah.
One more death, and Kenny is fully out, and we'll be moving on to Kevin.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty impressed with the game knowledge of both of these players. We've actually seen it by both of them that they're calling in the assist fighter to aid in assisting the juggle to continue their combo strikes. That basically illustrates the fact that they know what they're doing on MK1, and I really like to see that. Solid grab off of Wake Up there in order to shift things into the other corner. Great little footsies tool utilized there by Sub-Zero, where he can actually jump backwards to gauge distance while also putting that ice on the field to freeze his opponent. Wow. Sort of great. He's got him sort of in a blender right here. He might... Oh, man.
And he hits the... And... Let's see. Woo! Kenny hits the DP, being able to freeze Rajane here.
I would have liked to see Sub-Zero sort of dash forward a little bit in order to keep him in the corner.
Oh my goodness! And down goes Kenny. Rajane is just barely able to jump over his ice clone, and Rajane. Oh, Rajane is actually the one that died.
Yeah. So okay. So
the Blaze are on P2 and the Wolves are on P1. That makes more sense.
Okay, there we go. We had our players mixed up nonetheless. Okay, that's so interesting. All right. I was going to say. All right, so we got full character listing here, it looks like. No, some of the DLC characters are locked. No, because that's just because
the only characters that are locked are going to be the characters that are unreleased. Ghostface, Kanan, and
correct.
The Terminator guy.
Yep. Oh, going for Baraka. Interesting.
Baraka being one of those higher tier characters.
Yep.
Very consistent and good, but also not many good comboing options. If Hollywood does not know how to handle Baraka, he can really struggle here.
Yeah, but Baraka has really big hitboxes with his sort of arm daggers, if you will, as he sort of lunges forward, but he has big damage once his combos connect. He also has pop-ups that you can use in tandem with your assist fighter to jump on screen and then initiate into like big damage, not just for those initial damage you get from the first couple of hits, but he's struggling to get out of the corner here. This is Kenny, I believe? Yeah, so this is Kenny and this is Hollywood. I know.
Hollywood goes for the combo.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So that's Hollywood actually in the corner that's getting hit on player 2. So he's struggling a little bit. Kenny's the one playing Smoke, doing exceptionally well. Wow.
Yikes. And
wow.
that is Kenny taking another life.
Yep.
Kenny sweep. Is that going to be the message of the day? The Wolves are sweeping the floor.
Right. One of the things you're going to see from Smoke a lot, you just saw right there with that low strike, is he has combos that initiate with a low strike or a mid. A low occurs, and then he has overheads that sort of flip with his kicks. So you have to be really knowledgeable in order to block his combo strings. Now, if he's going to play Baraka, he has to utilize some of his zoning tools, but really just the blades on his arms. He's got it. He's got to play footsies well, close the distance to get that damage out, but he just can't. He's just getting tossed up.
And Hollywood getting put in a massive combo here. One thing I've noticed is Hollywood hasn't been able to get a single combo out of himself, running mostly pokes and stuff like that.
Yeah, Kenny is. I think this might be the best game that we've seen Kenny play. His level of utility and just game knowledge right now is exceptional. He's doing things with Smoke I haven't even seen.
Kenny is able to do a lot of stuff here, getting a lot of switch-ups. Smoke being one of those characters that's just so hard to keep track of. But Hollywood gets another growl off. Can he win this round at only 8 HP? He can't get touched again, and it does not matter. And Kenny wins the game fully, and that is a Wolves victory, 16-6.
What I just noticed out of Kenny that I think is the difference maker right there is it's just overall game knowledge. And I give you one example of how that was on display with teleport cancels. So he's applying pressure. He'll have 2 or 3 moves that are blocked, and then he'll go into a teleport within Smoke's sort of repertoire toolkit, right? Instead of going for a full teleport, he'll cancel the teleport. So you see the smoke appear on the screen, and then it just sort of fades away, and then he goes into another combo. The fact of the matter is he's actually at a frame disadvantage. If his opponent reads that, Baraka could have, or Hollywood, I should say, could initiate a combo when he goes for that teleport cancel, and the fact that he didn't is just a matter of Kenny just having better game knowledge right there. He basically is putting him in that blender, if you will, by keeping that corner pressure, but he's just never letting him breathe. So, really liked that.
A lot of good pressure there by Kenny. I mean, not even letting his twin play there. Kevin not even allowed to go in.
Yeah.
One thing I am interested to see here, though, is as I was talking to Jay Biscuit also earlier, he was excited to see 2K.
Oh, okay.
So
now 2K is a game that I'm not super experienced with, but nonetheless, a lot of you viewers at home watch basketball, you play basketball, you have a pretty good understanding of what's going on. With regards to the mechanics in the game, there's certain things and button inputs that you can do to sort of utilize trick shots or certain movement mechanics that could give you an advantage, whether it be, spin moves or what have you that occur on the court. You can also set up picks. You can utilize certain mechanics, offensive mechanics, to set up picks to make going for a layup, relatively free, passing to another player behind the three-point line to get an easy 3 points on the board. It just really comes down to which team has a better understanding of those intricate mechanics that are more than just what you see on the television set when you're watching basketball at home.
And for those of you who don't know how we play here at the UEL, we play half-court blacktop 2v2s. So it is the amateur area. We have basically the dream teams. You can pick whoever you want from all time.
Mm-hmm.
And it is it's 5-minute timer, I believe, or first to 21.
There we go.
So it's, you pick your 2. Usually you pick a big man and a shooter. Please pick a big man and a shooter. If you don't pick a big man, the dunks are free. If you don't pick a shooter, everyone's going to sit in the paint.
Yeah.
So
that's true. And I think one of the things you guys will notice is as the game clock goes on and we start to see a discrepancy within the points, there's going to be risky plays that start occurring. And if those risks don't pay off, that discrepancy of points gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually it gets to a point where maybe you just want to forfeit the game. But hopefully we get to see a really, really close matchup today.
Yeah. So it looks like actually Jay Biscuit is going to be playing this game. It's going to be X-Ray Gurrens and Lemony versus Rajane and Milk Zolo.
Okay.
2 very, very strong sports players on the Blaze versus Gurrens, and I believe Gurrens is a very good 2K player.
You said Zolo and who from the Blaze?
It's going to be Zolo and Rajane. You can see next to their name, you see that green
in-game
line where it says in-game. Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. One of the things I like from the Wolves is the fact that Gurrens is going in as that tier 1 player. That might be what Lemony needs to sort of just sort of pick up their momentum, because the fact that they just won that last game is really, really good. I think they're feeling good about themselves, and they get to, kind of get into a game that they have a tier 1 player in as well. Maybe they can pick up a point here, make it 7 points, get within 10 wins. I'd like to see that. I
agree. I'm excited. I mean,
what's also interesting is there's I think there's going to be players within both teams that you think work well together. And when we go into matchups that are 2v2, sometimes you may not want to play your best player just because of the synergy between two of your other teammates.
Yeah, or mains. You know, if someone
yeah.
plays like a big man, the other guy plays a big man. You can't have two big men.
Yeah,
that's not how the game. I mean, unless you got like, I mean, in theory you could do it if you got like, you know, a paint big man. You got a shooter who's like, you know, Jokic. You got Giannis or something like that. But
yeah. Wouldn't have been interesting to see Kenny and Kevin go.
I think it'd be funny. I really am curious to see a lot more of these duo games.
Yeah.
With the twins go in, see if they can show that like twin mentality.
So we're gonna get a spin of the wheel here in a second to see what our next game is. Let's see what it lands on.
Rainbow Six Siege is going to be the next game.
That's really, really interesting because Rainbow Six Siege was skipped at the start of today's event. So the fact that it ended up getting picked anyway is really, really fun. And that's going to be fun to broadcast. But regardless, here we go. We got 2v2 half-court action going on here.
So it looks like we have... Okay, so we backcourting to get the ball back. We were just checking everyone's controls and everything. So it looks like we have Kobe Bryant versus George Russell and Shaquille O'Neal versus Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And a 3-point off the dot. Okay.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
So it's a 3-point at the 3-point line. Each 2 and 1 for this game.
Gotcha.
So Shaq's Kareem's not guarding Shaq. Shaq's too big for that. He could have backed him down, but he decided against it.
The step back. I think his foot was
He
on the
didn't do it.
line. Doesn't matter regardless.
That means he's going to get the ball back here, though. Play around. Pass it off to Shaq. Pass it back. Going to see if he can... Nah, it's not in.
Oh, just barely, though.
Barely not.
Wow. Look at the way he shifted to the
He's
left
not-
side of your screen, but it didn't matter. He's wide open again. Better positioning needed here.
Yikes. And it looks like whoever is in the opponent is the name of them is going to be the Blaze here. Blaze have already gotten 4 points, meaning the Wolves are down by 4 and currently struggling. Looking like whoever is on George Russell.
I believe that is Lemony.
Lemony is going to be on George Russell.
Yes.
He's really not guarding his shot.
Gurns is on
Shaq
Shaq.
goes for the dunk, fakes it out, and passes to George Russell. George Russell goes for the layup and gets 1 point here.
I love that. So,
oh my God, do
Russell
not shoot
and
with
Shaq
Kareem,
on
please.
the same team. That's going to be Gurns and Lemony. Here we go.
Yeah, and that's going to be another shot there. Kobe missing a shot.
Solo playing Kobe right now.
If you're missing an open shot on Kobe, I'm not going to lie, that is most likely going to be on you and your knowledge of the game. There we go.
Yeah.
Hitting a very good shot. Kobe with that amazing, shot timer and just, I think he's got a 99 in shooting. But and Shaq just is able to go for the dunk because he's Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, very, very easy. Very easy. Let's see what happens here. Oh, Shaquille O'Neal saying, bring it. Here we go.
Free
Solid
shot if he
positioning.
took it.
Yeah, he should have taken it. Nonetheless.
Oh my God,
Wide
free
open
dunk.
center court, free dunk, but
Oh,
he
but
doesn't
never mind.
get it.
Shaq is just too big.
Yeah. I want to see from Abdul and...
It's going to be, I believe, Kobe.
Yeah, and Kobe.
that.
I'd like to see...
Let's go.
Ooh, easy peasy. I'd like to see better just like shot input basically right off of getting the assist.
Yeah. Whoever is on Kobe, oh my God, that Shaq screen is actually really good.
Got to have better positioning. Some of these shots are absolutely free, and I think that just comes with just game knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these shots have been missed, honestly, on both sides.
Yeah.
The Wolves have missed quite a few more.
Oh,
they
just
do
a
get a
little
very open
fadeaway.
shot, and it's... Oh, wait, no, that was the Blaze. The Blaze are on Kobe here.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Ooh, Kobe goes for the reach-in.
Yeah, the Blaze should be in the white jerseys, correct?
Yes, the Blaze are going to be in the white,
jersey.
and the Wolves are going to be in the black, and then that
Yellow.
weird thing of an
All right.
outfit.
Yeah,
He's
Blaze-
going to back out open, and he doesn't shoot it.
Yeah.
Tries to
nice
plan.
little step back, but he's
Ooh,
staying
ooh,
on
ooh.
him. He's staying
Come
on him like glue.
There we go.
Goes for the jump.
And that's in. I mean, this is just Kobe at his
Yeah,
finest,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah, the point difference here is huge, and I think it's a matter of just utilizing those mechanics that we talked about at the start of this because they're getting wide open shots. They also need to be communicating with each other to decide who's going to be on who, playing that 2v2 action. And if you are going to play that 2v2 action, just don't get caught lacking going for a steal, and then you don't make it. And next thing you know, Kobe Bryant's wide open in the paint to sink a three-pointer.
Yeah. One thing I have been noticing, though, is that Rajane has been doing an amazing job on Kareem here, keeping a lot of that pressure in the paint, especially because he knows Shaq is not shooting a 3.
Yeah. Now, make no mistake about it, too. Milk Zolo is excelling right here within 2K, playing on Kobe Bryant. Every time he seems to get the ball, he's basically just sidestepping and then going for a fadeaway jumper. Yuck!
Oh, my goodness. And the Blaze are dominating the Wolves here. Oh, my God. That is I don't know why we are not on our man here.
Yeah.
And that's Shaq. And he just barely gets it back out.
Lemony needs to him. Yeah, I was going to say, Lemony needs to get further out in the paint when O'Neal has the ball like that to go for a three-pointer. That is ridiculous shot. That should have never been attempted. They are absolutely trolling right now.
And that is going to be Milk Zolo past the half-court line, causing it to backcourt.
Okay, Gurin's, getting closer here, just dribbling right down the center paint with O'Neal. Goes for the pass, but gets it stolen.
Don't shoot a 3 as Kareem.
Rejane potentially going for a 3-pointer with Kareem.
Don't shoot a 3-pointer with Kareem.
Don't do it. Oh, he gets the rebound
he gets it back and he gets the
just dunks it on Shaquille O'Neal.
And Blaze are up
by
10 points here. Milk Zolo on Kobe and Rajane on Kareem is incredible.
Double teaming. He needs to pass out. He needs to pass out to Lemony in the paint to go for a 3-pointer to start getting some of these points.
Gurin's on Shaq. I know he is the P1 and needs to show his skill, but he also needs to let his team shine, right?
Just loose,
and
it's a little shift. Sidestep, fade away. We keep seeing it
Oh
fade away. There it is right there. Yuck.
Oh.
Almost got it, but not quite. But he's left paint, and he sinks it.
God! And this is just Kobe at his finest here. You're seeing Milk Zolo hit a lot of these just open shots.
Yeah, Rajane is doing a great job of assisting Milk Zolo right now with the pass assist, basically to wide open. Lemony needs to do a better job at guarding him, but I don't. Oh my God!
Kobe! Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Kobe, that I heard someone out in the audience just yell Kobe, which is the true answer to that. My man hit that from that's not even the 3-point. That's the 4-point line.
That was a solid point right there by Shaquille. That's going to be Gurin's on Shaq, but I think the Wolves need to do a better job at the assists. They need to do a better job at passing.
Wow.
Yeah, Blaze absolutely shut that down. I think that was a result of two different things. I think that was a result of the in-game knowledge and then also a little bit of selfish play on the Wolves side because they weren't passing a lot. Shaquille O'Neal's pushing, under basket, and then Lemony would be wide open. Kobe not guarding him whatsoever, and a pass isn't occurring to get those 2 additional points on the board. So little selfish play, but then also I just think game knowledge. Let's be real. Yep. Because Milk Zolo on Kobe was doing a sidestep fadeaway over and over and over again. And I think Lemony was trying to go for a steal, not knowing that if he whiffs that steal, it leaves him wide open to get passed up on. So,
yeah. I mean, that's that was something that the tier 1s really need to show is not only their gameplay, but they need to make the rest of their team look good, right?
Yeah.
They need to help them in their categories. They need to not be a detriment. That if you're the tier 1, your job is to be the best.
Yeah.
And Gurin's was honestly not helping Lemony a lot there.
Yep.
Lemony had a few completely open shots where everyone was in the paint. Lemony has sitting at the 3 open, and he goes, I'm going to back him down with Shaq.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting that level of selfish play is unacceptable moving into a game like Rainbow Six Siege. I would like to see the tier 1 out of Hollywood, I believe. Is Hollywood jumping into there?
It's a 5v5.
So basically that baseball sort of bracket reset, if you will, is going to occur here. All 5 players are going to be jumping into this game. The tier 1 players need to really step it up.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to be playing, I believe this is on Bank. This is a really interesting map because this has actually been remade. This isn't the launch version of Bank that some of you may have played, 8 or 9 years ago when this game first came out. This has been redesigned. It's actually one of my favorite maps to play. What I'd like to see here is the tier 1 players between both of these teams sort of take over in terms of, or maybe potentially another player that is more used to FPSs. But they've got to explain team compositions. Something that's interesting, I'm seeing Kenny pick the Mira right here from the Wolves. I will be the first one to admit I really like a good Mira. But if Mira can be detrimental to your team as well because it leaves a window of opportunity for the attackers to shoot into the objective. So if Kenny doesn't play the Mira right here, he's going to basically throw this game for his entire team.
It can be a very detrimental ability, but it also can be a very big help. You can see the Rook getting scanned too. Rook being able to give you another extra 20 HP, another level of armor basically in this game.
Yeah.
You see the Castle, a Capcan, a Mira, and then I wonder what the last one is for the defense. Castle being able to put bulletproof doors up. Sentry
Okay.
being able to put these bombs out and stuff like that. Capcan having these tripwires that explode on doors. Oh,
Okay, wow,
Blaze
Blaze.
lost a timeout for display names.
Yeah. So as the Blaze start to close in on the objective here, I think one of the things that's going to be really interesting, we talked about Kenny playing that Mira. I'd like to see a Mira that's put in the conference room that covers closet. The closet's going to be one of the first areas that they push into. Now, clearly he has one here at top square.
He has two.
If he has two top square?
He has both because there's one covering the stairs and one covering the other one. And it
yeah.
looks like one of the walls is fully reinforced too, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't like the double Mira top square. I think the more optimal positioning for a Mira is on that conference wall covering the closet, because if the attackers get to closet, they've just made the game that much easier. We get a rush out of Rajane here, pushing straight into closet like I talked about. The fact that they don't have that Mira is going to make that really easy for him to utilize. Just sort of pixel peeking with this Nomad. I'd like to see him put a Nomad. Maybe he did put a Nomad at top square to
He did, yes.
Okay, so
he
that
put a Nomad
reduces.
first flank. Oh my God, Rajane
goodness.
is going crazy. He takes a repeat. Oh my. Oh. And he gets team killed
TK'd
by
by
Lockdown.
Lockdown.
Hey, Lockdown
Trolling.
locking down his teammates.
That is an absolute troll from Wreckfest that occurred earlier.
Oh my
Rajane
God.
basically T-boned Lockdown earlier on Wreckfest, and that was pure vengeance right there out of Lockdown.
Oh my God. He said, Rajane, I think you're good at this game, but I want to play. Yo, that was funny.
Yeah. Nonetheless, they still were able to secure the win. So, I mean, what can you do? What can you do? They still got the win on offense.
It was a very, very good showing by the Wolves there. Almost all the teams stayed alive. Would have been a very high survival rate if Lockdown was not killing his own friends.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at the end of the day, they did what they needed. From what I'm hearing, Lockdown was trying to shoot the Capcan traps.
Yeah. Now, something I'm really, really concerned about is Biscuit just picked the Thatcher, but they don't have a hard breach. And one of them might be using the hard breach tool, but they don't have a meta hard breacher. Now, I believe they can switch right now if they were able to pick up on that. We need a Thermite, and we definitely need an Ace. Ace being a little bit easier right here if they happen to go top.
Ace being a very good character right now.
They may be going down into the vault, though.
No, they are most likely going to be basement on round 2.
Yeah.
Round 1 is always going to be 2 floor, and round 2 is always going to be basement. They are more advantageous positions.
Yo,
Because you
absolutely.
cannot attack from multiple positions from above and below like you would on the middle floor.
Yeah.
So, as you can see, the Thatcher being a character that puts out these EMP grenades.
Yeah.
EMP grenades are really helpful for when walls are electrified or stopping enemy teammates' team's abilities. But you need a hard breacher or someone to break those metal walls that the enemy can put up.
Yeah.
It's just Jay Biscuits doesn't have anyone on his team like that, so Thatcher is really just going to be.
Yeah. Well, we just saw Frost that was playing center stairs by the elevator. It'd be interesting if the Frost comes up into Cubicle here, into this office space here to lay down some Frost mats, potentially even on this jump in on the window. But I like seeing Frost actually play upstairs a little bit as a roamer/floater, if you will, just for the off chance that she's able to catch some people in a Frost mat. Utilizing Frost within the objective isn't necessarily as useful because by the time they've sort of collapsed onto the objective, it's already too late. They've planted. And so having that Frost sort of float upstairs can actually be a really fun thing. Let's see if they can pull that off.
Yeah, you saw earlier there, too, that the Jaeger actually spawn peeked out from the lower area.
Okay.
He went out through what the area is called cave or like the little
Tunnel.
sewers area tunnel.
Yeah.
And
Turtles Tunnel.
Yeah, I got the wrong call for the wrong map there. But he peeked out tunnel, making sure there was no enemies coming through there, seeing if, whoa.
Wow, Rajane playing upstairs potentially. Is that Rajane on the Caveira potentially with an SMG kill off the rip? Oh!
Lockdown takes down Lemony.
Oh, goodness. All right.
I believe that is going to be Gurins takes down Kenny.
Yeah.
That means that is 2 left on the Wolves, and all 5 are still up on the Blaze here.
Yeah. Now, they are, though, in a situation where they have some
Vice
really...
versa.
Yeah. They are in a situation, though, that the 2 people that are left on the Wolves have really good weaponry. There we go. You just saw it right there. Oh, Kenny potentially picking up. That's Kevin. Kevin picking up that kill upstairs.
Yeah.
Great utility on this character, too. With picks up a triple. Kevin making a name for himself on R6. I like this.
Kevin doing exactly what he needs to do here. Kevin does not seem to know that Zofia doesn't hard breach or soft breach.
Yep, I don't think
Or-
they know that they can't. This actually isn't a soft floor, so you can't plant on the floor right there. That's why they needed a hard breacher like Habana. Habana's very well utilized to get open hatches. Now, there potentially is a soft hatch in the elevator in front of him. That is a way that he may be able to get some verticality onto the objective. There's also a one by the front desk of the bank. Behind the desk, there's also a hatch that he may be able to open in order to drop into the vault and then play behind his opponent from their 6 o'clock.
Yeah, my only concern here is there's 30 seconds left, and the Wolves have gotten basically no farther than they were before.
Yeah, it is a 2v2. This is the hatch that I was just talking about. They need to attack the objective in a pincer movement, and by playing on top of each other,
my
they're
God,
making
he
it a
blew
lot
up Jay
easier for the
Biscuits.
defenders. One of them has to push down the stairs while the other one drops in the... Oh my God, I can't believe they just dropped both at the same time.
Oh
If there was someone protecting that, they would have been sitting ducks and it would have been over.
And
Oh! No way! This kill cam is going to be disgusting.
Oh no, he flanked them! There's no way they didn't hear that! Oh
Wow.
my God. That was egregious.
Yeah.
And the next game up is going to be
Dragon Ball Fighters?
Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
I love Dead by Daylight, but not that
Yeah,
much.
we're going to be jumping into Dragon Ball Fighters, another fighting game here in the UEL. Similar with regards to the assist fighting that we saw on MK1, where you're going to have certain characters jumping in off screen for either an assist hit and or to just swap out, sort of like a tag team matchup, if you will. It's going to be a 3-on-3 sort of lineup. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we have a replay from the finals
Oh,
coming up
interesting.
before we get too much deeper into DBZ.
Okay, let's take a look here.
Lockdown.
Oh, this
hitting
is from
his
Lockdown on the
shots.
sniping.
Yeah, hitting
Oh
the
my
mid-air on a hit scan,
Yeah.
hitting another shot,
Yeah,
and then he...
We talked about that in real time. It wasn't the fact that you see the assist popping on the screen. It wasn't the fact that he was picking up kills, which he was, but reducing that health pool, reducing that TTK for his opponents. I mean, if you make your opponent one shot, it allows your lightweight characters that have those SMGs. The SMGs can actually pick up kills. And then here, this is Regine closing in on the objective. Lockdown, mad about Wreckfest earlier, decides to get some revenge on his own teammate in the worst possible manner. Here it comes in 3, 2, 1, and...
Bong. Bong, bong.
There it is.
There we go. Comedic timing is not my specialty.
Oh, let that be a lesson to anybody on Lockdown's team while playing Wreckfest.
Lockdown, look out. Lockdown is not on your team. He's going to lock you down and lock everyone else around him down.
Yeah.
He wants to lock down to downtown.
Yeah, that was so interesting, that Rainbow Six matchup that we just saw. I think, for any of the players within the UEL, a really simple thing to do with just how, I guess, user-friendly the onboarding experience now has become within Rainbow Six. They've added a lot of in-game features to make the onboarding a little easier for people. They have tutorials that are built in to a basic training sort of playlist within the game. I would highly recommend jumping into those because that playlist itself will teach you each objective for every single map, and you can change whatever operator that you're playing and really start to learn the game. Even if you don't want to do that, though, just jumping into unranked or just ranked matchmaking in general, just do it for about 60 minutes, maybe for a couple of hours. You should be able to get 2 or 3 games within that time. The only thing I wouldn't do is just playing casual matchmaking. I know that we play basically every map within the UEL, but if you want to get a basic understanding at a high level of how Rainbow Six operates, just jumping on and running some ranked matchmaking is going to help a ton. And I think, both of these teams probably need to do that because we saw some big mistakes out of both of them.
Yeah, some really big mistakes. Even down to the Wolves, even when they did get into that basement area there, Jay Biscuits was standing on the breach.
Yeah.
He was standing on the breaching charge and lost 60 HP from it.
That's huge. And we talked about when they were breaching into the elevator hatch, I mentioned they need to utilize a pincer movement where one of them drops into the elevator hatch while the other one comes down main stairs. Had they done that, they would have caught the Jaeger that was flanking them, gotten a pick, and then it would have been a 2v1. You have 2 eyes on the objective. Say one of your teammates gets taken out, you still have the intel for that second player to either plant and or take out the opponent. So basic maneuvers like that play a huge factor when it comes to Rainbow Six.
Yeah, and I think the last game may honestly be DBZ tonight. DBZ.
That's true.
I'm curious to see if we're going to get another game in here.
Yeah.
DBZ is one of those games that's just so incredibly entertaining.
Yeah.
It is so fast. There's so many colors. It's so stimulating.
Yeah.
That's
true. Well, one of my favorite parts about Dragon Ball Fighters that is enjoyable from a user perspective, and I would recommend anybody at home downloading this game and jumping into it, even if you're not familiar with the Dragon Ball franchise. The thing that makes this game so freaking good is how simplistic the combos are in this game. You can basically just spam your X button, spam your Y button, and you're going to get off like a 15-hit combo. Now, there are special moves that you can utilize in order to amplify that combo damage, if you will, but there's also really simple mechanics like pressing your trigger necessarily to go for a dive attack, which shoots your character across the screen to continue that combo with a hit on your opponent.
But the problem with a lot of those things, though, is that they do have very punishable things. Like you said with the trigger thing, you can dive in at the enemy, but if the enemy hits you with what's called a 2H, or 2 heavy, like a down heavy attack, they're going to launch you up into the air, and you are going to have a really bad time. First up here, we're going to see Vegeta versus Vegito. So Vegeta being, the original version, and Vegito being Vegeta plus Goku. The Vegeta is going to be Gurren's here, and Garto is going to be the Vegito.
Okay.
Both of them are at pretty even HP here. Oh my goodness. Garto getting a slam into the ground. Sparking blast off rip from Gurren's. I don't know if that was the smartest decision, but it definitely was a decision. Goes for the overhead. Sparking does allow you to regain HP over time. However, if you are in a combo, it's just going to waste it. And Gurren's basically wasted his team's biggest use of help, and now his team no longer has any Sparking Blast.
Wow. Now, the Wolves are player 1, correct?
The Wolves are going to be player 1. X-Ray Kenny is going to be the next. Kevin is going to be the next one up.
Okay. That's interesting. So we got Blaze on player 2, which is good. You're looking at Hollywood right here. Oh,
and you can see this is what happens when people make custom combos in this game, right? Nice. I mean, look at that damage on that health bar. Oh, it's down to a third, and the combo's still not over. If he keeps moving here, then he's going to hit him with the level 3 in midair, and this should fully kill him.
Yeah,
and that's another one down from Garto. Garto killing 2 out of the 3 on his own
solid
here.
Plays, and he's vibing. You can see him dancing at the top right-hand corner of your screen. That awesome soundtrack coming out of Dragon Ball Fighters, just maintaining that pressure right now, just vibing. This is going to be Biscuit potentially on the screen, correct? Yes, this is going to be Biscuit on the screen, maybe seeing a little bit of that inexperience, but nonetheless, potentially being able to get out of the corner, but the pressure coming out of Garto right now is freaking unreal.
Oh my goodness, he's actually doing amazing. Jay Biscuit is doing exactly what he needs to do.
Right now. It's absolutely insane.
Jay Biscuit goes for his If Jay Biscuit kills Hollywood, Jay Biscuit's got to wake up in level 3. He can do a level 3 to a level 5 and instantly kill Hollywood if he wants. He does it. He gets 2 aces. It's going to be a combo, and Hollywood is able to kill Jay Biscuit. Just barely a problem. And next game and last game today is going to be Die by the Blade.
Yeah.
And again, that game was running so well.
Yeah,
and
that happened so quick.
That's one of the games that you got to be able to react quickly, right?
Oh,
and
absolutely.
a big assist for that is going to be our SurfThing's PCs here at the UEL. Big help for all of that speed and all of that processing power you need to become just like an endgame.
Yeah, guys, when we have 10, 5v5 matchups and we have 10 players playing all at the same time, these SurfThing's PCs that we have across the entire floor out here is operating this entire setup of the UEL, so big shout-outs to them. Nonetheless, we're diving into Die by the Blade. This game, if you're not familiar with it, operates similar to Ubisoft's For Honor with regard to the directionals of your joystick that you're going to be attacking your opponent with whatever melee weapon that you do have. If you press up on the joystick, you could go for an overhead, sideways, side slash. The bottom of your joystick, go for a sort of upward slash. It's a really fascinating game, but because it takes place within a 3D setting, being able to sidestep your opponent and then go in for a strike is crucial to winning. And what's so interesting, in tandem with the title of the actual game called Die by the Blade, the first hit of your blade is basically going to kill your opponent. It's very, very intense because you won't see a little bit of action for about 5 to 10 seconds, and all of a sudden, both of the players shoot towards each other, and the first one to get hit by a blade is dead. It's super, super intense, and I love it.
It is an incredibly fun game.
Yeah.
One of those games where, like you said, it's incredibly explosive.
Yeah, it's a good word for it.
It can either go quick or it can sit still, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a load of different weapons and characters, each with their own strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see a lot more than what I've seen in the UEL recently of just a basic few characters.
Yeah, and I'd say a big part of this, probably the most important. Oh, we got a forfeit out of the Wolves, so we're actually not going to see any
no die by the
die
blade.
by the blade. I was gonna
I'm
say.
assuming they want to see a specific game then.
Yeah, that may be true because they're trying to practice a specific game as the last game of the night. They want Overwatch potentially to rush it, but they're not going to get it. Ejected Rivals is the next game. We'll see if they end up forfeiting this as well. We'll see.
I don't know, but I mean, the Wolves at this point have came to the terms that they've lost lost the game, so they do want to just play for fun. I think they are trying to go for Overwatch here, trying to get that last game that they are skilled at and show what they can do.
Yeah, they're either going for fun or they're trying to like practice something. They may be going for, if it is Overwatch, they want to try to utilize a specific composition or something that they've been studying or practicing. So we'll see if that ends up happening. They definitely have the opportunity to do so because they do have another forfeit.
Yeah, I mean, the Wolves have 2 more forfeits. The Blaze have 5 more. If the Blaze want to go into this bit, they can absolutely do the same thing.
Yeah. Well, Ejected Rivals is something that I'm not necessarily familiar with. Whether or not we play that game right now, is there a way that you can sort of explain that explain this game in layman's terms to us?
So, Ejected Rivals is a stunt racer game.
Ejected Rivals. I know it now. At least I've seen one of the game modes where there's the dartboard?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Super fun game.
So basically, it's stunt driving mixed with stunt diving.
Okay.
You can be in your car, you can race around, you have boosts and stuff like that, and then you can hop out of your car and get launched. You get pressed a big red button in the center console, and you get flinged out of there. And your end goal is to make it to the end of the race or get points or whatever the mini game says for you to do. And there's a load of variability that this game comes with.
Okay.
So
I like that. Is there a particular player on the Wolves that may excel within this? Because I think I remember Hollywood being relatively good at this game last time. I think it's sort of like a party game that maybe they play in their off time just for the actual fun of the match itself.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah. I think Kenny or Lemony would probably be good at this game.
Okay.
Yep. I don't think we are going to be playing Ejected Rivals. That means the end score of today's game is 20-6.
Wow.
Blaze do win at the end of the day.
Dropping a 20 bomb.
Yeah, and a really incredible game today. And I think we're going to get around to some interviews and some groups of people talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. And there Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Alrighty, and I am joined here by the Wolves. I'm joined here by Gurins and Kenny, I believe. And I mean, how are you feeling, guys?
We're feeling we know this was going to be a hard game, especially with the swap up for teams. So
Agreed.
we're just rebuilding up from we're in a really good position before, but we have new members now. So I'm not disappointed in anybody. We played pretty well. It's just that we just have to get in the lab with the new people and rebuild chemistry pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I have a few questions for you concerning some of your games today. I want to hear what was going on inside of your mind when you were playing Tekken.
Tekken, I ain't gonna lie. Kings would go through our mind, nothing. Grab. For the UEO, knee. That's all it takes. It takes. I wish I had to put some skill and effort into it, but...
Yeah, well, fair enough. I mean, you did a very good job and you got through all the Blaze. So now I've got a question for Kenny.
What's up?
How are you feeling in MK?
MK? Yeah, I mean, I already knew I was going to take it. It is what it is. I was like, let's just continue on our forward, see if we can get more games going. So.
Yeah. Then last question. What do you have? What notes do you have going forward besides chemistry?
So, sports, we're very weak, and we knew they were like a sports-heavy team. we already played the bots. We thought that we were gonna have good with the bots, but sports is still a very weak point at us. So we just need to practice sports and maybe a little bit racing. But I think fighting and everything, we're just these games we lost. We shouldn't have lost. It's just chemistry. I think once we have that up, all these games that we shouldn't be losing is gonna fall right back to practice.
Yeah, well, thank you all for showing out today. I think a lot of these games are a lot closer than the score makes it seem. And hopefully, when is your guys' next game?
I think it's next Saturday.
Alrighty, and then tune in next Saturday if you want to come see the Wolves.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. Oh, and there Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Look at this team synergy that's on display right now between Hollywood and Garto.
Messed it up. My bad.
No worries
Now
whatsoever.
it's right.
There we go.
What's up, guys?
Welcome. The first thing I want to ask both of you guys, man, is I have not very often witnessed a 20 bomb. This question is for both of y'all. How does it feel to drop a 20 bomb and get into the win column now 3-2?
I mean, we're used to it. We were on the Reapers for the past 4 seasons, and the past 3 seasons we were dropping 20 bombs. We even dropped a 31 or 32 bomb on G-Licious last season. So it feels reminiscent.
Okay, all right, I like that. So then for Garto, one of the things I noticed on the Blaze social media this week is your ability to whip it up in the kitchen. Did that play into y'all being able to effectively play today?
I mean, look, if Garto's in the equation, you know something's about to be cooked up.
Okay.
And, you know, we going into the spooky season. You know what I mean? Halloween's around the corner, so things are starting to get real scary around here.
Okay.
I'm just saying, we setting fires and we're going to be torching the league still.
Okay, I like that. I like the confidence. Now, I also casted over y'all's game. I believe it was last Friday against the Ravens, and you played really, really well. I think, Hollywood, you had a bit of swag to you by the end of that game. You were feeling confident because you guys went into overtime. Now that you're in the win column, how do you feel sort of moving forward throughout the rest of this season? Are you think you've really sort of found your synergy as a team, and now you're going to give the Reapers a run for the money? What's going on? Where's the team sitting right now in terms of your level of confidence?
I feel confident that we can end up 7-3, maybe 8-2, depending on how much we grow.
Maybe winning out the rest of the season. Okay.
Yeah, it depends how much our team grows towards the end of the season. I think right now we still have a lot of work because if we played the bots or Reapers right now, we would lose.
Hey, I like that though. You're being honest. Well, if you're saying that, then what genre of game do you think you need to start working on the most if you're going to start picking it up and get those wins?
It has to be fighters and shooters.
Wow. Okay.
Now obviously, Napkin's not in the lineup today. We still won a couple, but this isn't a team that is supposed to be like their starting 5.
Right.
Obviously, their team is trolling.
Right.
But definitely fighters. Like we've been losing and dropping fighters. Like all season, and then same with shooters when we're supposed to be better than that. So definitely those two we need to work on.
Yeah, maybe work on the TKs too. Maybe work on the TKs a little bit. You know, with lockdown, taking out Regime. Nonetheless, man, I appreciate you guys sitting down with us and giving us a little bit of your time. Good luck with the rest of the season.
No problem. Thank you. And Maury and Jade, you will not be missed. I'm just kidding. We miss you already, bro.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So yeah, I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got... Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so.
Yeah.
I think.
And those were some great interviews by the Blaze and the Wolves showing where they need to grow, what they were happy with today, and just overall what was going on. I mean, speaking of what was going on, today was a really fun game. Blaze come out 20 over the Wolves at 6. 14-point difference, an incredible game overall.
Yeah.
Blaze came out and showed that even though they are a new team with a load of rookie players and a man coming out from retirement, came out with his cane and everything, said, I am ready to beat people up. It's better.
Yep. He's taking his vitamins, that's for sure.
Absolutely, getting his gums going. Ah, yes. So, you know, they are ready and they're coming back stronger than ever. And this was a really fun game today, but overall, it was really good time.
It was.
UEL was, 33 games. We played almost 26 of them.
Yeah. We played a lot of games tonight. We played an absolute lot of games, and I think we're jumping through all of the different genres. You got to see players from both teams, almost all of the players start to learn and excel, and maybe just download a little bit of data in the genres that they're not as maybe download a little bit of data with regards to the games that they're not as experienced. Now, moving into tomorrow, I'm also going to be casting tomorrow. It's going to be bots versus the Shoguns. That's an interesting matchup. We got Billy, I believe, is a tier 1 player on the bots. That's going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern time. It's going to be super, super fun to watch and cast over that team again, particularly the bots. I don't know a lot about the Shoguns, but I'm here to learn along with you guys as the viewers. But thank you so much, guys, for watching tonight. I can't wait to cast with you guys tomorrow. Magna, anything else you want to say tonight, man?
I mean, not really. I mean, thank you all for watching, and I mean, we'll catch you on the flip side. This is the UEL, where gamers go pro.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.